to say it, but it's hard to. Go ahead, ask another question. Did that help? I'm sorry if
Not
that didn't.
really. Yeah, I think I got kind of lost somewhere in the sauce. So, okay, because if I think what I heard what you're saying is you're saying that there's just all this symbolism that's pointing to demonic things, and there's all these bad things happening in the world, and
Not
so
bad
to
things.
you that
Bad
demonstrates
things
there is a
happen.
God. That's kind of
These
what I
things
got.
I'm very see. The Bible says words of power. So, I didn't say bad things. I said things that were opposite to what the Bible said.
Wickedness of the world.
Wickedness, right? Wickedness. So that means that we have to determine what God considers wicked.
Okay.
I don't have my phone here, so it's hard for me to look it up. But I'm pretty sure you could look it up. If we define what God considers wicked, and then look at the condition of the world today,
Okay.
I bet you it would point to you would see a lot of things that is almost being made normal
Well,
in our lives today.
we can do a test. Is do you consider cancer to be wicked?
Do I consider a disease to be
Cancer.
wicked?
Yeah. Is
I
cancer
mean,
is cancer wicked?
is cancer wicked?
Yeah.
If it was made with a wicked, if it was created, if it was man made, which I'm not sure if it is or wasn't, if it was man made, then I would consider it wicked.
If it was made from God, is it good?
Uh, not all things that God make is inherently good. He makes nothing wrong, right? He makes nothing wrong. There's just balance. Like there's homeostasis. Like there's waters. Water can save you. It can,
Hmm.
it can you can drink it and you need it to live,
Is it
but you can
just?
drown in it.
Is cancer
So
just? Yeah.
in some people's lives, I think some people would would give you a positive experience from their cancer, and others wouldn't.
Positive experience from cancer? How so?
Because some people have been healed from cancer, so
From
they'll
heal from
say,
it, but I mean in the middle, but
I mean, think about it. So their testimony would be one of God saved me, from cancer. Like
okay.
healed from cancer. In that case, wouldn't cancer be good? Because some people would be like, "Wow, that's a miracle," and then because of that, they might
All right.
turn into a believer. You see what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Okay. So if there was a button in front of you that cured all cancer today, so August 26th, and from today on forever, all cancer,
Hmm.
and it never comes back, would you push that button?
Absolutely.
Okay. And would God push that button?
I don't know what God would do.
You don't know what God would do? Okay.
No, sir.
You're not sure what he
No,
would do? Okay.
no, no.
And
I wouldn't.
okay.
Since it's here,
Has he pushed?
I would say this. Since it's here, He allows it to be here. Like whatever we have right now, it's
Mm-hmm.
allowed. Everything's allowed for a season. That's what it says in the Bible.
Right, right.
We want to come up together. It says the wheat and the tear will be raised up together. So we all here together in this world. Some people are doing evil stuff. Some people are committing murders. We know that's wrong. Some people are
Schmurders.
raping.
Yeah.
Some people are raping children, killing people. We all
Grape.
know these things.
Yeah. Hey, I got to
I'm
warn
sorry.
you, you got to use grape. You got to use Schmurder. Oh, yeah, yeah. This is TikTok. You got to remember that.
I'm sorry. So grape, murder, these things are
Mm-hmm.
happening. These people are not just dropping, you know,
Okay.
right now.
Okay.
Everything has time in the season.
All right. Does God have the power to cure cancer?
Absolutely.
Okay. Um, so that means that if he has the power to cure cancer, either he would cure it or he would not cure it, right?
No, it doesn't.
No? So, okay, so he would or wouldn't. There's only really two choices. Either he would cure cancer or he would not cure cancer, right?
No,
If
that's
he
not true. It's
so
not.
wait a minute, if he has the power to cure it,
No, he has the power to cure, but you're saying, wouldn't he do it?
no, no, no.
And
I said either he would or he wouldn't.
but God is a living. So that's what I'm saying. God is present now. In my belief, God is present right now at all times. So it's not whether he would or he wouldn't. Because it exists now, he's allowing
All
it
right,
to
sorry,
be.
I got to jump in. I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. So, I'm saying if he has the power to cure it, that
He
means
does.
he either can or he cannot, right? Either one. He
A
he
cho-
he
his
can
choice.
do
You
it.
mean his choice?
Yeah, he has a choice. Either he would or he
Yes.
wouldn't, right? That's what I
Yes.
mean. He has a choice. Okay, gotcha. All
He
right.
has a choice.
Okay. So if God would cure cancer, if he chose to cure cancer, there would be no cancer, right?
If he chose to cure cancer, there would be no cancer. Yes,
Yeah. So there is cancer, right?
there is cancer.
So that means God would not cure cancer. So I'm just kind of verifying what you're saying. He would not do it.
No, he has done it. Some people have testimonies where they've been cured from cancer.
In all people. Okay. So let me change it up then. He has the power to cure all cancer. Is
He
that
does
is
have
that fair?
power to.
All
Yeah,
of it, right? He
he
could
does.
he could
Yeah.
just wave away all cancer if he wanted to right now, right?
Yes.
Okay, which means that he either would cure all cancer or would not cure all cancer. He has a choice, right?
He has a choice to cure all cancer or not cure all cancer.
Yeah, he
That's
has a
true.
choice. Okay, so then that means if God would cure all cancer, there would be no cancer at all.
If God was to cure all cancer, there would be no cancer at all. Correct.
Okay, so that means, and there is cancer right now, right?
There is cancer. Yes.
Okay, and that means God would not cure all cancer, right?
I'm that means God would not cure. He cures what he wants to cure. And he doesn't cure what he doesn't want to cure.
But I said all cancer, not just what he
No,
wants to and what he wasn't, all of it. So he would not cure all cancer, right?
he would not cure all cancer. He has not cured all cancer. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he wouldn't cure all cancer. He would not do it.
He has not. I can't say what God would do or would not do, right? You're framing your question in a way that's actually opposed to my beliefs, if that makes sense. You
Okay.
understand?
He
You're putting
hasn't.
God in a box when you ask the question in a certain way. And it's like that's not my belief. You're talking to a Christian, so I have to kind of keep it in context
What's the
when we speak.
difference between wouldn't and has not?
Because has not means that he could do it later. Would not is you saying that he will, like you're saying that you know his will.
Okay, he wouldn't, but there is cancer right now.
Would
So
or
you,
wouldn't is will. I
okay,
don't know God's will. Perfect. You know what I mean?
okay,
But I know what he told me in his
mm-hmm,
word. I know what his word says. And his
okay,
word says the new
all right,
world that will to come will have no cancer.
okay. So is God's will right?
Always right.
Always right? Okay, so God hasn't cured all cancer,
He has not
right?
killed on
He
cancer.
has
Yeah.
not cured all cancer. You would cure all cancer.
I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so if you're saying God's will is right, that means God is right about not curing cancer, right?
You say it one more time. I'm trying to keep up with what you said.
Since God's will is right, as you previously said,
Always right. Yes.
God is right for not curing cancer.
Yes. It's
Okay.
his will. It's fine for not killing
Okay.
cancer.
So you want to line up with God's will, right?
I would align it with God's will
Yeah. Would
as
you?
best I can.
No,
For
you
my
want to line up with God's will, right?
I want to line up with God's will.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So then the right thing to do is to not cure cancer.
But I wouldn't choose that.
Right. And you're going against God's will. That's my point.
No, I just know that I wouldn't choose that.
Well,
Like
wait a
if
minute.
I
Let's
had
back up. Let's back up. Because
I had the power to do it,
yeah,
I would do a lot of things. I would kill every murderer, for example. I'm sorry.
unalive her. Unalive her.
Unalive. I would unalive
All right.
every and every
Okay.
blah 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 blah. You understand? So
But
to
I'm
take that
okay.
up with it would be like
Well,
to change.
you see the contradiction though?
No, because you asking my will compared to God's will.
Right.
That's not
There's a
disrespecting
contradiction.
God. No, that's showing my faith and my
Do you
loyalty and my
do you
not
want
loyalty,
do you want to
obedience. That
line
shows
up with
my
God's will?
obedience. It shows my obedience to God.
Do you want to line up with God's will?
Yes,
Do you want your will to line up with God's will? Okay. So you
my will.
said it's your will to cure cancer.
You said if I had a button and I press it, it could cure or cancel. Would I press it?
Yeah, and you said yes, you would. So that's your
Absolutely,
will,
I would.
right? That's your will.
Yeah, if I had that
Okay.
button, yes,
Here,
I would.
let's type it out. Let's type it out because I think this might help for you to see the contradiction here. All right. Because this is going to illustrate why I don't believe in God
Okay,
because the contradiction is like what we're talking about. So this will help you understand it, and maybe we can work together to kind of flesh it out. You can help me understand a little better where you're coming from. All right.
well, I
So
would like to, yeah, type it up, but I would like to say that you're actually posing questions to debunk what I'm saying, and you really want me to come to your understanding instead of taking what I said and moving on. Because I didn't say you was wrong. I just said, hey, this is my will and that's God's will. But that comes from the Bible. You understand?
hmm
Like the Bible scriptures tell me, the Bible scriptures have directed me as to how to answer that question. So
okay.
it's hard to. I can't even, like I can't even really articulate it with you at times because it's like we're not coming from the same place of understanding with it. Does that make sense?
hmm
Yeah. So it's hard, but I'm trying to keep up with you. Can you
Okay.
move it over? I want to see
Yeah.
part of it.
Yeah. Hang on. Give me a second here. I'm I'm kind of typing things out. Okay. So, well, that's me. I want I want to do me. Actually, you know what? I'll put this in front of me so it's easier to move. So give me a second. I gotta move you up.
Yes, he did say it was all going to vanish
There
eventually.
we go.
I'm sorry, read the chat.
Okay, is that better? Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. Okay. So God hasn't cured cancer, right?
God has a cure cancer.
You want to line up with God's will, right?
I want to know what God's will. Yes.
It's your will to cure cancer.
If I had the choice, yes,
Yeah. You would push the button to cure all cancer.
I would.
Okay. And here, let me insert something here.
I'm not God. I'm not God.
Oh, it
So
doesn't matter. That's not what I'm talking about. I know you're not God. It's God's will not to cure all cancer. Would you agree with that?
you'll push the button to cure. God hasn't cured cancer. God hasn't cured our cancer. It's God's will not to cure all cancer. Okay. You want to line up with God's will. Okay. It's
Hold on.
your will to cure cancer.
All cancer. Yeah. I said all, not the pick and choose cancer, but all cancer, right?
It's your will to cure all cancer. Okay. You would push the button to cure all cancer.
So therefore, uh, you should not push the button to cure all cancer.
But then why would the button be available to me to push?
Well, that doesn't matter. What we're
Why
talking
not?
about is what matters is
Like if there
because
was ever a button,
it's your will to cure all cancer. I mean, we could say because you said if I had the ability to cure cancer, I would cure cancer. So you could say it's pushing a button. You could say it's going to medical school. You know what I mean? Like
school
you
is
could
supposed to be
yeah,
for
you could go to
about
medical school, right? If you really wanted to, right? If that was your will. Yeah.
true. This
So
is my
that's what I
will.
mean. It's just we just insert pushing the button because it's just easier than to say go to medical school and all this other stuff. Just say push the
Okay,
button.
but for example, okay, so to keep it in the same scope, but also to kind of give you something to think about, we don't suffer from the bubonic plague anymore, but there was a time when people did suffer from the bubonic plague,
Yep.
and then they came up with a cure for it,
No,
and
they did
now,
not come up with a cure for it. You know how they did it?
okay,
You know how they
no,
did it?
no,
You know
no,
what the cure was? The cure was everybody unalived, and almost everybody unalived, and the ones who were immune to it survived.
no, that's not the
That
same.
was the
No,
cure.
that's really different.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do something else.
So
Let's choose.
so all the people who are alive
Let's choose
today
COVID
have
then.
a
Let's
high
choose
immunity to bubonic plague.
bubonic plague. Okay, I didn't
Hmm.
know that. So let's
Yeah.
choose a different disease. Let's
Yeah.
say COVID,
It
right?
all COVID. Yeah. Same thing. It's the same
Let's say
thing.
COVID.
Yep.
So
Same thing.
supposedly it was boom. We make this vaccine.
Hmm.
God made the doctors found the cure. It was inspired by science, by what they figured out.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. So God played a part in curing.
Okay. Well, we're kind of shifting the goalposts here. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about cancer, all cancer, because that's
No,
not what's
because
happening. That's not what's happening right now, right?
how does
Because
me having the okay? So here's my question: How does whether I how does my belief in what I would do as a man determine that there's no evidence of God for you
because
because you think that my answer should be different.
because of these
'Cause-
two statements right here, because it contradicts, and something that contradicts isn't true. So it says here, like it says, line 3, you want to line up with God's will. It's your will to cure all cancer, but it's God's will not to cure all cancer. So how can you line up with God's will if you would push the button to cure all cancer and God has not pushed the button to cure all cancer? You
The
see,
button does not exist.
it doesn't matter. What I'm saying
It
is,
does because
okay,
you make think about it. You're
okay, do you
saying
want to change it like this? Here, we can change it like this. You
I
would,
like how you're not avoid. I like how you're avoiding the button.
because
You said
it's not about the button, brother. It's about curing the cancer. You're focusing on the wrong thing.
no because if I had to okay, so put
All
it this
right,
way.
we're at the kick
I
pole
had to
time.
if I'm sorry, if I had okay, go ahead, kick pole.
It's at kick pole, so we got to implement the kick pole. Yeah, you're focused on the button, and it's not about the button. It's about the curing the cancer.
The button is
So
the main part of the button is
the
what you're building your
no,
thesis
it's the curing the cancer.
If I had the ability to cure all cancer, then it would be God inspired for me to be able to do that.
How
It
do you
was
know
because
that?
will.
How do you know that?
Because there's
Why isn't
nothing that because there's nothing why
why isn't the button God inspired?
no, you just said to forget about the button. So I just said if I had the ability to cure all cancer, I
All
said
right,
that would
chat. I'm starting the kick poll right here. Here we go. Okay, so happy face to keep up, be king, or sad face, crying face to have him step down, to kick him down. So, yeah. So, like I said, you're focusing on the wrong thing. It's not about the button. It's about the ability to cure cancer.
Okay, if I
Okay,
had the
we're
ability to
just
cure
we're just saying it's a button. That's all we're just doing. So,
well, let me switch it then, or let me change so we can stay on the
we're
same
not
page.
changing anything. It's about curing the
No, no,
cancer.
I'm not saying. No, okay. I said if I had the ability to cure all cancer, if I had that ability, then that would be a God-given ability.
Does God
In
have
which,
the ability to cure cancer?
in which case, you cut me off. In which case, if God gave me the ability to cure cancer, it would be God's will because I would not have come across that ability without Him.
Does God have the ability to cure cancer?
God has the ability to cure cancer. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Oh, I
yet
like
God
my
hasn't.
poll. It's the closest poll we had all evening.
Yeah,
Look
it
at
was pretty
that.
close. Yeah, it was pretty
It is
close.
close.
Yep.
It is close. That's a
Yeah, that,
testament to the whole
that
conversation.
was
God
that
bless you,
wasn't
brother.
bad, man. Hey, well, be king. I
Really?
appreciate you coming up. All right. Have a good night.
Yes, yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So yes, that is a contradiction in the worldview. So that's what I mean. That's I'm just giving all illustrations of why I don't believe this. Because if there's a contradiction in the worldview, then it's not true. It doesn't make sense. So that's what I'm trying to understand. That's what I'm trying to get you all to understand. Because contradictions are not true if it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to say I want to be in God's will. I want to follow God's will. It's God's will not to cure all cancer, but I'll cure all cancer. That doesn't make sense. Jizza, you got to come up another day. PJ 3123. And somebody stepped down. All right. That's your broken logic. It's broken logic. Yeah. Don't fall for this man's nonsense. Creepy logic. So, the right move, if you want to stay within God's will, the right move is to not push the button. So, make that make sense. God is good. If God is good, how come he doesn't cure cancer? All cancer. Call you up, get in the guest queue. Michelle, we got people waiting. So 60,000 likes. That'll bring up the next guest. So let's tap. Keep tapping. He destroyed you on the minimum wage argument. I agreed with him. How'd he destroyed me? I didn't oppose him. I said I agree. But that doesn't demonstrate a God. I agree. He destroyed you on the minimum wage argument. Because cancer is a result of our sins, brother. Then how come we found cancer in 76 million year old dinosaur bones? What is your evidence God doesn't exist? I just demonstrated it, John Soto. It doesn't make sense. It's illogical. Who do you believe created you? My parents. Nothing can prove or disprove the existence of a God since he operates outside of space and time. And that does not make sense, Orange Rat. How do you operate outside of space and time? So demonstrate how that works. You didn't demonstrate anything. You didn't let him speak. I did let him speak. He had a lot of room to speak. Have you ever seen a dinosaur? No, because they've been extinct. We have bones. Your parents created you. Yes, my parents created me. How else do you think I got here? One, man, we got some. Dude, you believe human went to space and to the moon? Yes, we did. Who created the first humans? Nobody created the first humans. Evolution. They came about because of evolution through natural selection and adaptation. You believe in man but not in God? Yes, because man are here. What is your evidence that God exists? Intelligent design of nature? Nope. There's no such thing as intelligent design. Recurring patterns, which signifies nope. That signifies laws of physics. You believe what Google says and not what the Bible says. Nope. Google doesn't say anything. Do a poll to see how many Christians. Nope. and atheists you have on here. I already did. It's mostly Christians or mostly believers. Have you ever experienced a miracle? Nope. Prove your wife exists by just texting to us. What does that even mean? That doesn't make sense. They only care about money and power, and that's why the world is full of evil. Who's they? Man, there's some like crazy things being said in the chat. I don't believe in the Bible. I believe there's some kind of intelligent force. Let's demonstrate that. What created evolution? Nobody did. Laws of physics. There we go. What? Oh yeah. So what created evolution? Doesn't evolution need a start? Laws of physics did. We have evidence of that. God was with me during my hospitalization for COVID. Demonstrate that. I felt his presence. How do you know that? I've witnessed miracles. How do you know that they're miracles and only God had that power? What's up, Asa J? What's up? Haven't seen you in a while. Evolution designs preemptively one eye for forward perspective, didn't evolve by itself. I don't even know what that means. If God is real, then God should be able to present himself. Exactly, Ed Glenn. Where are my atheists at and agnostics, man? Y'all are quiet. All these crazy posts in here, and y'all are just sitting there. You guys are just sitting there, like letting all these people talk. Your lives seem to have gotten really popular. Yes, we did not go to the moon. Yes, we did. Demonstrate that we did not go to the moon. Y'all are quiet. Or you just like popcorn in this and just looking at all these, watching all these posts, these chat posts, be like, what are they saying? How good is your observation? Pretty good. Not sure, because you were out of pocket, Grant, that's why. So you either typed in all caps, or you insulted somebody, or you were spamming. Laws of physics are made off of the human mind? No, not true, God's child. Actually demonstrate that with evidence. Human mind can only comprehend to a certain... So demonstrate that laws of physics were made off the human mind. Demonstrate that, God's child. Do you believe in HARP? I don't know what that is. Is everything alive? No. Okay, 60,000 likes. We got Negus Kingdom. I think we've talked before. How you doing, Negus?
So
What's going on, brother? Peace,
Hey,
peace.
hey, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. How about yourself?
Good. I think we've talked before. I
I
think
don't know.
we
We
have.
might. I
Yeah,
can't remember.
yeah, it's been a while. So, well, refresh my. I think I remember the name, but refresh my memory. Which God do you believe in?
The invisible God,
The invisible God. Okay.
God that can't nobody see.
All right. Is this God the one that created the universe in your opinion?
Yeah. If I had to
Okay.
put my opinion on it, I would say yeah, that's the one
Okay.
that created the universe.
All right. What's your best evidence that this God exists?
Well, just to because a lot of people, when they talk about God, they base it off the Bible. God's word is seen through His creation.
God's
So
word seen through his creation. Okay.
yeah, it's a Bible verse in Romans.
All
So
right.
right now we see the wind as a form of God creation, right?
I don't. How do we know that?
Well, we didn't create it. It was created by something that humans didn't create wind. We could both say that.
Mm-hmm.
But wind is an invisible force that makes physical things move.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like the spirit of God. The spirit of God is invisible, but it also makes physical things move,
Mm-hmm.
like people. Like that's why I say the prophets are moved by the spirit.
Okay.
So in these times, God is moving living vessels to bring in the word that's going to create the new world.
Okay. How do we know any of this is true?
Well, the happening is the only thing that validated.
The happening? What's that?
Yeah, I mean it's happening right now.
It's
It's happening. Yeah, the prophecy that's written in the Bible never happened. I know we have been, conditioned to believe Christ came back then, and
Oh, I
coming
agree
back,
with that. Yeah. Yeah.
But the only thing that's gonna prove everything is the happening. And when I say the happening, what's happening right now? Like
Okay.
people are actually being moved by God
How do
to
we
bring
know?
in the word.
How do we know something's happening?
Before I say, well, another thing you have to also be chosen. That's why I say the blind is leading the blind.
Okay.
So right now, a lot of people are blind to what God is actually doing
Okay.
because of the teachings and the lies. So they can't see what's going on.
Okay.
You know,
Well, I because I'm hearing a lot of statements from you and a lot of claims. I'm not hearing a lot of evidence though. Like, example of evidence like fingerprints, math equation, math proof, um, DNA, something like that. But I'm hearing a lot of claims. So, like, how do we know something's happening right now? How do we know people are chosen?
well, I say you will see it. Like the things that how we gonna know that they're actually gonna be done. Now they are being done. They are in the process of being done. You know, and the only people that's actually seeing it are those that's a part of it and those that's actually doing it.
Well, how do we know
Soon,
that though? Yeah, that's the thing. I don't see any of this
well,
being
that's why I
done.
say. Now I was saying soon it's gonna be revealed to everyone, and then you will know. Like the knowing for everybody or for the majority of the world is gonna happen once it's done.
Okay. So you're
You
one of
know,
the chosen? That's what I'm hearing?
correct.
Okay, you're one of the chosen, so you can see things happening, but then everybody will see it. How come everybody can't see it right now?
Because a lot of people don't care. So most people don't want to, or they don't believe. You know, because like the only thing you're supposed to believe in is God. You don't supposed to believe in
Okay.
none of these entities or nothing. If you believe in God, God will give you that energy to open your eyes.
So you got to
You know,
believe first and then we'll know?
well, no, you don't. That's what I'm saying. Even the non-believers gonna know when it's all said and done. But if you
Right.
want to be a part of the knowing now, this is where the belief come in.
You
At.
have to believe. Okay. How do you believe in something that you don't think is real?
Well, it's not about. See, a lot of people don't think God is real based off the lies they have received. You know, you have to say it's a higher power. You know, if you don't say it's a higher power, that's just being ignorant. But
What?
you know, it's something higher than us. You
Okay.
know, like any kind of human. I know because I've been living this world. I always thought, you know, I never been indoctrinated with the lies, but I always believed in something higher. You know, whether it's a frequency, whether it's
Right.
an energy, whether it's a source or whatever it is, it's just higher than me. I know I'm not that source.
Okay. Well,
So
well, I
believing
mean,
in that, go
I,
ahead.
be- I believe in I believe the universe is always existed. So that's what I believe in. I believe that's a higher power. But if we're talking about like spirituality, I don't believe in any of that. We don't have any evidence of that. We don't have any evidence of God. We don't have any evidence. Really, honestly, we don't have any evidence, Negus Kingdom, of anything you're saying. So that's what I'm trying to understand. How do we know all of this is true?
Well, that's why the Bible talk about two resurrections. You got those that's gonna resurrect first because they believe and God is gonna show them.
Okay.
To the non-believers, they gonna see in the end. You know, that's why I said it like that. Like everybody's gonna see whether you believe or not. But right now, those who truly believe, like I say, you might say the universe. Some people might say God. Like you know, it's just spelling words. So the spelling words actually confuse us because when you say spirituality, I say thoughts. We
Okay.
all a part of the spiritual world
All
because
right.
that's all unseen thoughts. Because spirit is unseen.
Okay. But
So we all
again,
have our own thoughts.
well, hold on. Again, this is so again, these are just more claims. Like, how do we know this is all true? Like, what evidence do we have that this is true?
Well, because we all think.
We
Everybody
all think?
thinks. Like you think, I think.
Sure. Sure.
So spirituality. And I can't see your thoughts, but so we all have a
Sure.
spirituality. Now,
We can, but
whether
we
it's the
can
right or wrong
well,
spirituality,
see, the thing is, we can demonstrate why we have thoughts. We can demonstrate that scientifically. We have evidence of that. We have
no.
evidence. Yeah, absolutely, we do. We have evidence of why we have thoughts, where thoughts originate from, all
Okay,
that stuff.
well,
We have evidence of that.
okay,
So
well,
so that's what I mean is we have evidence of that scientifically. We have evidence where emotions come from. We have evidence of where consciousness comes from,
oh
right?
no,
Oh, absolutely, we do. We do.
no.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
we
well,
do.
I just want you to do this for me then. Okay, just show. Can you shortly explain to me where the thoughts come from?
Yeah, yeah. There's regions in the brain where thoughts come from, because what they do is they measure, and it just depends on the thoughts. Because you agree that thoughts can come in the form of they can be like logical thoughts. They can just be ordinary, like I need to eat something. Like different areas of your brain line up depending on what the thought
No,
is.
no, I'm not talking about the brain. How do they get in the brain?
The brain originates there. The brain starts them. It
The
originates within
brain
the
was
brain.
created.
How do we
So
know
so
that? See, I don't believe
because
that. I don't believe that.
the brain is created because
I
we
don't
can watch
believe
it in
that.
the womb. Like we got technology right now. We can watch the mind being created in the womb
Yeah, of course.
to hold those thoughts.
Okay.
But the thoughts
So
don't
from
come
that
from the
sense, yes,
mind.
the brain is created from parents. Yes, from that sense. What I'm saying though is that if you're saying it's created from God, I don't believe that. And so, but again,
Well,
because here's the thing. when the brain reaches certain age of a certain size within the womb, within a fetus, then thoughts start to form. Like we can track that. We have ways of knowing that's true. So the brain has to be at a certain stage of development in order for thoughts to form. And thoughts form inside of the brain. So if thoughts were coming from God, then then we would see that. We would see
Okay.
something coming from, someplace else, but we're not tracking it. We don't see any of that. There's no way we don't detect any of that. So that's why I'm asking you, if you're saying thoughts come from someplace else, how do we know that? What's your evidence of that?
Well, okay. Well, this is why you have the Holy Spirit. Everybody has a spirit.
I
Everybody
don't.
don't have the Holy
Well,
Spirit.
again, I don't believe that. I don't
Okay,
think.
okay.
I don't think everybody has a spirit.
Well, what
So,
I'm saying.
so you gotta.
Oh, just hear me out.
All right.
Because I'm saying what you're saying in a way like when I say spirit, I'm saying thoughts. I just
Okay.
want you to make that clear. When I
You're
say
just.
spirit, I'm saying thoughts. It's just
All
another
right.
word.
So it's just we're just
Okay.
using a different word for thoughts. Okay.
Yeah, different word for thought. Yeah, that's why I call it Babylon, confusion of languages. That's why we in Babylon.
Okay.
It's a confusion of languages going on. So,
Okay.
but the Holy Spirit, that's why in the Bible it says God word become flesh.
So
So
a Holy
so
Spirit is
people
a holy
can't.
thought.
No. It's a
What?
set apart thought. It's something that's set apart, and it's gonna be in an individual, and you're gonna be able to see it, and you're gonna be able to hear it, so you can have evidence it come from God.
Okay, but how do we know that this Holy Spirit is here now?
That's what I'm saying, because you have witnesses that can proclaim where that Holy Spirit is at, which would be the Christ that's walking among the people. That's why when you read the Bible,
Okay.
you're reading about a Christ
Who are
walking
these
among the people.
witnesses?
You say who? They're living.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They're among. Yeah.
They're all among us. So I have to take the word of some people. Like, but
Well,
we have no way to verify what they're saying is true.
well, it's just like when you go in the court of law. If somebody committed a crime, if you got a witness, then what? That person is convicted. So the world has been the
Well, not
world is
automatically. I mean, we gotta make sure that they're
you got a
telling the
witness.
truth. Yeah, you got a witness, but that's not an automatic conviction. That just doesn't automatically mean it's true. We gotta vet them out. We gotta verify that they saw what they saw, right? So, detectives
Yeah, that's what I'm
supposedly,
saying.
yeah,
But you
but
see
we don't
what I'm
have
saying?
any.
Like, if you got a witness, most likely you're gonna be convicted unless the witness is lying. But if the witness is
Right.
telling the truth, you're gonna be convicted. So the
How do
whole world
what
right
if the
now
witness
is in.
saw something they didn't actually see? Like, what if
Well,
they
then
what if
that's a
they
lying.
what no
That's a
no
lying
not
witness.
necessarily a lie. What if it was a hallucination?
Well, no, that's okay. Well, you can say that, but
Yeah.
you got.
So how would we be able to
Hold
tell
up.
between like something you actually see and know
That's why you have
and
a
it being
jury.
being a hallucination?
That's why you have a jury. You have
Right.
multiple people
Right.
to look at the
I got
cause.
you.
So right now, the whole world is in God's judgment
Yeah.
because of the witnesses that's on the earth. Matter of fact, they got a scripture in the Bible where it says how how they overcame the devil. The
Okay.
deception is in the earth. So we overcome deception, aka the devil, by the testimony of the witnesses. This is how the scriptures tell us we overcome the devil.
Right. But
So the witnesses
wait,
is
hold
gonna
on.
testify
Hold
where the
up.
spirit is at.
Okay, I got to stop you right there. So now which witnesses are we talking about now?
We're
Is
talking about the living witnesses.
the
The
living
living witnesses
the
that
living
walking
witnesses? Okay.
that's walking among us right now.
Okay, so here's the thing, because we have scientific evidence that religious beliefs originate in the same region of the brain where like schizophrenia and hallucinations originate. So how would you suppose, and I'm not saying you're hallucinating, I'm not saying you have schizophrenia, okay? What I'm trying to understand is if they originate in the same region of the brain, the same area of the brain, and it makes the brain, and when they measure the brain, it looks exactly the same. How are we supposed to tell if it's schizophrenia, illusion, or an actually true religious experience?
Because the true witnesses won't be a part of religion. The witnesses
True,
are not talking
what you're
about
saying
religion.
won't, but we don't have any way to do it now.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because the witnesses that's living today, they not as connected to no kind of religion.
Okay.
They're actual eyewitnesses of what they speak of. You right now, no religion on the face of the earth is an eyewitness of what they speak of. They speak
Okay.
of history. Every religion.
They're speaking of it right now.
God witnesses testify to what they see and what they actually hear.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you distinguish between a God witness and a religious witness.
Okay, but again, it's kind of the same thing. The God witness that you're talking about, it still originates in the same region of the brain as schizophrenia and illusion. So again, how do we demonstrate which of those is a God witness, what is a illusion, and what is schizophrenia? How do
Like I
we?
say, because you can't like what you see and what you hear is different. Like
Yeah, because
I hear
you're right.
your
Like
I
illusions.
hear your scientist fact,
Yeah,
because
but like
scientists
people with
actually no,
illusions
I hear
have,
that. But
they
that's what I'm
see
saying. But
things, they hear
scientists haven't
things.
studied.
Yeah, but people with
No,
schizophrenia,
you
they
gotta hear
see
me
things,
out.
they hear things. So that's what I'm saying is you're saying, well, they
No,
see
no,
and
no,
hear
no,
things,
no,
but the
no,
other
no. I'm
two
not
see and hear
saying that.
things too.
No, no. The scientists haven't studied the mind who actually witnessed Christ. Scientists
Oh,
ain't
they
get a
have.
chance to talk to Peter. So
They
right,
have.
no, no. A scientists have never went into somebody's mind
Yes, they
who
have.
actually seen Christ.
They have.
Now
Yes.
today's times, no. Okay, what person that the scientists got a chance to go in their mind and they witness Christ? What person?
Well, that's what I'm telling you is that that's why they have this scientific evidence, and that's why I said when you say they talk to people who claim they have seen God. Okay, they
No,
asked them to
no, no,
recall
not
the.
claim. See, no, no, I'm talking
Okay,
about people who witness a living man proclaiming to be Christ, and he has introduced them to light. Scientists have
you.
never tested that kind of mind.
Yes, they have.
So what I'm telling you right now, Christ is walking the earth, and they have living witnesses who scientists have never tested.
That's not true. I'm telling you, they have. They've talked to
Oh,
people who
okay,
said, I have seen the
let me
living
ask you this.
Christ. And then they asked them, okay, they asked them questions to recall their experience. Then they talk to people who have had illusions. They've asked them questions to ask them to recall their experience. Then they've talked to people who have schizophrenia, asked them to recall their experience. All three of them, it came from the same part of the brain. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So they
Well, no,
have talked to people
no,
who have
that's what I'm
said,
saying. No,
we have seen the living Christ. We have seen the
no,
living this. We
they
have seen the
said
living
it.
that.
There's a difference between saying it and saying, okay, well,
Okay.
here's Christ. So,
How then do you determine who says they've seen it and who has actually seen it? That's what I'm trying to get from
because
you.
okay, because they will be able to reveal the person that they seen. Like Christ just don't flash before you in a dream. Christ is a son of man who walks among
Okay,
mankind
but
like me and
again,
you.
how do you know?
So okay, that's what I'm
How do you
saying. Okay,
understand
but
that?
listen. No,
Because
I know, but we going back to the point of the people the scientists have studied are people who have seen who say they seen Christ but can't show the scientists who they seen. But these individuals are people that can actually show the scientist the person they seen. They haven't did that kind of mind.
okay, so
And
they
like
can
I
walk
said,
him. They can walk him to the person that they have seen.
correct. Yeah, they
Okay,
can walk them to the
and
person.
you have seen this person.
Yes.
Where did you see him and who are they? All that stuff. Like when, where,
What?
who? The
So,
living
some other
Christ.
witnesses.
Yeah, you said
Yeah,
you've
yeah,
seen the living Christ. Where did you see
yeah,
the
yeah.
living Christ?
Right now he's in Atlanta, Georgia.
He's in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So he's in Atlanta, Georgia, and what's he doing there?
What you mean? What he doing? He waking up the people.
Is he
Wherever he
wherever
go. Yeah, wherever we go. Yeah,
wherever
because
he
you gotta
go?
understand.
Are,
The Bible tell you Christ comes like a thief in the night.
mm-hmm.
So even though Christ is here, most people can't see because of the teachings, the lies, and the religion.
Okay.
So of course Christ is here, but many people can't see it.
Okay.
So he's revealing himself to people. He's talking to people.
All right.
He's doing what he's supposed to do, which is bringing the light.
All right. How did he determine to go to Atlanta?
Well, because for one thing, Christ is a melanated man.
Okay.
Atlanta has a lot of history when it comes to uprising and and just dealing with consciousness. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why he picked
Okay.
Atlanta.
So that's why he picked Atlanta because there's a lot of people of color there.
Well, no, it's not. It's not just that. It's just that it's the political movement here.
The political
You know,
movement.
yeah, it's the political movement.
Okay. So there's political movement and then so there was a political movement and then Jesus showed up?
But no, for one thing, Christ is a son of man who God chooses to
Mm-hmm.
anoint to bring in the light to the world.
Okay.
So Christ is not the one that come out the sky. So he's just a son of man.
So what? Oh, phone call.
Yeah, can you hear me? I was
Yes.
getting the call.
Yeah. No problem. No problem. So I'm trying to. So help me understand here, Negus. So Christ showed up in Atlanta, and there's a movement there. Was it because of the movement, or why did he? He showed up because of the movement that was already there, right?
Well, no, Christ is actually from Louisiana.
He's from
He
Louisiana.
he just transitioned to Atlanta.
Okay.
Just to make a transition to a bigger city.
Okay.
You
He moved to
you
Atlanta.
got a better movement here. You got more things going on.
Yeah.
So you you get better notoriety
Okay.
more in Atlanta than Louisiana. So
There's
it's just
more.
it
Okay.
wasn't no particular. It has nothing to do with prophecy or nothing like that. It has nothing to do with
Mm-hmm.
Christ that chose Atlanta. It was just a move that was available to make. So Christ made it. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have
What
like do you have pictures with Christ or anything like that?
well, to make it simple, brother, you actually talking to Christ. I am the
Oh, it's you.
yeah, yes.
Oh, okay. It's you. All right. And okay, so I am talking to the Christ. And so you originally were in New Orleans and you moved to Atlanta because of the movement and to get more like not notoriety, but more uh uh
More connections.
exposure, more connections,
You got
more
more connections.
exposure.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So more exposure, more connections. And so you moved, that's how you moved to Atlanta. And how long you been in Atlanta?
About a year and a half.
Okay. Okay. So when is it then that we're gonna really all know who you are?
Well, when I'm lifted up, I'll be able to draw all men to me. Just
When you're
as the
lifted
prophet.
up? Do you
Correct.
know well, because I mean, do you have like a time frame of this? Like is it gonna happen like in a year, 5 years, 2 years?
I don't have the time. No, I just got the work and the proof. I don't have the time.
You got the work and the
Everything
proof?
happens on God time.
It happens on God's time. Well,
Uh-huh.
now you're God, right? You're also God.
No, I'm the son of God.
You're the
It's the
son
reason
of
why.
God.
I'm the son
Okay.
of God.
Okay, you're the son of God, but you're not actually God. So you're not like
No,
okay.
remember, God is invisible. I'm a
Mm-hmm.
son of man.
You're the son of
God is an
man.
invisible spirit.
God's
I'm
the
not
invisible
invisible
spirit.
spirit. I'm
Right.
hosting. Yeah, I'm the one that have received. The invisible spirit. I'm not God.
Okay. Okay. So that's very interesting. So okay, we're gonna do the kick poll in about 25 seconds. So I just call you Jesus, Negus, Jesus,
No, you call me Yaju. My name is Yaju.
Yaju. Okay. So okay, and so then what's going on next? Like where you like what's the next move for you, Yaju?
What's the next move?
Yeah.
Well, no, right now, it's really like repairing our throne. Right now, we have a throne in Africa that will give us
Mm-hmm.
jurisdiction all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my job, is to repair the throne
You're
and remove
repairing the
all.
throne. Okay. What
Yeah,
and
the
this
throne for God.
what happened? Okay. All right. Well, here, let me do the poll real quick. And okay, so everyone vote. Happy face for Yazoo to stay. Crying face for Yazoo to go. So we'll see, and we'll see what happens here. So about 40 seconds more, and we'll see what happens here. But this has been very interesting, Yazoo. This has been very interesting.
I got a website out, brother. Go check out the website. This is real life. This is
Okay.
We have a judgment against the Roman Catholic Church. So this has nothing to do with religion. This has nothing to do with trying
Yeah.
to make somebody
Oh.
believe on Christ. This has nothing to do with that. I am who
Yeah.
I am without you believing or not.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
just bring awareness.
Okay. Well, that's the thing is because see, this is why I asked for evidence, and that's why I was like, like I'm not denying who you are. It's just, you understand though. I kind of need evidence, right?
Oh, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust me. That's why I say it's not about really making someone believe who I am. It's about bringing
Yeah.
awareness to what got to be done.
Ooh, that was a close vote. That was very close. All right. Well, did by one, but the people have spoken. So, but hey, if you want to DM me the website, I'll take a look at it. But otherwise, I'm gonna go to the next guest. But I appreciate you coming up, Yazoo.
All right, brother.
All
Peace
right.
be.
Have a good night.
All right. You too.
All right. So that was Yazoo, and we that was very interesting because it slipped, it shifted there. It went from the Christ is there, but to I'm the Christ. He's gonna have you going door to door. The world of Satan voted out Christ. Prophecy fulfilled. Recount rigged. Hey, that's the thing. There's 143 people here and only 25 voted. Man, this is almost like American politics. Like a lot of people sitting on the sidelines not voting. So, Monty Holland, I wanted to really hear like the whole thing and see I fleshed it all out. We got like the whole story. Well, Dan the man, you got some people in front of you. You got Monty Holland that's in front of you. You got, let's see, not Grant, Laptop 7, Villain G NYC, and that's it. So yeah, you got a few people in front of you. Not to mention the people on the fast pass from yesterday. There's 4 there, but they haven't shown up yet, so they doesn't look like they're going to be here. So I was not an ex-pastor. I was going to go to seminary school, but decided not to. So no, not an ex-pastor. You talk perfectly to him to keep it entertaining. You know, it's just about finding out what the story is, right? So you got to ask questions. But see, it kind of shifted because I was like, going through the claims. I was like, well, see, I don't know if this is true. And that's when he said, well, I have seen the Christ. And then he said, well, actually, I am the Christ. So, okay. Is the firmament real? I do not think so. We don't have evidence of that. You really don't care. I do, in a way. Yes, I do. Well, he knew the truth was going to come out. That's why he avoided the seminary. No. No, that's not why. I'm not here to suppress the truth. Hello, stars. I'm asking for evidence. I want the truth to come out. So, like, the Christ is love. How do we know that's true? 65,000 likes. Let's get to 70,000 likes. How about that? So, Israel Yazoo, do you believe the same as what Negus Kingdom was talking about? Because if I've already talked to somebody in that, I don't know if I want to talk to somebody again. Best evidence is a thing called God complex. Science created the universe. No, science did not create the universe. No one's ever said that. Hey, Itachi, how you doing? I don't seem like love or a good person. Why not talk to a witness if you want evidence? Well, that's what I'm trying to do, Demon J. See, it's funny because you were telling me talk to a witness. Another person said, why are you talking to people? Just go to God directly. So I'm talking to people because God never answered. My people and those who will be saved from hellfire are those who will see with their hearts. Isn't that atheism automatically means you believe in the Big Bang and stuff? No. Someone said you were a Christian and now you're not. Yep, I said that because that's true. See, Christians are not bound to evidence if atheists are also making truth claims with no evidence. Which truth claims are we making with no evidence? Scott Schwartz. Yeah, the idea of God existing is crazy. Do you go live at certain times or random? Well, this time of day. Almost every day. What made you change your view? Lack of sufficient evidence. Did you switch from subjective morality to objective? I did, Itachi, but that's because I said, if you remember, I was leaning toward objective morality and I was thinking about it. It took me a long time to think about it. Deny me in front of men, I will deny of my Father. This is karma. Where did you look for the evidence? Everywhere, Christina. Is there a God in hell? I don't think there's a hell. The time is now. Now you're not ready. If you don't believe in God, do you believe in higher power? I mean, depends what you call higher power. I mean, you could say the universe is a higher power. Yep. Danny Urich, that's right. The burden of proof is on the believer to prove your God exists. Do you believe Jesus existed as a historical figure? Yep. Just finding your page. Glad to give you a follow. Thank you, Oppo. If there's a hell, there's a heaven. I don't think there's hell. Therefore, there's no heaven. Jim Jones said he was the son of God too. Yep, that's true. Very true. Can you say something? Yeah, come on up and request. More than welcome to. Did you feel angry deconverting? Nope, not really. It was sadness. It was like despairing at one point. But I didn't feel angry. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. There were times I was angry at God. But it wasn't like, I didn't deconvert because of that. You have to be careful with those types of people because he shouldn't have to boast about it. Explain him rising from the dead in 3 days. It didn't happen. How old were you when you left Christianity? Let's see. 40, right around 40 years old, 40, 41. So you do believe in God? I do not. Were you angry at God? Nope. Were you angry at church that lied to you? Nope. There's more proof that it did than it didn't. No. There's evidence that he did rise. What evidence is that? Why did you leave Christianity? Not enough evidence. I believe he exists, man, just not like the Bible says. Yeah, I guess I agree with that. Why talk about it then? Because people knock on my door, people send me mailers about trying to join their church. So why don't you want to hear about it? Eyewitness testimony. Name some names, Mix. How do we know the apostles existed? Atheists were a religious group. When did it change? When? That's a contradiction. What do you think happens after death? Just new and curious. Nothing. Nothing happens. What are your thoughts on Eucharistic miracles? Doesn't happen. Don't believe in them. The original manuscripts. How does that make it true? What if the manuscripts are wrong? How would you know? What are your thoughts on Islam? Don't believe it. How do you know anything exists? My senses. Sense of reality, logic. There's evidence in Islam, just read the Quran. Read it twice. No evidence, all claims. Why did you let demons take over your mind? Demonstrate that demons took over my mind. I don't believe that. Thank you, Beth Ray. Who got moderator muted for this live? Who muted the moderator? Oh, muted. Okay. Muhammad is your master. MMED is your master. STER. Have you read The Case for Christ? I have, Christina Sislak, so I challenge you to read The Case Against the Case for Christ. Have you read that? Are you live on YouTube right now? Yeah, I am, actually. I think I am. Pretty sure I am. Yeah, looks like I am. Yeah, I am. And I'm on Twitch as well. Let's see. Heaven and hell exist in mind, and there can be quite real, but no further. Show evidence there's no heaven. I don't have evidence of that. Show evidence there is a heaven. Why do all people who deconvert look miserable? I'm not miserable. But thanks. Screw you. Telling me I look miserable. We're in hell now. How do you know that, Pam in Georgia? God bless, and I'll pray you find your way back. Hey, all you got to do is give me evidence, little Rob C. Because there is. I've seen it. So, do you have pictures? Kind of look miserable. I'm going to be real. Well, I don't feel miserable. Do you, the evidence of yourself? Yeah. Eternity is a long time. I regret you were wrong. Threats. Here we go. Do you have evidence of that, Rube? In my mind, I do. Okay, well, how do we demonstrate that? Like, how do we prove that? How do we verify that, Haskell Bryant? Maybe not prove, that's strong. Just verify. How do we verify that's where you actually went? Just read the Bible. So many contradictions in there that you know it's man. Oh, we're at 70K. I just was thinking maybe I should read a Bible verse. Monty Holland is up next. So let's bring up Monty Holland. How's it going, Monty?
How you doing, sir?
Good. How old are you?
Say again?
How old are you?
32.
Great. All right. Which God do you believe in?
Jesus Christ, God, the Christianity Bible.
Excellent. All right. And then what's your evidence, your best evidence that God is real?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to go back just to, not the last guy, but the guy before last. I just want to touch on it just for a minute.
Okay.
Just about the cancer thing.
Okay.
I'm not going to harp on it for very long. I just want to give my 2 cents, and that's it. God, like, cancer is here, but it's one of those things where it's here kind of to test people,
Okay.
test your faith, and he's not going to cure cancer. He will cure cancer in some cases, but the deal is, yeah, it's a hard subject.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And what
But
is?
yeah, God can cure cancer, but yeah, he doesn't have to, and he only does so when he wants to.
Okay. And what's your best evidence that God exists?
So my evidence for God existing is When do you think the Earth began?
We can demonstrate scientifically it's about 4.5 billion years ago.
I agree.
Yep.
You're talking about the Big Bang?
Somewhat, yeah, but it's actually gravity that formed the Earth after the sun was formed.
So what created that?
What created what? The
What
gravity?
created yeah, what created gravity and what created everything to
Nothing has always
do that?
existed.
There has to be a creator
How do you know that?
because God is existence.
God is existence. Okay. And what's our evidence of that?
You can't really prove it.
You can't prove
God
it.
is no,
So
you can't.
okay, so how do you make it like such a declarative, like confident statement when you can't prove it?
Because it's so to me it's so obvious.
It's so obvious. Like how?
Yes.
How is it obvious?
Because there has to be a creator. You say
There has to
like
be a creator. Okay, but why?
so gravity. So the entire universe, where did it come from?
It's always existed.
What created it? It's always existed. What created
Well,
it?
that's just the same thing as me asking you what created God.
That's the thing. God is existence.
Yeah, so I can just say the same thing. The universe is existence.
No. Yes, but so all right. So fair enough. Yes.
So why do
So
we need
let's
to,
no.
so
So
what
let's
so where
let's
does
say
God fit in
let's
here?
say so let's say the universe is God. Then
Okay. We could say that. The universe is God, but see but does your God have a mind?
yes, of course.
Okay, see, my universe doesn't have a mind, so that doesn't make sense to me. So how do we know that God has a mind?
Say that one more time.
How do we know that God has a mind? I'll get you in a second, Hammy.
Because it's God. It's
Because
I,
it's God.
I'm,
So
I
God has
cannot.
a mind because it's God.
I know I'm saying this wrong, but yes, basically, I don't understand him,
Okay.
but God is existence.
Okay.
It's not for us to understand.
Well, wait, if you don't understand God, right? How do you know that, like, say because do you believe in the Bible?
Yes,
Okay. Do you believe that the Bible's 100% accurate?
it's hard to say.
Hard to say?
There's when you take the Torah, the
Yeah.
Quran, and the Bible, and there's so many things that correlate.
Yeah.
There are true stories. You can't
Okay.
deny that.
So help me out here. So you're saying you can't fully understand God, right?
No, no one can.
Okay. So then how would you be able to tell if this belief in God is actually one big hoax orchestrated by God? How would you be able to determine if you don't fully understand God?
It's because of faith. It's just
Because of
your
faith?
own. It's faith, your own personal experiences. Like,
Okay. Would you say God is all powerful though?
oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. So he has the power then to manufacture a hoax to make you think your personal experiences point to a real God or
Well,
point to the God you
if
think
you're
it does.
saying that, then you're proving God's real. If you're saying God made a hoax, then you're saying God's real.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, how do you know it's not a big hoax? What if it's something different? What if it's not even Jesus? What if it's just
Well,
God
Jesus
just making
proven
you
to be
think it's
true.
okay? Well, we know I believe reasonably that Jesus existed. What evidence do we have that Jesus actually rose from the dead and rose to heaven?
You can't really prove it.
You can't
It's
prove it. Okay, so
it's
we're gonna fall back on faith again.
no. So here's the deal. In the Bible, there's many different books, but the only people who saw it was Mother Mary and then there's one other woman. So it's really
Yeah.
hard to prove.
How do we know then that Mother Mary actually saw it?
You can't really prove it.
You can't prove it.
Falls
Okay.
back on faith.
So it falls back on faith. However, Monty, would you agree that other people in other religions have faith too?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Okay. So does that make it true for them?
So I don't know why, and I don't know how. The Torah, the Quran, they all believe just as I believe.
Okay.
I
So
don't know what makes it. I don't know how. It's something too big for me.
okay. Well, again, how do we, but see, how do you know then it's even true? If it's not something you can understand, it's too big for you. What if it's the Hindu gods? How would you be able to know?
Well, is there any evidence of the Hindu gods?
They say there's evidence.
Well, there's actual evidence of our God.
There's actual,
Jesus.
well, that's kind of where I'm kind of going with, because you said, well, we kind of been down this road, Monty, because I did say there's evidence that Jesus existed, but I asked you, what is the evidence that actually Jesus is Messiah? And you said, well, there's no proof of that. So
No,
the,
no, no. I'm tracking. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So
It is. Yeah.
if they have,
It's a lot of faith.
okay, but that's what I mean, Monty, is like if they have faith in the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, and the Vedas, they have faith that Krishna and like Ganesh walked the earth, right? And they're giving us, like, they say there is proof that Ganesh walked the earth.
And I'm not one to say that they didn't walk the earth at one time.
Sure, sure.
Back before the flood, there's evidence of giants that walked the world.
Well, wait a second though. We don't have evidence of a flood. So how do you know the flood actually happened?
There is evidence of a flood about 4,000 years ago.
What evidence do we have?
Or 4,000 BC, 5,000 BC.
Yeah, what evidence is that?
I don't have it off the top of my hand, but you can
Okay.
Google it. There.
Oh, I won't do that.
Uh,
I've done this so many times. There
I'm,
isn't evidence. It's
there,
been
there,
debunked.
there is evidence. You can look at the pyramids.
Yeah. So about that. So this is what I'm trying to understand, because they actually debunked that about the pyramids. So, but the part that's interesting to me, Monty, is a couple things. Like for example, like the aquatic fossils that they found like at the top of Mount Everest or high up in Mount Everest. We have evidence that the Earth was covered in water like hundreds of millions of years ago, because these fossils are hundreds of millions of years old. So this is predates the it predates the supposed flood. And I can't hear I can't hear you if you're off the app, by the way. But
Sorry,
no, no,
I
no.
was Googling something.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just was just telling you because you were teacupping, so I was just telling you.
Well, I was trying to look up when the flood was
Sure.
because there is evidence
You
of it.
okay?
Because
Okay.
most humans died, and there's only a few islands that actually survived it.
Right.
And I'm not
So
saying Noah's Ark is real. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the flood was actually
okay.
real.
So everybody unalived except people on a few islands. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, from what
Okay.
from what I read, yes.
Okay. So why is it then that because you said it happened around 4 to 5,000 BC. So Egypt was around in 4 to 5,000 BC, right? China was around in 4 to 5,000 BC. Native Americans in the United States were around 4 to 5,000 BC. We have no evidence that any of these people were wiped out. Zero. So how do you explain that? If there was a worldwide flood that wiped out everyone except a few people on some islands.
Well, you give it 4 to 5,000 years, you can repopulate the world.
You can repopulate the world. What I'm
And
saying to you though is that in China there is no, it's a continuation of their culture and society. There is no gap where that they were wiped out and then they just kind of, that there was this time where there was just nothing happening. We don't see that in historical records. So why is that? If everybody was wiped out in China, because that's what you're trying to say.
Say that one more time.
Because what you're basically saying is if everyone was wiped out with the exception of a few islands, that means everybody in China was wiped out. We have no record of that.
I gotcha.
Yeah. So how is that?
Well,
How is that
I don't
possible?
know.
You don't know?
It may have been higher ground. I really don't know.
There may have been higher ground. Like all of China went to higher ground.
No, what I'm trying to say is they could have found spots.
They could have
There
found, but
is
okay. So what's more
the reason.
likely, that they could have, like all of China could have found higher spots. They continued on their culture and civilization. Like we have no evidence. Like the lower mainlands in China got flooded out.
There is evidence of a
We
major
have
flood about 5,000 years ago.
not in China. We have no evidence of that.
Maybe not in China. Maybe the flood didn't take them all out. I
It
don't
didn't
know.
take them all out. Okay, but you just said that they took them all out with the exception of a few islands.
That's what I thought I read.
That's
I
what you
could
thought you
be.
read?
I
Okay.
could be mistaken.
Okay. But what I'm saying to you though, Monty, is we have zero evidence that anything happened in China. Zero. So,
Okay.
so that's
So,
why I'm
but
trying to.
China is your only evidence of that.
No, we have zero evidence that it happened anywhere except
There's plenty of evidence.
we don't.
There is.
No, we don't.
That's why I was trying to go to Google to find
Yeah,
this so I could show you.
yeah, you can go to Google. It's just that I know what you're going to
No,
go look up, and it's already been debunked.
it's no, it no, it hasn't been debunked.
Okay. So, well, let's kind of shift a little bit. How did the kangaroos get back to Australia?
They had really big legs.
They had really big legs. Okay, are you fucking with me now? You're fucking with me, aren't you?
The megafauna.
The megafauna. They were just really big fucking. That's funny. That's funny. No, seriously, are you trolling?
I'm not claiming to be the smartest person
Oh
ever.
no, that was funny. I thought you were trolling me for a minute. It was funny. It was funny. They had really big it's stilts, man. What are you talking about? Trust stilts. No, that's funny. That's funny. Okay, so, all right, so yeah, I don't think you're gonna convince me on the Noah's flood part. So
No, I'm like I do really like. I'm not saying the Noah's Ark was real. Like it probably was, but there's no way to prove Noah's Ark was real.
Okay.
But the flood, there is evidence. I know I can't prove it to you. I'm not smart enough. Maybe you'll talk to somebody later that is smart enough. But
yeah, I've talked to a lot of people about that, and so actually, I gotta be honest with you, Monty. You've actually produced like the best argument for the flood out of everyone I talked to. You believe that?
well, I'm a hick from Texas, so that's sad.
Well, that. I mean, I'm just saying it. That that's pretty much the best argument that's come up with that the kangaroos have really big fucking legs.
So,
That's the best argument I've heard. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. It's funny as it sounds.
like,
I'm serious.
but this is true though. Like oh no, this is where I read it. It's a book called Sapiens. It's a book
I
called
remember.
Sapiens.
Yeah, I've seen that book. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. It talks about the humans going back 80,000 years when we actually gained cognition.
Okay. Yeah.
And it talked about 5,000 years ago when we had the flood. That's actually where I got that from.
Okay.
The book Sapiens, for all you listening.
Yeah. Don't buy that book.
It's really good.
It's
Bill Gates actually endorsed it.
It's entertaining, but no. Yeah. The whole, yeah. Now, I will say that we do have evidence there were local floods, right? Like in the region. And we have reason to think that that's how these stories kind of originated. And, like, have you heard of the Epic of Gilgamesh?
Gilgamesh. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because that's like the preceding flood story, right? So we've got that, and we've got like things like Zoroastrianism, which has Sheosant, which
Can you tell me about that? Because I don't.
Zoroastrianism?
Yes. Can you tell me about that?
It's a religion that that was from Iran, in the Iran area, the area of Iran, and it actually has its own messiah, Sheosant. And so a lot of the lore is very similar to Christianity. Now the difference is that, like in Christianity, of course, you believe that Christ rose from the dead and ascended into heaven. So Sheosant hasn't risen from the dead yet. He will when it's time for judgment to come. So that's the only subtle difference. But essentially, but he was still unalived. He was still all that stuff. Everything else is very, very similar. So, it's a good versus evil kind of thing. He's gonna rise from the dead to fight the evil forces.
That's the story in most religions, good versus
Many religions,
evil.
yeah. And so that's why I was asking you, how can we tell the difference between, which ones are true, which ones aren't? And if you're saying it comes down to faith, you'd probably
Well,
wouldn't you agree, Monty, that faith really isn't a good way to know if something is true?
No, I'm not a pastor. I'm actually very new into the religion.
Yeah.
I was an atheist like yourself, and then I was just going through hell. And I'm telling you right now,
Going through
God is the only thing that saved me.
I hear you. I mean, I went through hell too. I hear that. So I get that. And, but was it you or was it God that got you through it?
It was God.
It was God. Okay.
And one of the reasons why I started believing in God was because of my family and because of just highly intelligent people that I listened to
Mm-hmm.
that way smarter than me, that they believe in God.
Hmm.
And I know there's way intelligent people that don't believe in God too, but
Mm-hmm.
they just they just didn't click with me.
Yeah.
The ones that did click with me, yeah, they
I hear it. I hear it. Yet, would you agree though that, because you're saying, well, it just comes down to faith. And what is your definition of faith?
it's believing. It's
Believing.
it's belief.
Belief?
It's it's trust.
Trust?
It's
Okay.
it's love.
It's love? Okay. Well, I believe in trust and love my wife. Um, I wouldn't call that faith though. I mean, there's the word faithful, and I
But
think that
is
more
your is
that
your
more
wife
speaks to,
is your wife is your wife eternity?
is she eternity? No, she's not.
That's so like I know like I talked about this earlier, but God is eternity.
Yeah, I heard that. I remember that. God's eternity. Um,
God is time. God is everything.
right, right. Well, see, that's the thing is if God is everything, um, then wouldn't we be able to see evidence of God somewhere? Like we wouldn't have to rely on faith, would we?
Well, that's a yes. I wish there was more evidence of it.
Yeah.
In the Testament, it said God is not going to show Himself anymore after Jesus died,
He's not going to show himself anymore after Jesus died. That's
or like not show Himself, but like do not perform miracles.
hmm
But He still does, though. I think He does.
He still does. Yeah. So,
I,
okay.
th- I
So
think,
he said he's
and
not, but
and this is hearsay. This is just
hmm
100% hearsay.
yeah.
Just when people are on their deathbed and they should be dying, but they just hang on until their daughter shows up, and then they say goodbye, and then they finally die.
Okay.
There's just small things that is the reason why I believe.
Okay. Okay. That doesn't speak of a God to me, though. I mean, because I sat through my father in law's hospice, you know, I talked to the care nurses that were there, and, we talked about the different stages that he was going through. And, I didn't see God in any of that. So that's just kind of the thing is I didn't see God there at all.
I understand.
Yeah.
It's not always going to happen.
It's not always going to happen. Yeah. So why would God decide to show up in some places, not others?
I can't speak for him. I don't know.
Hmm.
If I had to guess, it's all about the story. It's he's trying to help you. Like, I'm just going to tell you my story real quick, if that's okay. It won't take long, like
Okay.
30 seconds.
Okay.
Uh, I was an atheist, didn't believe in shit,
Mm-hmm.
and then all these things started happening to me. I was like, I just got out of the military. I was living the dream.
Thanks
I
for your
was
service, by the
sleeping.
way.
Appreciate it. I was sleeping with a whole bunch of women. I was
Mm-hmm.
living like a heathen. Had a badass job.
Yeah.
Uh,
Wait, I'm so sorry. Hang on a second. My daughter's knocking on my door. Can you
yeah,
can
no,
you
go
give
ahead.
me yeah, can you give me
Yeah,
a
yeah,
second?
go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. JJ or JJ. I'm not sure how to say your name, but thank you. And I just want everyone to know in this chat, it's okay if you're atheist. It's okay if you're a different religion. We're all humans. And I still love everybody.
All right, I'm back. Here, let me turn on my camera here. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. Okay. All right. Thanks for waiting, Monty.
No
Okay.
worries.
So, your story. So there were some things happening to you. You
Oh,
served
yeah.
in the military. Again, thanks for your service. And then you were kind of high on the horse, and then something went south.
Well, I think I started thinking pretty much I was bigger than what I was. I thought I was God. I was 250 pounds, 6'2". I was a monster. And yeah, then God kind of I believe God just kind of took everything away from me.
Okay.
I had to leave the ranch, went to California for a year, came back to Texas, spent some time in jail. I've been through it.
Okay.
And the only thing that saved me was God.
Okay.
And it wasn't anybody else telling me it. It was my own self finding it.
Okay. Hold that thought. I'm gonna do a kick poll. I'd actually like to keep talking to you, but I'm gonna let the chat decide. Okay. So, chat. I'm gonna start another kick poll. Says happy face to let Monty stay, and then crying face to go to the next guest. All right. So let's everybody vote, and let's do that. Now, personally, I'd like to see you stay. So.
Let the
And we see-
people speak.
But let the people speak. That's right. Yeah. So let the people speak. Okay. Well, they like you. This is good. They like you.
Well, shit, I don't know what we're going to talk about next.
Oh, well, we got another 20 minutes, so we'll find something.
Wait, I'm gonna step outside, and if the cars are too loud, tell me, and I'll go back inside. Okay.
All right. Yeah, no problem. Okay. Oh, you know what? This is a good time to bring up my friend Hammy. So, yeah, this is a good time, Hammy, for you to come up. This is a good segue. So I'll bring you up.
All right, I'm outside. Are the cars too loud?
I don't think it's too bad. It sounds okay. I'm inviting my friend up, Hammy.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and we're not gonna gang up on you. We don't do that. Although
No
Hammy,
worries.
yeah,
I'm down for a friendly
Joke's on you. I'm here to gang up on you. No, I'm kidding.
yeah, psych.
Although I will say that I too am a fellow Texan. My story is somewhat like yours, except for the exact opposite. I also was in the military. I grew up Baptist. I got baptized by the age of 6 or 7, and grew up Baptist and became an atheist as an adult.
So it went the other way. Yeah. All right. So, okay, you two have been acquainted, so you two have met. And okay, well, I'll let you take the wheel for a little bit, Hammy. You said you had a question or two.
Well, yeah. For starters, what part of Texas you from, Monty?
Small town close to Amarillo.
Oh, okay. I'm from a small town close to Galveston.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah,
I used to
yeah,
live in Corpus Christi, bro, 4 hours away or so.
something like that. So you, so I'm curious on you continuing your story on like how you went from atheist to a believer.
I wasn't really atheist. I was more just agnostic. Didn't really know what I believed in.
Okay. Well, so so far we've gotten that you were you got out of the military, you had a kick-ass job, you felt like the shit because you know you're 6'2", 250, you're on top of the world right now. Nothing can touch you. So, and at this point in time, you are you believe something's there, but you're not quite sure. So, how did we get from there to being definitely sure, and not only just definitely sure, but definitely sure that it's the God of the Bible?
Honestly, it was I had kind of like, this sounds kind of cliche, but I had like a hole in my soul. Like I had something that I had to fill, and I filled it with women and alcohol and drugs. And when the women and alcohol and drugs stopped, the hole was just huge, and I didn't have. Actually, it was me that stopped it. I stopped it, and in my family, like my sister, she's the smartest person I know. She's highly intelligent. She has a master's. She was a teacher. She's super smart. Her husband, he got his master's. He was a superintendent of a school. Then there's other people that I know that are just super smart. And yeah, I just talked to them. My boss at the ranch, he was a heathen. He actually went to the Hard Rock Cafe in Japan as a Marine back in the '90s, destroyed it. Like
Destroyed it.
oh yeah, he broke Jimi Hendrix's guitar.
Oh,
Oh damn! I thought you meant like I thought you were talking about like metaphorically destroyed it. I
Oh
was
no,
like,
no, like he got
oh okay, I
physically
got
that's
you.
right.
Yeah,
It was a bar brawl, and yeah,
that's the Marines for you.
yeah, and yeah, just these people that I know, they kind of turned me in that direction, and I always wanted to go in that direction. I just didn't know how. But the more I read of the Bible, the more I kind of understood it. It made sense to me.
So, when you said that the Bible made sense to you, like I'm which verses are you speaking about in
Mainly the
particularly?
gospel.
The gospel. So, you think that a claim of like say like for instance, whenever it came to the resurrection, that 500 unnamed people who we know is absolutely zero about. We don't have any writings from them. We don't have anybody sitting there saying, hey, I was one of those 500 people and this is what I saw. We have none of that. But that made sense that that was true.
Well, it's one of those things. Like it's very hard to prove something that was 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, sure,
Uh,
but like this isn't just like something. This isn't like your mundane like they went on a stroll and saw a bird, right? This is the resurrection of what some people
sure,
would have
but
said was God.
in the Bible, like there's only two people I think that saw Jesus get resurrected, and then only Peter talked to him. Maybe I can't remember who, like which disciples actually got to talk to Jesus when he was resurrected. So
Right.
it's
I
very
I will
yeah,
say that
it's hard to.
I will say that I applaud you on the understanding that Paul seeing a vision on the road to Damascus it isn't included in there. I will say I applaud you on that. I can't tell you how many Christians would have said that that would have been Paul seeing the resurrected Jesus.
Well, Saint Paul, he didn't come around until after Jesus died.
Right.
Uh,
But that's what I'm saying is like there are
well,
some
he
believers
didn't
who will sit there
come
and say
around
that
until
that
after Jesus
vision.
died. He was
Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I will. The thing is that there are some people who say that the vision on the road to Damascus is enough to show that Jesus did in fact resurrect, which is why I said I applaud you for that acknowledgement. So this is an issue, like with the fact that there are very few accounts of this, and yet we
but
have
there's several accounts of it, and they all tie together.
there's several accounts of this. What what several accounts are you referring to?
Matthew, Luke, John, Mark.
Are any of these actually like sourced? Are we do we know who wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
Well, they all wrote them themselves. Then I'm
Did
not sure
they?
who actually wrote the Bible, or who actually put them all together. Could have been St. Paul, because St. Paul kind of took over after the gospel.
But the thing is that whenever we're looking at Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, I don't know of any true historian, the or New Testament scholar, who would agree that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John actually wrote these. Right? This is what we called. Are you familiar with the term pseudo anonymous?
I'm not, but I can kind of guess
Oh,
what you're getting
yeah,
at.
yeah. Pseudo. Well, here I'll just enlighten you. It's a new word that you can now show off because I like to showcase new words that I learn. But pseudo anonymous means that these writings or any writing in particular is anonymous. Like we don't know who wrote them, but we attribute a name to them, right? So
The
the reason why these get the name Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are the fact that early church fathers believed it to be that, and it becomes a early church tradition to say it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. However, we don't actually know who wrote these words.
I understand, and these are the same questions I was asking Billy when I was at the ranch, and he couldn't answer them. No, like it's nobody can answer some of these questions. It's
So,
impossible to.
so I have so with this being such a major event, we don't even know exactly when Jesus was born. We know that the tellings through the Gospels tend to be inaccurate, like majorly. Like for instance, we have that Jesus was born in Bethlehem due to consensus that was going out that forced Joseph and Mary to go back to the ancestral home of Joseph, which that one took place in one point in time. But then we also have another gospel that said that he was born under the rule of King Herod, which the consensus and the rule of Herod were like different by like I think like 20 years. Or it may not be that extreme. It may be like 10 years, right? So these two things took place at different time frames, and yet Jesus is born within like during both of these according to the gospel.
Yeah.
So
That's the deal though. Like they're like all of the writings, they're all a little different. But that kind of proves it though. They're all a little different.
how does being inaccurate prove its
This
truthfulness?
is the easiest argument ever. Have you ever been in a car accident?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're in a car accident with another person, you're both going to have different accounts.
Not really. Not especially not on major
It's going to be a
things.
little different. I was in a car accident with my brother. I
Yeah,
saw
but
completely different things than he did.
yeah, but the thing is if I sat there and said, like if I were to analogize this close to the Bible, it'd be like if I sat there and said, "Yeah, we pulled out of the gas station, and some guy came whizzing through the red light and struck us on the driver's side," and like then the other person said, "Oh, we were coming we were coming through the red light, and somebody came by and hit us on the passenger side. Like, this is how drastically different the accounts in the Bible are.
Yeah, we have an
Not,
example of that too.
yeah, go ahead.
I got an example of that. You got a Bible with you, Bonnie?
I do, yeah.
Okay. So, like for example, we can go to Matthew chapter 2 and all verses 1 through 15, right?
You on here? You said Matthew 2.
Verses 1 through 15.
All right, I'm here.
And so that talks about well, the wise men come to see him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we kind of look through this, so the issue that we're going to have with this is that because okay, so if we look at that and if we go, so in Matthew, he's born in Bethlehem, and then he's still there when they go into Egypt, only going to Nazareth after, right?
Yeah.
So but see, here's the problem. We can, if you want, we can read through it, but that's basically what it says.
Well, that's about that's a little bit of reading. We don't
Yeah,
have to
it's
do
a lot of reading. So it's basically that's what it says. So and it ends right at the bottom of 15. It's chapter 2. Out of Egypt I have called
and
my
so
son.
was fulfilled
Yeah.
what the Lord had said through the prophet. Out of Egypt I called my son.
Yeah. Now
Just out of personal curiosity, what version of the Bible are you reading from, Monty?
I have a CR Bible. It's
Celebrate Recover. Yeah.
NIV.
CR. Yeah, NIV. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then if you go to Luke chapter 2, it's a completely different story.
That's yes. But again, that kind of proves it though. It's slightly different, but not
Right.
That's
But see, here's the problem. Here's the problem.
It's not slightly.
It's very different because how long were they in Egypt?
If you're talking about time frames, you're talking about a book that was made 2,000 years ago, and y'all don't even believe that these people are real.
This is why we don't believe they're real, is because the time frames don't add up. Because in Luke, he's circumcised on
They
the eighth
can't-
day, and then he's at the temple again a few weeks later. Then he moves to Nazareth. So then where did they go to Egypt then?
I understand, and
Hey, Monty, let me put it
not
this
a-
way. Let me put
Wait,
it
hold
this
on,
way.
Hammy.
Oh,
Let
go ahead.
him answer. Let him answer. Go ahead,
no,
Monty.
I wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to say again, I'm very new at this, and I'm not a theologian. I'm not a
Yeah.
professional at this. This is just what I've read. This is what I believe, and this is what makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
not
so-
trying to. I can't argue with people who have been studying this for. It's very.
I get that, but Monty, let me put it this way: you're a judge. You are judging the case that me and Trust, we are on one side, and somebody else is on the other side. I sit there and I go up and I tell my side of the story. I say what happened, what I saw, what I know to have happened, or whatever. And I say that the other person who Trust and I are accusing of a crime, that this person came up to me with a pew and told me to give me. He came up to the both of us and told us to give us the money, and I said that this happened at about 8:00, and that we gave him our money, but we saw his face, yada yada, whatever. Then Trust comes up to the thing, says that it was about 9:00, and that he came up to us not with a pew but with a pokey, if you will, and
sharp
said,
pokey.
yeah, a sharp pokey, and said, "Give me the keys to your car." And then Trust did, and he took off.
This was 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Nobody had cameras. Nobody had social
Right,
media.
but let's say that's all we have is just me and Trust's word. The way you are saying it is that you would still take our side of the story, even though they're wildly different stories, even
If
though they
they're
are
similar,
drastically different.
it's pretty similar.
Oh, so pretty similar is good enough to be able to convict.
If the in case, yes.
All right.
The
Let's stop right there because.
if you go
Or
back
go ahead and finish what you were saying. I'm going to do another poll, but go ahead. Go ahead, Monty.
like if you go back that far, if you go back 2,000 years ago to these people, if you think we're uneducated now, like back then they didn't know anything. They knew what people told them. Like it could have been written 10 different ways.
Yeah, and that's just the problem is
Hold
that
on, hold on,
though.
Abby. Hold on,
Okay.
Abby. Hold that thought. Okay, let's do another kick poll. It's 20 minutes. So smiley face to keep Monty or crying face to let him go. All right, let's vote.
I think I may have spent my time on this one.
I will say I voted for to keep you.
Time this on this one.
I will say I voted for to keep you. So
Yeah.
I'm going to let you
Well,
know that
you're still
right now.
you're still up. So we've got yeah. So let's
Oh,
everybody
now
vote.
we're matched.
We're tied. Yeah. So let's keep voting. We still got 30 seconds. So happy face, smiley face to keep Monty, crying face to let
No,
him go.
I do.
Does a
appreciate
tie
y'all, by the way.
does a tiebreaker mean that he stays up here?
No, I do another vote, and if it's a second tiebreaker, then I'll let him stay.
I do
So-
appreciate y'all though, because
Yeah.
it's very hard to find like calm debates where
Yeah, it's the other happy face, Catherine. The one where the mouth is open, and a laughing face is not it. That doesn't do it. Oh, it's close. It's close. No, I stay
Yep.
neutral. Oh, it's tied. Okay, we got to do it one more time. So you guys keep talking. All right, let's do one
Yeah.
more vote.
So
Okay, everybody vote, please. All
yes,
right.
everybody vote.
Yeah.
But while we're voting and all that, oh, apparently Patience wants to do a vote for keeping or dropping me.
No.
But
no.
yeah,
I think you got a good spice to it.
yeah. So the thing is that whenever we're coming to talking about this, it's not even about, oh, can we trust what they remember? You are not saying that just to trust what they remember. You're saying that trust what they remember and know that every single word is factually accurate because you believe that the story is accurate. You've made it to where you said
it's
that
one of those things.
it's
Like it kind of goes into faith. But it's also like, do you not believe any history, or do you believe just parts of it?
No, the thing is that whenever it comes to historical consensus and whatnot, we don't just take it off of people's word. We say that this is what somebody believed at one point in time, right?
Yeah,
But we don't ever sit there and say that what they believed is factually true and accurate. We say that it's what a group of people believed. We can sit there and say that
Oh. It tied
another
twice.
tie.
Okay, I guess he stays.
Yeah.
It's all good. I'm getting kind of tired. I think
Okay.
the people are tired of me.
No, it doesn't seem like it. It was a
No,
tie.
it seems like.
But
Yeah, and
it's up
there's
to you, though.
several times whenever you were drastically in the lead before people started to come in.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's one of those things where it's really, really difficult to make like we have to have several different sources of evidence. Like, so for instance, the reason why we know, like, for instance, George Washington existed, right? Not only do we have his own writings between him and his wife and him and other people and him to different papers, we have other people's account of George Washington, like a lot of people's accounts. We have, if we're looking at history, we even see, like, representations of him. We see that he's had portraits made of him, not just somebody going off of memory, but him having to stand for a portrait to be painted of him. We have a bunch of different things that we can say, hey, George Washington existed. And hey, George Washington did this, that, and the other because of the fact that we have multiple accounts of it that all
Well, are you?
agree, not agree on just on like have not that they have drastically different accounts of this, but the fact that they agree on just about everything, right? So, like for instance, if we're talking about a specific battle that he was a participant in, like yeah, there's going to be some like small minor changes, right? But none of the major key points will change, and yet in the Bible, we have a lot of the major key points changing.
Back then, we didn't have a lot of writing going on. When George Washington was president, not too long after that, the printing press was made.
Well,
Yeah, no, everything was handwritten.
yeah. And
So, and then we of course we had the thing where you had the tiles that you painted and then you pressed down onto the things before the actual printing press. But like for instance, I always love talking to like American exceptionalist people because they always like to say like about England that we kicked their ass in the Revolutionary War. However,
Hell yeah, we did.
well, this is the thing. This is the thing here is like basically is that had the King of England held out for another winter, which he had the resources and he had the people to do so, we would have lost the war. We were on our last stretch. As a matter of fact, that last winter, it had gotten so bad that everybody had lost, like they wanted to damn near ended, so much that George Washington wrote a letter to his wife Martha, which we have, about saying that he had even lost, like he's like should we even continue this, like is it even worth it anymore,
yeah.
like he was losing faith in it. And so he so like we have that type of thing. We didn't like kick their ass. We were just outlasted the king's basically want to keep a hold of the colonies. The king had so many different things in the fire at the time. And so he finally just sat there and said, "You know what? Fuck it, just give it to them. We have so much going on. We're fighting like 2 or 3 other wars, and I have other things I'm doing. So if they want to keep the colonies, let them keep it." And he withdrew.
Hey,
Go ahead. And
hey, Monty.
Yeah.
Before you, it sounds like you're wanting to go. So I did want to ask you something before you go. Did you want to stay for a few more minutes, or did you want to
Oh,
dip?
I'm down to stay. I was going to ask y'all, like,
Yeah.
I'm sitting on my back porch and there's cars going by.
Don't
I
hear
didn't know
'em.
if it's disturbed. You can't hear it?
Nah, it's not a big deal.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, shit, then I'll stay.
Okay.
If you want me to go, then I'll go.
No. No. Like I said, we'll do another kick pull at 20 minutes. 20 minute at the next 20-minute interval, and then we're gonna let the people decide. So
I don't have work tomorrow, so it's
Okay.
all good.
okay. So hey, if they decide to keep you all night, then that's I guess you can stay as long as you want, because I'm
Well, I
enjoying the
didn't go on that
conversation.
first
I-
one, but-
Yeah.
Yeah, right on, man. So I hear what you kind of going back to what you were saying. I hear what you're saying about struggles. So my date of sobriety is February 13th, 2013, and so I get what you're saying from that angle. And so from my perspective, I did it without God, and I've sponsored many people who had very, very strong faith in God and still couldn't manage to stay sober. So what do you think the difference is between, with me?
Well, if I had to, and again, I'm just guessing.
Yeah, sure. It's just your opinion. So, and
Yes,
and I'm not going to take it personally any way, shape, or form.
It's because these people didn't fully believe. It's because these people, you have to give yourself completely,
Sure.
and if they don't do that, then he's not going to help you. Like it's a parable of building your house on sand and not rock.
How'd I do it then?
How'd you do it?
Yeah.
So like you can do it without God for sure. You can. And there's a whole bunch of strong people out there like yourself that do it. Some people are not as strong as you.
I'm not as strong as you.
See, I think that's the thing is I don't know if it has a lot to do with strength. Because I had a lot of restarts until I finally figured things out, right? It wasn't like I didn't just walk into recovery and then it just all clicked. It took a long time for it to really sink in that this is what I
Yeah.
needed to do. They have a saying in recovery. It's for those who want it, not for those who need it.
Yeah.
And so I had to want it, before, because I had needed it for a long time, but I just had to want it. And not to say that the people there don't want it. What I mean is that they do. It's just that, like, from my perspective, there seems to be, it doesn't seem to be built on faith. That's just I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It's not about faith or belief.
Some are not.
Yeah.
You're correct. Like AA is not built on faith. So like, I go to CR and CR is built on faith, and it helps me. And then what you did, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. 2013. That was at
It's gonna be
12
yeah,
years.
it's gonna be 13 years in
16.
February. Yeah. So
Hell
12,
yeah,
12 and a
that's
half years.
that's awesome.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Appreciate that. But I'm not knocking what your path, and I'm not saying I think there's all many roads lead to Rome. I think that's how I see it.
100%.
Yeah, there's many ways to do it, and so I'm not saying, hey, CR ain't the way. You gotta leave. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is, if it works for you, shit, fucking do it. You know what I mean? As long as you're not harming anybody, and I don't see CR as as a harm, right? So as you see, I'm pretty familiar with CR. I guess what I'm trying to just say is that I'm just glad that that you are where you are, and I'm just hoping that you kind of see, like, from my perspective, like how it could be done a different way, that it doesn't have to be a god.
No, I get that 100%, and
All right.
that's how I wanted to do it in the first place. I wanted to do it on my own. I've been alone for
Well,
a
I
long
didn't do it
time.
on my own. I want to make that
I don't
clear.
have friends. I don't have family.
Yeah,
I don't have anything.
I got you. Now, I want to make clear I didn't do it on my own. I definitely needed help. I didn't do this by myself. So I would just say, because, like, when they talked about the higher power, in the program,
Yeah.
I had to kind of make do with what I had and figure out, well, what would my higher power be? And, because since I didn't believe in a God, so what was that going to be? And, and I try, because there was one other saying, they said to fake it until you make it. And honestly, I did try to fake it for a while, but it wasn't taken. It just wasn't happening. I had to really sit down and figure out what my higher power was going to be, if it wasn't going to be God, if I didn't believe in a God. And so what I decided was that it was just going to be the program that was going to be the higher power, just rely on them. So, yeah, so that was, doing something I really didn't want to do, which was to get involved with people. So I just stepped out of my comfort zone, just like that. But I think that's the thing with recovery. Everybody steps out of their comfort zone with that. Nobody really
You have
wants
to.
to do recovery. Yeah.
No, that's hard.
Or we, if we could all just, take a magic pill and it just be done, we just do it. Right. But it can't be done that way for a lot of people. Sounds like you and me, we can't do it that way. We have to do it the old fashioned way. We got to actually go show up and work with people. Right.
As much as I hate talking to people, I'm a very nonverbal person. Like I do not like talking to people. So
Yeah.
like me going to CR and me going to rehab and having to tell my story and tell people how my day went
Fucking sucks, doesn't it?
fucking sucks.
Yeah. Fucking sucks. Yeah. I hear you, man. It sucks. I wasn't too enthused about that either. Yeah, truth be told, yeah, I'm not a big, like, people person, which is kind of weird that I'm on here doing these lives.
I'm on here with you.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm a bartender.
Damn, you're a bartender.
I'm
That's
a
interesting.
bartender and cook,
That's
and
interesting.
and also I'm trying to get my captain's license.
Right on, man. Right on. Right on. Well, I don't know. Do you have any questions for us?
Honestly, I've honestly enjoyed the conversation with y'all.
Same.
Uh,
I
I
here.
don't think I convinced y'all of anything, and I don't think y'all convinced me of
Nah,
anything.
we weren't here to
I'll make
convince.
no. But I'll make it even better for you if maybe you'll have questions about this. I'm an atheist as far as like I don't I don't make the claim that I just simply don't believe or whatever. I make the position. I take the harder position of belief. No gods exist, right? I don't believe any god at all. No supernatural. No nothing exists. I don't. So the way I view it is that a lot of people take like a lack of belief position, and it makes it to where they have to they don't necessarily have to make any positive claims, whereas I make a positive claim with my stance.
I gotcha.
All right.
Do you have any questions about that at all?
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. That's above my head.
That's all good. That's all
hey
good.
hey I understand, trust me, that like whenever I was a believer I would have said the exact same thing, I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah, for sure.
because
Well,
I couldn't have fathomed somebody like, okay, you don't believe that God's there. Okay, cool, I get that, but you say no God exists, like whatsoever? What? Like that would have gone way over my head altogether.
well, that's what makes no sense. There has to be a God.
Well, that's what I'm kind of curious about is why do you think there has to be?
Because what created everything, and the OP. I'm sorry, sir, I forgot your name, but we talked about this
Oh,
earlier.
trust? Yeah, you can call me Trust.
So trust and I, we talked about this earlier. There has
Yeah.
to be a God. God is existence. Like the Big
So
Bang Theory, gravity, like everything. It's God.
so if everything is God, everything, like literally everything,
Even you and me.
how is that useful at all?
Doesn't have to be useful.
Well, it kind of does, doesn't it? Like a useful, like
That's
those things
not.
that are
That's not.
useful.
That's not for you and me to understand.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna assume, are you very like mechanically inclined? Like you work
But
on
I'm a
cars
boat.
and things like that?
I'm a boat
Okay, yeah.
mechanic.
Yeah, so like is a hammer useful in like tightening down a bolt?
No.
So what you are saying the way I view it is that I'm tightening a bolt and you hand me a hammer and you say, "Oh, it's a tool." Well, that doesn't make it useful, right?
No. I still don't understand the point you're getting to.
So whenever we're talking about God and when we're defining things, if you define everything as God, it loses its utility because of the fact that you're just calling it existence. Well, then, sure, existence is there, but that doesn't show that it's God. That just shows that it's
No.
existence.
So here's the thing. Like, I assume you know what the Holy Trinity is.
Yeah, of course.
So, Son, the Father, the Holy Spirit. All of us, we have a chance to have the Holy Spirit, but only some of us have it because you have to accept it.
Yeah, I also think that the Holy Trinity is illogical.
Why? Like, how so?
Well, because you have the Father, which is God. You have the Son, which is God, and you have the Holy Spirit, which is God. But the Father is not the Son. And
I
in
know what
normal
you're saying.
logic, yeah, in normal logic, like you have the law of identity, which means that A equals A. The law of identity means also that A cannot be not A at the same time, right? So A cannot be not A. Then you have the law of non-contradiction, which shows that A you can't have A and not A at the exact same time in
I
one
know
thing.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
And the easiest way to disprove that is like God is an entity. Like we have human nature, right? We all have, like, we're all human by nature. God is God by nature, and He has the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They're all one. He's nature.
Yeah, but the thing is that whenever we're talking about God and we're talking about the Trinity, and I get the whole entire idea that that's the God the Father, God the Son, and that the Holy Spirit is what connects them into the Godhood, right? The problem is that whenever we're looking at this, is that it's the same thing with like water, right? You have your liquid, your solid, and your gas. However, if I ask you for a cup of ice, you're not going to just hand me a cup that's been steamed, right? We have we have these identifying markers. We don't ever say that that ice and steam are the exact same thing, and yet we don't ever sit there and just say, oh well, it's all H2O, so we're all good, right? We sit there and we actually have this whole entire thing where we need to know what we're talking about. We need to, if we are under a different understanding of these terms, then you and I will never be able to get to a common ground, because and so that's where I'm at with whenever it comes to this whole entire thing about God being everything and the Trinity and all that stuff. Because if I sit there and say, hey, hand me a cup of ice, and you hand me a cup of water, that doesn't do me any good.
I understand what you're saying. It's just not the same thing. It's what you said. We're just not gonna meet on common ground on this.
Well, that's a problem then, because like I want to get to a common ground. I want to be able to.
Well, it's one of those things that's believing in God. Like it's hard. You have to believe, but when you believe, your life will change, and I guarantee you it will, because my life has changed, and it hasn't done anything. God puts things in my path, and you can call it coincidence, you can call it happenstance, like whatever. But when I was living like a heathen, He took everything away from me, and you can say that you can say whatever you want to.
So, what about people who didn't have anything when they were a believer and then still didn't have anything whenever they were an atheist, or the exact opposite, where they didn't have anything as a believer but then they got everything as an atheist? Or does that mean that then atheism is true?
I'm not saying that as soon as you start believing in God, your entire life is going to change. I'm not saying that. I'm saying just this is completely just my own belief.
Right.
I
Well,
really think that I'm the parable of the lost sheep.
do you want to hear what it sounds like to me?
Yeah, go ahead. I already know it. Yeah, go ahead.
So what it sounds like is that whenever you were, I'm not even going to say atheist, because even you said it wasn't that you were an atheist, right? It was you were living as if you were kind of more like living as if God didn't exist, but you still had some sort of belief. But back then, since everything was like kind of like in a sense been given to you, you didn't have any reason to change as a person. But then whenever you lost everything and you ended up getting things back on track, you put the hard work into it, because you know for a fact, like, you had to do that. You had to get into recovery. You had to work hard at this stuff. And then what happens though is that because the people around you did believe in a God and kept giving those accomplishments that should have rightly been given to you, to God, you're like, you made the connection that this is God doing this, not me.
Not exactly. I had plenty of friends that lived in California that were doing spectacular, that didn't believe in God, but they were heathens. Cocaine, drugs, everything.
Oh, you can't say that word.
Yeah,
Oh,
we can't say
sorry.
those words. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean
all right.
to.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're having a conversation. It gets very, very easy to forget about the TikTok TOS. I get it. But the thing is that in your experience, you did the hard work to get yourself out of out from the bottom, if you will.
Yes, but
But you give it to God because of, like you said, the people who you believe are the smartest people in your life, who are believers.
yes, but
They
they didn't put those positions in front of me. They
Right,
were
I'm not saying
completely circumstantial. Like they were completely random.
right. No, and I'm not saying that these people sat there and gave you hardships or anything like that, or that they put these obstacles in your path. What I'm saying is that while you're overcoming them on your own, they say it's all thanks to God that you're getting over this type of deal, right? And then it causes you to associate you
Well,
doing the hard work with God.
you misspoke that.
Oh, okay.
It's whenever I
Explain it
dug myself out of the hole, it wasn't
to me.
because of my family or my friends. It was literally just based off luck and
Yeah,
getting out of it.
yeah, I
Like
know, but I wasn't. I'm sorry if it made it sound like I was saying that your family helped dig you out. That wasn't the intent. That's not what I was trying to say. What I was saying was that you were digging yourself out of this hole. And yeah, there's a lot of lucky breaks you'd gotten along the way, but you still put in the hard work. However, now you look back at that and you said it's thanks to
no,
God that these lucky breaks happen, right?
I got that, but it's those things though that happened in my life though is why I believe in God because those things should not have happened to me.
Well, I mean, so as an atheist, I have like these are things that like lucky breaks happen all the time,
I've
regardless if
had
we think that
so
they
many lucky
don't.
breaks.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have too. Like that's the thing though, is that that doesn't necessarily mean that God gave you those lucky breaks, right? It just means that you got a
If
lucky
it happens
break.
once, it's a coincidence. If it happens 5 times,
I don't see why there's any difference in it being happening once, 5 or 20 times, because the simple fact is that the what we call lucky breaks are just being in the right places at the right time, right? We just associate it with luck or fate or whatever you have it. But I've had somebody tell me that they believed in God because there was one time they broke down on the side of the road, and because their car was overheating, and it just so happened that they were going to have to cross a very busy highway, but somebody was close by with a water hose, and then that's what happened. Well, no, you just happened to break down in a moment when the city had a worker who was spraying the median with
have you
water, right?
have you ever seen the movie Benjamin Button?
Yes.
You know that scene where the lady is crossing the road and Benjamin's talking. He narrates the whole thing where she crosses the road and then the guy picks up the phone, and that's why the cab was late, and that's why she crossed
Hmm.
the street this time, and she eventually broke her leg, and that's eventually
Yeah,
how.
cause and effect.
So that's yes, but all of that led them getting back together. That's a crazy chain of events.
Yeah, but it's all natural events of a cause and effect.
Yes, but that was like 20 events to lead
Yeah.
to that.
Yeah.
And I know it's a movie, it's all fiction,
Yeah.
but
But
still. And you can say the Bible's fiction too all you want, but the thing is, like when you put it happens so often that it's I don't know.
yeah, but the thing is like it's the domino effect, right? whenever you knock over one domino, and it cascades all the way to bigger dominoes and stuff like that. It's easy to look at saying, wow, look at all of these things. They just so happen to happen like that. It must be like divine intervention. But that's not necessarily the case. It's just a domino effect, right?
Yeah.
And somebody had tried to sit there and say that I'm trying to deconstruct you. And I'm not. I'm just giving you alternative perspective on it.
And I appreciate it. And I really do appreciate how you and Trust are both pretty dope people. Y'all are very both respectful.
Yeah, I personally like if you like. I'm not trying to sit there and there's another live that I go to that it's been accused that people try to rob people of belief, and I'm not trying to do that. I don't like honestly. As long as you aren't like harming other people, then I'm perfectly fine with whatever belief you have.
I hear
Oh, Trust.
Yo.
Real quick, I have a friend in the chat named Neil the 605.
Oh, I just saw that. Yeah.
Yes. He what he likes to do is he does deconversion stories.
Okay.
I would definitely suggest you get with him, and he wants to interview you.
Oh.
Basically. Yeah, he does this a lot. He does it on YouTube and Twitch, and he's a really good guy. I like
Okay.
him.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Yeah, that sounds fun. All right. Well, I think Monty. Oh, we're at another 20-minute kick poll. You want to keep staying, or you want to
If
call?
you
it?
want to run the poll, go for it.
All right.
I'll
Well,
stay for another 20, but I'm
all right.
honestly fine with just dipping if you want me to go.
Okay. It's up to you, man. It's up
Run
to
it.
you. All right, let's run it. Okay, another kick poll for Monty. So same deal. Happy face to keep, crying face to kick. All right, and I stay out of it. I'm neutral. We let the people decide. So happy face.
I don't have to be neutral.
Nope, you don't have to be neutral. Happy face to keep, crying face to kick.
I think my time has come.
Well, we'll see.
But but yeah,
Everybody vote, please.
the funniest thing the funniest thing about Neil. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Monty. Should be your time.
I just want to say I do appreciate both of y'all. Y'all are both awesome.
Yeah.
I think I'm about to be off this live, but y'all are good. Y'all are good people. Y'all take care.
Yeah. This is our approach. We're not here to bust people or crush them or anything like that. We might challenge you a little bit, corner you a little bit, but
No, that's fine.
yeah,
That's-
it's just we're here to have a good conversation. All right. Yep. Well, the people have spoken. So hey, but you made it through. I think you're the only one I've done since I started this. I only started this yesterday, but you're the only one that's survived 2 votes. So that's saying something, man. That's saying
y'all
something.
take
Monty.
care.
All right.
If I see you on the live again, I might try to hop on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll
Come
give you a
back
follow.
anytime. Yeah, come back anytime, Monty. Have a good night, brother.
Yeah, take care.
All right.
I do
So-
gotta say, I did like Monty. Monty
I did.
Monty was good people.
I like talking to him. Yeah, I did like talking to him. Yeah, we got into a lot of that before you came up, and yeah. But if anybody who wants to come up, request up. We got one person in the queue. I can't say your name. I think it's Aok. I think so. But anyway, they're next, and then now Go DJ is second. So if you want
Patience asked me if I want him to come up to cook me. If you feel froggy, elite, my guy. If you feel froggy, elite.
now, let's get it to, man, we're almost at 100,000 likes. Let's get it to 95,000 likes, because then we're like within striking distance of
Of 100,000.
yeah, exactly, of 100,000. This is my second live in a row with 100,000, man.
That would be amazing if y'all can get him to it.
Yeah, let's shoot for 95,000.
Yeah.
But we'll talk for a bit, address chat. So that's cool. Yeah, Neil. I'll definitely I'll get with Neil and we'll
Yeah.
Get up in there.
Neil is one of the like I said, he was one of my friends that I made whenever I was on YouTube.
Right on.
And he's good people too.
Right on.
He's very, very nice and
Cool.
calm and easygoing.
Cool. Cool. Okay, that sounds good. That sounds good. Go DJ, go. You left. What happened?
Oh no.
Yeah, you left. I don't know what happened.
Well, patience can come up here and try to cook me if they'd like.
You can come up, Patience. Yeah, there's spots. Well, I mean, one behind the one who's waiting. I hear a bit of an echo.
Oh, that might be me.
All right. Although you didn't have to mute, but read the book Case for Christ. Zed, have read it. So I challenge you to read the book The Case Against the Case for Christ. Zed, will you read The Case Against the Case for Christ?
Yeah, Zed.
Yeah. He wants to
It's
go.
always
Yes.
Russ.
It's always Russ.
So yeah, that's me.
That's you?
So
Okay.
my TikTok or my YouTube name was Frustrated Atheist, and a bunch of my friends said that is a mouthful. We're gonna shorten it. And I was like, okay. So somebody said frustrated. Somebody else was like, no, that's still too long. So then they just took the Russ out of frustrated and
Russ.
started calling me Russ.
Russ, that's funny.
Yeah.
Hey, the other Mike. He's in my Discord. Oh, and I haven't. I still gotta clip that video of the faith healing, the attempted faith.
Oh
healing.
yes.
I still have to do that. I have
Yes.
it. I have it saved, but I gotta edit it and put it in. I gotta post it. So that's gonna be my next thing. That'll be my next video. Because
That's amazing.
2 weeks.
Oh
right?
yeah.
We're going on 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Nothing, huh?
Nothing.
Okay.
I still get my pain that I can normally do. It's every now and then I have a break from it, but for the most part, it's still. And it seems that the biggest breaks I get is whenever I take Excedrin. So maybe Excedrin is the god.
Maybe. So Zed, would
maybe.
you read Case Against Case for Christ, Zed? You said you would, but Jesus pulled you out from something. But why don't you read Case Against Case for Christ? I mean, you're recommending books to us, so we're recommending books back to you. I've already read Case
You know
for
what?
Christ.
I will say I have never read Case for Christ, but I'll make this promise right here. On payday, I will buy a copy of it and start to read it.
There you go.
If you read The Case Against the Case for Christ.
Yeah, we'll do a book club.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you do that,
and you know what?
Zed, Hammy will commit.
I will take it a step further just to prove that I am reading it, and I will live stream reading
Oh,
The Case for Christ.
there you go. There you go.
I'll get on TikTok and I will sit there and read it.
There you go. There you go. So DNA is a code. Creajo, how do we know? How does that demonstrate a God? That
I
doesn't
just-
mean anything.
As somebody who's currently in schooling for computer science, the DNA is a code thing always makes me laugh because it's just it's just people seeing that this pattern here looks just like the
Yeah.
way code is.
Yeah.
So it's code.
Yeah.
And it's fine colloquially to say DNA is a code, but like on a literal standpoint, it's definitely
Yeah,
not
it's
code.
just like a metaphor. Let's see. Zed says, I have read all the atheist books, but that one, I could read it, but it won't change my mind. Well, what if I said to you, Zed, that the case for Christ won't change my mind? What would you say to that? God is man-made. Agree with that, Andrew Miller.
So I've watched the movie The Case for Christ, right? And
Same thing.
that's what I keep telling. That's what I keep hearing. And whenever I watched the movie, there's one part where Lee Strobel is asking about he's asking like a priest or something like that about this, and the priest brings up the claim of the 500 people. Now, in a everyday run-of-the-mill situation where somebody is just your average Joe, if he accepts that at face value, that's one thing. But this is Lee Strobel, who was an investigative journalist. He didn't ask a single follow-up question of, do we have names of these 500?
Yeah.
Do we know if they wrote anything? Do we know who they are, where they lived, what they did, anything like that. He didn't ask anything. He just accepted it and moved on.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly
And
it. He was
that
like,
irritates
oh,
the
okay.
shit.
Oh, okay.
That irritates the shit out of me. Like I said, it's one thing if you're just some regular Joe off the street. Like, that's one thing. If you take that at face value, cool, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
But the fact you're an investigative journalist
And you don't ask for names, right?
yeah, not even a hell. I would have even accepted it if he sat there and said, "Do we know where they live?"
Yeah.
Like anything. But no, he just is like, "Okay, well, let's move on to the next
Okay.
thing." It's
okay.
like, what?
Checked right off the box. Yeah, it was kind of a joke. Yeah, that's true. Just not very strong investigative journalisming.
The funniest thing is he also lives in Houston,
That's interesting.
which is not, but like as a matter of fact, I think I might have even met him
Yeah.
once
Hey,
because there's a. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask Steve. You said there's lots of evidence, Steve, for the resurrection. What evidence is that? What evidence is that, Steve?
I feel like he's gonna go minimum facts.
I'm guessing. I'm going to guess witnesses. That's going to be my. That's going to be my guess.
I'm gonna say empty tomb.
Empty
If
tomb?
we're gonna go if we're gonna go boil down to one, he's gonna go with empty tomb.
Okay. All right, boy. We have some. I'm getting a lot of the Yazoo folks today. Must be Yazoo Tuesday. I had a Yazoo believer in earlier.
What the hell is a Yazoo?
Well, basically, it's a. Well, I'm not really sure what it is, to be honest with you. But yeah, I've had like 4 or 5 of them in my live today. There's zero evidence for the resurrection. There is evidence of a crucifixion, dude. Oxygen and air we cannot see, but we know is there. Yes, and we can measure it, Gohan. We can build a machine to measure oxygen and air. So what machine can we build to measure and look for God?
Empty tomb.
Empty
He's
tomb?
saying witnesses. We were both right.
We were both right. Yeah.
He says tons of historical evidence, the Gospels, witnesses, Josephus, empty tomb, etc.
Steve, was Josephus there as a witness to the resurrection? 'Cause I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
If I'm not mistaken, Josephus was like a child whenever.
Wait,
the
500?
events went.
Oh, there it is. 500 documented named witnesses. What are the names, Steve, of all 500 witnesses? What are the names?
Yeah, you know what? I'll do you one better. You don't have to give me 500.
And what's your
Give
source?
me 10.
Yeah.
Give me
What's
10
your
of them.
source? Yeah. And what's your source? Well, you're second in line. Go, DJ. Josephus was a historian. Yeah. So why do we use Josephus as a historian?
Well, oh wait, Josephus also talked about Hercules.
He did.
So does that mean
he
Hercules
did.
is real?
That's right. So I guess Hercules actually existed.
So that means the Greek pantheon is true too.
Okay. So how's that possible? Oh, we're so close to 95,000 likes. You guys are lost. See, so we go meta when you don't have evidence. So now you're going meta.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just a lost soul, and Steve could have came
we're
up
just
here
lost.
to.
but you said there's so much evidence. Where's the evidence? We're asking for names. You said that there's named witnesses. So what are the names? I've never heard an apologist say the witnesses. Yeah, that is a new one, Envy. So what are the names of the witnesses, and what's your source?
I just,
All right.
we're so lost, and Patience could have requested up to,
Yeah.
or not Patience. I mean,
Steve.
Steve could have came up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry, Patience was the last name I saw just now.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
You know.
all right. We have. I don't know how to say this name, but it looks like Aoyak. Aoyak. How you doing?
Hi, mate. How are you?
Hi. Good. What can I call you?
The name is Logos.
Logos. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
As you see, is that Greek?
That is Greek, yeah.
See, my Greek is
Yeah.
shitty. My Greek is shit. So sorry about that.
That's fine.
Joke's on you. I don't know any Greek.
Yeah. Well, I know logos now. That's the Greek I know. There you go. There you go. So, by the way, your English is excellent compared to my Greek. So, big W for you.
Actually, I'm not Greek.
Dude, you know more Greek than I do. You put that word up there, and I don't know what the fuck it is. So,
Man, does that mean atheism has lost?
Atheism
Oh
has
no.
lost. We got to pack it up and go home. No, I'm just playing. Okay, Logos. How old are you? How old are you, man?
I'm 35 years old, man. I'm a
35?
grown man.
Okay, you're a grown
Yeah.
man. Okay, maybe I should just say over 18, but I don't know. And you did sound like a grown man. You did, but I'm just doing it for TikTok. And then which God do you believe in?
Which God do I believe in?
Yes, sir.
I'm a Christian.
Excellent. Okay. And then
I
which
believe in the Judeo Christian God. Yes.
Judeo-Christian? Okay. And then Logos, what is your best evidence that God exists?
So, I mean, there's a lot of evidence, but I want to actually understand your worldview first, so then we can actually maybe I don't know like a build up, because actually I don't know what your worldview is.
Okay.
Like, when you say you're an atheist, you actually believe that there is no God, or are you like agnostic where you don't know?
Okay. Well, Hammy and I are going to answer a little differently. I'll start. So I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't know if there are any gods. I don't believe there are any gods. So
I hold the position that no gods whatsoever exist.
Okay. So are those both beliefs? Like, because you said you believe. So what you're saying is you believe that there is no God, and you're saying you don't know that there is no God, right? Like,
I make the claim that I like belief and no, like as far as what I know, no gods exist.
oh, so you're saying it's not a belief, but you know that.
No, I think that because I hold to the position that knowledge is just justified belief. And so I cannot know something without believing it at the same time. So, like, I can't know X to be true and not also believe X to be true. So, whenever I say that I hold the position no gods exist, it is a knowledge claim, but it's also a belief claim. So, think of it as if Trust is an agnostic atheist, I'm a Gnostic atheist.
yeah, he's a Gnostic atheist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you see the problem with that though? Like, when you say
No.
I
Not at all.
believe that there's no God, like, do you see the problem with that, or no? Or you don't see that?
Why would there be a problem with
Yeah.
believing no gods exist?
He's just out now making a belief statement.
That is a belief statement though.
Well, that's what I said. He is making a belief statement. Hammy is.
Yeah.
I don't
So-
have
so meaning-
my belief statement is I don't believe. So we're both making belief statements. The difference is
Yep.
he believes, I don't. He believes there is no God. I don't believe there's a God. There is very small but important difference. Yeah.
I mean, clearly, I don't see a difference because you're saying you don't believe
Yeah,
that there's a God.
here I can
the same
try to elucidate this for you. So, me saying that I believe no God exists means that there's like I don't think there's a God.
He doesn't think there's a God.
Whereas when Trust says what is it? How do you word
I
it?
don't believe that any gods exist. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's saying that it's possible. It is very possible that there is
It's
one.
it's a possibility. Yeah. You're
Yeah.
saying there's no possibility.
Yeah, I think that in my instance it could be possible, but like it would like it takes a lot more to prove it to me than it would.
That might
say
be true.
Trust.
Yeah, that might be true. Here's a perfect example of a way I can illustrate my belief or my agnostic atheism Logos.
Okay.
So I'll just ask you two quick questions. Do you believe that little blue men live inside of Venus?
No, I don't believe that. No.
You don't. Do you know whether or not little blue men live inside of Venus?
No, I don't know that.
Okay, so you're an agnostic to whether or not little blue men live inside of Venus, and you don't believe that whether or not little blue men live inside of Venus. So that's that's agnostic atheism.
Okay, but there's no evidence though. So that's the thing. Like so you're saying you believe something that you're saying that you don't believe that there is a God or however you believe, whatever, anyways. But there is no evidence though. Like obviously you gotta give me evidence. Just like you're asking for the believers or for someone who believes in God to give you evidence, you also have to give evidence, right?
No,
What is your
No.
evidence of that there's no God?
no, because that's just like saying, give me evidence that Santa Claus does not exist. So it's not
Well,
on
yeah.
me. It's not on me to provide evidence that something that doesn't exist, because you can't prove a negative. Very difficult to do so. It is on the person who believes that something does exist to provide evidence. You have the burden of proof, not me. Although I
Well, no,
can
like-
give you evidence that God doesn't exist. So, so the evidence is, for me, it's quantum mechanics. It's that simple. And logic. There's just law and the laws of logic.
Well, yeah, the laws of logic obviously does obviously say, you know, in order for you to make any statement, obviously you gotta present evidence, regardless of you making a negative statement or a positive statement. right?
Which law of logic is that?
That's the law of non contradiction, man. That's literally what it is.
No, the law of non-contradiction means that a single position cannot be both A and not A at the same
Correct.
time.
Yes.
So that has nothing to do with providing evidence for a no belief, right?
Why not? I mean,
Because the thing is that having no belief does not mean that you're saying A and not A at the same time. It'd be
No.
like if I sat there and said that there is both evidence and no evidence for something, then that would be a law that would violate the law of non-contradiction.
Hey, I just need to interrupt real quick. I just need to send a congratulations out to everybody in chat. We hit 100,000 likes. Congratulations, everybody. That was awesome work. Thank you all so much. You did it. We did it. How exciting.
Way to go,
Way
everyone!
to go, chat. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So just had to celebrate that moment. We had 100,000 likes. All right. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
you guys.
It's breaking
So
news.
if-
Had to do it.
Yeah. So if I sat there and said that there's both evidence and there's no evidence for God, that would break the law of non-contradiction. Just saying that there is no evidence does not break it, and just saying that there is evidence doesn't break it. But if I said that there is and isn't evidence for God, that would break the law of non-contradiction.
No. I understand that, but obviously that's not. I'm saying that, like obviously we live in reality, right? Where anything you're saying or well, any idea you have, any word you have, you gotta have an idea. You gotta have some sort of evidence, obviously, right? Like regardless of whether you have.
Okay.
So
I've-
right now, what I'm hearing from you guys from the position you guys are holding is you put yourself in a position where like everything is subjected to you, where it cannot be criticized outside. Like,
Not at all.
Everyone
Not at
can
all.
criticize my position all
Oh,
day
everybody.
long.
Yeah, you can criticize.
As a
what
matter
you
of
want.
fact,
Actually,
matter of
aren't
fact-
you criticizing our position now?
right?
that's what I'm saying.
Not only that, but I go on this live that's on this channel called The Backlight, where we do Socratic questioning to see if people can think critically, and because of my position versus the host's position, he questions my position all the time, and I sit there and answer for it. Like it's something that not only can someone criticize it, but somebody can flat out say, "I think you're wrong," and I'd be like, "Cool," and then we'll discuss why they think I'm wrong.
Okay, so now I'm not just saying you're wrong, but I'm asking, okay, do you have any evidence or you don't have any evidence? But before you were saying no, you don't require evidence for your position. That's what I'm saying,
No.
right?
So the thing is like it just depends on the position you take. With me, I can provide you evidence of why I believe that no gods exist, right? I can provide that evidence. But
Okay,
I can provide
I'd like to hear
evidence too.
I'd love
Yeah.
to hear that. Yeah, I'd love to hear the evidence. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Sure.
actually, hold on. Before we do that,
Yep.
you haven't given us any evidence that God does exist. So, what is your best evidence again?
Okay. My best evidence would obviously, as a Christian, everything that I know obviously comes from the Bible.
So the Bible is evidence.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
so no, I'm not saying it's evident. I'm saying like how my worldview is all constructed. Obviously, comes from the Bible. Therefore, obviously, okay. Okay. Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. My evidence would obviously be things to do with more arguments. You guys know what more argument is?
Oh,
Morality.
Yeah. Morality.
Yeah, meaning
Okay.
morality cannot exist by itself. Like it has to have a necessary being that holds it. Otherwise,
Why would it need to have a necessary being?
because it will mean that morality will be arbitrary, where you can just make out whatever you want, right? But if,
I mean, isn't
if
that what?
I don't
Well,
believe
hold
that.
on. But the thing is like even if that were true, isn't that
Yeah.
kind of what we see throughout society itself? Like, for instance, you could sit there and say stealing is wrong, but somebody who's starving, who sees that the only way to feed their family is to steal a loaf of bread, they may not view that as wrong. So wouldn't that indicate that that is
Yeah.
indeed subjective?
well, that's exactly what I'm saying. That would be arbitrary, meaning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So-
that's. I
but we
think that's
see
his
that-
point. Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah,
That would
we
mean-
see that in society, though, don't we?
Yeah. Well, I'm not disagreeing with you guys. What I'm saying that means that there's no standard, right? If everything's subjective, if I'm saying morality is subjective to me, it means that there's no standard. It means
Well-
that unaliving someone doesn't matter really.
Well,
Well-
let's put it this way. Let's say that you, me, and Trust all have a different morality like code, like what we live by, right? But let's say we all agree that say schmurder is wrong. It doesn't matter how we got there. Let's say we all three agree that schmurder is wrong. Does that not lead to that we can gain objective truths through subjective means? How not? We all it'd be based on all of us collectively agreeing that it is wrong.
No, it cannot be, because that is still subjective. Though.
All right.
But
Well,
But the thing is
what is outside of us that is actually making that reality true?
so what I need to understand now. What is your definition of subjective?
What is my definition of subjective?
Yeah.
The word itself kind of explains that. Subjective meaning, however I feel or whatever I'm thinking is correct, whatever I deem correct, I'll go ahead and do. And no one should criticize it. Even if you criticize, it doesn't matter.
Well, that's kind of an example of what you think is subjective is, but what's the definition for subjective?
That's exactly what I just explained it right now. Like, is
Would-
that not?
Here, let me try to help this out a little bit. Would you
okay.
take that subject? Oh, I am so sorry about that. Would you take that subjective is mind or stance dependent, meaning that it requires a mind or a position?
Well, yeah, it requires a mind.
And would your then by using that would your definition of objective mean that it's mind or stance independent?
Yeah, outside of us, yeah, outside of me, yeah, like outside of like, regardless of
so-
how I feel, regardless of how I like it, regardless of how I see it, right? Like, objective means, gravity, for example. Gravity is objective, regardless of where you are in the world. If you
Right.
throw yourself
But
over a building,
whenever you use it as just outside of you, you leave yourself open for it being like me. Like you could ground your like by that case, if I say something is wrong and you believe me, then that means that I am now your objective stance of morality. So is it just that it doesn't matter who? It's just like mind independent.
no, that's not what I'm saying. You know exactly what I'm saying. I mean,
Sure.
Obviously,
The thing is
gravity-
you believe in subjective morality. It's just that you believe that the mind that it's dependent upon is God.
correct.
So it's still a subjective opinion. It's still somebody's subjective stance.
No, no, it's not, because obviously like that is
Can God change his mind?
no, God can't change his mind.
Oh, so what about all the times in the Bible where God does in fact change his mind?
Where exactly is that?
There's a scene whenever he
Oh yeah, we can
with
go
Moses. Yeah.
through that. Oh, I can
There's a
go.
scene.
I can go through my
Yeah, go ahead.
spreadsheet. Yeah, but go ahead. Set the scene. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a scene where God is going to completely destroy a bunch of people because they have created false idols and stuff like that, and Moses gets sits there and talks to God, and it's like, hey, how about no? And the God's like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna change my mind on that. It literally word for word says that God changed his mind.
What passage is that? Like, can you give me the passage?
Yeah, it's somewhere
I'm
in
looking for
between
it.
the first. Yeah, it's somewhere between the first time Moses comes down with the stone tablets, and then has to go back up, right? Because he destroys the tablets, and then God's like, get back up here. Let's rewrite this. Because Moses
where is
hadn't
it?
spent time on. Well, I'm explaining it out, and I'm taking this time to explain it while Trust finds the verse, right? So basically, Moses is up on Mount Sinai, and he is writing down God's commandments, and then he comes down, and they see that the people have created idols out of gold to worship. You know, while Moses was gone for so long, Moses gets pissed, breaks the tablets, and then God says, come back up here. So he comes back up there. But during that time frame, whenever this happened, God sits there and says how he's going to annihilate them all.
And that's
He's
not
gonna
even
wipe them out.
Yeah, that's the first one. There's a whole
Yeah.
list of them. I found it. Okay. So, yes, that is correct, Tammy. So, would you like me to read the verse to you? It's Exodus 32, verse 14.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. So,
Just let me grab my Bible. Let
sure.
me see what.
Sure.
Yep.
And yeah, and I've got let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 7. Yeah,
Yep.
7.
Exodus
32, verse 14.
32, verse 14.
Yeah, and we can read back a couple if you want. We can go back to like 11 because this kind of sets the story, and this verifies what Hammy's saying. So,
11, yeah.
yeah, we can start at 11. But Moses implored the Lord God and said, O Lord, why does your wrath burn hot against your people whom you have brought out of the land of Egypt with great power and with a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians say it was with evil intent that he brought them out to unalive them in the mountains and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from your fierce wrath. So this is Moses imploring God to turn from your fierce wrath, change your mind, and do not bring disaster on your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants, how you swore to them by your own self, saying to them, I will multiply your descendants like the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have promised I will give to your descendants, and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. So that's one.
Yeah.
All right, let's move to the
So-
next one.
Yeah.
Numbers.
Let's do it.
14, verse 12. All right, so Numbers 14, verse 12. It's actually 12 through 20. So this will be a bit long, but. All right, you ready, Logos?
So numbers what?
Numbers 14, verses 12 through 20.
Numbers 14, verses 12 to 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I will strike them with pestilence and disinherit them, and I will make you a nation greater and mightier than they. But Moses said to the Lord, Then the Egyptians will hear of it, For in your might you brought up this people from among them, and they will tell the inhabitants of this land, they have heard that you, O Lord, are in the midst of his people. I'm going to skip because this is basically Moses pleading his case again. And so we'll skip down to 19 where Moses says, "Forgive the iniquity of this people according to the greatness of your steadfast love, just as you have pardoned this people from Egypt even until now." Then the Lord said, "I do forgive just as you have asked." So that's a mind change, because he did say in 12 he was going to strike them with pestilence and disinherit them. And then at the very end he said, "Okay, I forgive just as you have asked." It's another mind change.
Yeah.
All right. Want me to keep going? I got like 5 more.
That's enough. That's enough.
All
I
right.
mean,
Yeah. So God changes his mind.
we can dissect all of these verses or these passages.
Right. But the thing is that it's
God is dealing with people in time. So therefore, obviously,
yeah, so God, but the thing is God changes his mind. So there is mind change within God. So when God sits there and says something is good or bad, he can also change his mind depending on specific people, specific events, specific everything, right? Like, I mean, this is one of the biggest reasons why, like, for instance, God says, hey, you shall not, commit schmurder, but then says, hey, also, but go schmurder these people because they have taken, they've taken the land that I've given you, right? So, like, even the things that are, like, the big no-nos as far as, like, morality goes, God changes his mind depending on things. So, you still believe in subjective morality. It's just that the mind that's being used here is God's. And you're saying that makes it objective. However, it doesn't. It just means it's subjective to God's whims.
Why am I thinking that it is objective?
You think it's objective because you think that he is an ultimate standard that cannot change. But we know that it's based on his mind. We know that his mind changes. So
But why,
therefore, but why?
Yeah.
Because most people think that see God saying something and seeing it as an object, like as in that it doesn't matter whose mind is reading this, they can accept this as true.
No, look, obviously, as a Christian or as a believer, obviously, from the Christian perspective, obviously, God is the unmoved mover. He is outside of time. Like he's not confined within our realm.
What's your definition of time? What do you think time is?
What's my definition of time?
Yeah, what is time?
Time is obviously a certain.
Is time a change? Go ahead.
It's a moment, yeah. Like that's what.
Yeah, so it's a change of events, right? It goes from one event to the next.
Moment. So he's
Right.
outside. Meaning like there's
So did God? Well, hold on, because did God have to go from a moment where he didn't create to a moment of creating something?
Yeah. So that's not a change.
So then, but that is a change
How's that?
of moments.
How's that not a change? That is a change.
No, but that's not a change. In him though, like he's the one making the change.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that it is still change. He went from not creating to creating.
Yeah.
That is a change.
Yeah, you just said it too. You said he's the one that made the change, but that is a change. That's what we're trying to say.
Yeah, but I'm not disagreeing with that though. We're not saying that's a change in him. That's like he's outside of that though. Like meaning obviously when I create, if I don't know, let's say I design a car right now. That's obviously I'm just making the car doesn't affect my time. Like, it doesn't really.
But that's the thing, is like you go from one moment to the next. That is changing from one moment to the next. That requires time. It doesn't matter. I could, like, for instance, let's say that I go from not thinking about a brand new invention to thinking about a brand new invention that I'm going to end up creating. Just going from not thinking about it to thinking about it
It's change.
is a change. So, God, even just going from not thinking about creating something to thinking about creating something is a change. And then going from not creating to creating is a change. That is time. So God does not work outside time. You can sit there and say that he is within a different concept of time, but he's still within time.
No, because hopefully, like, in order even for us to even think of time, it's because he created time. That's the reason why even.
Okay.
How did he create time if he's working within it?
Because obviously from over the perspective of the Christian worldview,
Which is
or
why
the
it doesn't make sense, though, right?
no. Like, the thing is, what do you mean it doesn't make sense? It means
So-
what I'm saying. Yep.
This is how it doesn't make sense, because you've agreed with every proposition about what time is, and that time is a change of events. That's a change in moments. And then whenever I said, "Hey, look, here's a moment of not creating to a moment of creating," that's time. You sit there and say, "Well, no." So you are disagreeing with the conclusion because it involves God.
I didn't say no. I didn't say no. 'Cause
Cool. So then that means God is within time.
Yeah, we can actually illustrate this. Do you see the whiteboard, Logos?
yeah, I can say that. Yeah.
Okay, so let's type this out. So this is what Hammy's saying. All acts of creation are a change of state. Would you agree or disagree with that, Logos?
All acts of creation are
Or
change of state.
yeah. Do you agree or disagree?
Don't disagree with that now.
What's that?
No, I don't disagree with that now.
You do not disagree with that. Okay, so you agree. Okay. All changes of state require a before and after. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree with that.
Okay, so why do you disagree?
I disagree because the before, obviously for us obviously as a human, right? I do not know the before, because again when I
It doesn't matter if you know the before. You just said that there's a before. You said I don't know the before, but there is a before. Was there a before you were born?
Definitely, yeah, there is a before, yes.
Okay, and there was an after you were born, right?
Definitely.
Okay. Was it a change of state from the time you were born? Was being born a change of state for you?
For me, yes.
Okay. So there was a change of state, there's a before, and there's an after. All right. When you bake a cake, is there a before you bake a cake?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay. When you bake the cake, is that a change of state?
Yeah, that's right now. That's just an infinite.
Okay.
An infinite.
Yep. And is there an after you bake the cake?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So Logos, can you think of an example where there's a change of state that does not have a before or an after?
God.
God's a change of state?
No. I'm saying, like, obviously he is the only entity that we know that.
Well, no, we don't. I don't know that. I don't know that.
Well, I know that.
Okay.
Well, obviously from obviously, I know that. Obviously,
All right.
Meaning existed like where like we for eternity, meaning
Sure.
infinitely.
What is your
So
evidence?
obviously that's where
Okay.
Infinite is. Right?
Okay. What is your evidence that God doesn't change?
What's my evidence that doesn't change?
Yeah.
The fact that he existed for eternity. That's the reason why.
How do you know that God existed for eternity?
That's because. Oh, how do I know that?
Yeah. What's your evidence of that?
My evidence is the fact that we are here. The fact that there's anything is because God existed.
Okay.
for
Well,
eternity. Otherwise,
my thing is
That's
that
a claim.
yeah, that's a
nothing would exist.
okay. Well, that's a claim. Yeah, like Hammy said. But how do you know that
That is
this?
right.
How do you know it's because of God that we're here?
How do I know? Because of God we're here.
Yeah. How do you know that it's because of God that we're here? How do you know that?
Well, obviously, my mind cannot go that far, right? Like, obviously, like, I can only presuppose that.
Okay. So we don't have evidence of that, right?
No, of course not. I don't have
Okay.
any of that. But
So
obviously,
we have okay. So
philosophically, because obviously, right now, I was talking about this is philosophy, right? Where
well, sure.
we can
Yeah.
we can only just there's certain things I can only presuppose. Just like you guys have to presuppose that there is no God, right?
Okay.
That is a claim right there, right?
Okay. So
I
in our
don't, I
in
don't
our
think it's a presupposition.
no,
You
it's
don't
not.
have evidence.
It's not a presupposition. It's sir.
that is
It's
presupposition.
sir. It's
You
not.
guys don't have evidence.
I'm not presupposing there's no God. I'm not presupposing. So how do you
Okay, maybe not
show
you,
me
but-
that I'm presupposing God? Okay.
What's-
Hold on. Show me that I'm presupposing that there's no God. How am I
Because you-
presupposing there's no God?
Because you don't have evidence that there's no God, right?
So
Right. But that's the default presupposition. If you
Well, yeah,
don't
okay.
if you don't have evidence something doesn't exist, that's the default. Like again, we'll just go back to my example from earlier. Do you have evidence that I hear that echo.
sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Do you have evidence that little blue men live inside of Venus?
You don't have evidence either.
Yeah, that's not what I asked. Do you have evidence that little blue men live inside of Venus? Oh, we got a kick poll anyway. Let's do the kick poll real quick. So
No, my presupposition is there is no blue men that live in whatever you're saying. Yeah,
right. So that's what I mean.
presupposition.
Okay. Do you have evidence that little green men live inside of Venus?
Again, the same thing, man.
It's the same thing, right? So this is what I'm saying is that it's the default is a presupposition that something doesn't exist. That's what I'm saying. Which I think I just blew up my own argument. But
Of course you did.
yeah, but okay, so I just blew up my own argument. All right.
You blew up your own idea, yeah, because obviously, like,
So
you yourself, you have to presuppose that. Meaning,
All right.
there is obviously without
Okay, chat.
presupposition-
We're gonna vote for Logos. So happy face if you want Logos to stay, crying face if you want Logos to go, and we'll move on to the next guest. So everybody vote,
this
please.
one I will abstain from.
So everyone vote, please.
No, but I'm enjoying something with you guys.
Yeah. Before these results get in, the thing is that you seem to agree with every instance whenever it comes to time. You make a special condition whenever it comes to God, and we call that special pleading because there's no real reason why God doesn't fit within it, and yet you have magically decided He doesn't.
And you don't have any evidence that he has all these qualities.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be
You guys don't have evidence, guys, as well. Like,
yeah, exactly. We don't need evidence to say no. Okay.
You have to have evidence.
All right, Logos. It was good talking to you, but appreciate you coming up.
No, worries, man.
Have a good night.
Yeah, good talking to you guys.
All right.
All right, bye bye.
Okay. So yeah, it's not the person who doesn't believe that has the burden of proof. It is the person who believes something is true, has the burden of proof. It's just like innocent until proven guilty. It's the same exact concept. It's the same exact concept. So you don't have to prove you're innocent. They have to prove you're guilty. So you were presumed innocent. So things are presumed not existing until you demonstrate that they exist.
Yeah.
Time as you're using it. No, it's not, Gavin McClune. It's more than a measurement tool. It's metaphysical. It's time-space continuum. So it's not just a measurement tool. Gavin, it is. Do you agree, Gavin? Are you denying that time and space is not a dimension? Are you denying that? Let's get to 115,000 likes. We're at 107. There's 63 of us. As you were using it, I said, no, I'm not using it like that. Because don't you need time as a dimension to change? So you're not making sense, Gavin. How do you make change without time and space?
Lucy says, I couldn't understand a single thing.
I couldn't understand a single thing, Lucy. Yeah. So it's just not a unit of measure. It's metaphysical, it's dimensional. There's that syllogism I was building supports about 8 different types of time. We have at least 10, if not more. So
Really?
yeah. There's
All I know of A and B. I didn't know that there was more.
yeah, there's all different kinds. So there's like psychological time, right? Which this doesn't really support. You know, like there's like psychological time that. So if you want to argue that, that syllogism doesn't quite support it. But
What is psychological time?
that's a good question. I read about that, but let me find it. Where is it? I got so many freaking notes, Hammy. This is like ridiculous. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Okay. I have to do it like this. Give me a second. Okay, so of course there's A theory, presentism and growing block. B theory, C theory, relational and substantival time, cyclic or eternal recurrence models. So, and psychological time is, it's not time itself, but it's how conscious beings perceive and experience time. So it's your perception of time. That's what psychological time is. Yeah. So
Okay, I
it's,
gotcha.
yeah, it's studying cognitive science, psychology, and neuroscience. But boredom, a good example, boredom. When you get bored, feels like time drags.
Time drags, and then
Yes.
whenever you're having fun, it
Time
seems like
flies.
time just
Exactly.
flies.
Time
Gotcha.
flies. Yeah. So that's what psychological time is. So yeah, that's what that is. And so that syllogism does not work under psychological time. But that's not what we're talking about, right?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, even in psychological time, it's still a change of states, right? It's still a change of states.
Yeah. Still change of states.
So it just would be that it's more focused on the perception than it is
Yeah.
the actual physical aspects of the change
Yeah.
of states.
When you start getting into like the before and after requiring time, because that's where you're going with that syllogism, right? So like either, so every before and after requires time, right? And then if every before and after requires time, and if the other two are true, that means that time must exist for any act of creation. And
Yeah.
and then time could not have been created. It has to have always existed.
Yeah.
And that's that. And you can't do anything outside of time. It just doesn't make sense. That means you're frozen because there's no before and after. You need time to do anything. Yeah. So, like you said, it falls into special pleading. So, if you're going to say that a God acts timelessly, that's special pleading. That's
Yeah.
not supported by that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, time flies as you get older. That, see, Ed Glenn, that is an example of psychological time. Oh man, I can identify with that.
I'm pretty sure that smarter people have came up with syllogisms for every single one of these versions.
I'm
of
sure
time.
they did. Yeah, I'm sure they did. That's definitely. I would definitely agree with that. So
Like people like there's been so many people that I've came across, whether it be here or in just the wild, where people are like, they go on and talk about these things. I'm just like, oh wow, like you are way far past my understanding of this stuff.
yeah, yeah.
Patience says it's cooking time. Oh, Patience is trying to come up here to cook
We got lots of slots behind Go DJ Go. Time. I don't agree that time is like a roll of toilet paper because we have past. So that means that you can't like re-roll the. That'd be like trying to re-roll the toilet paper or whatever. In the wild, catastrophe. Hey, catastrophe. I think time's experienced faster during activity to our brain bandwidth. Yeah, that'd be an example of psychological time, Gavin. Yes, you're right.
I'm going to look into all these different theories of times and come up with syllogisms, even
For
if
each of them?
there's already, even if there's already syllogisms, I'm going to make it to where I can understand it.
Yeah, I didn't even know there was a C theory. That was until
Yeah, no, like,
I looked it up. I was like, shit, there's a C theory. Jeez.
and then you're sitting there looking, you're like, oh my god, look at all these other different versions of time.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I knew about A being like a linear kind of linear stance of like one thing to the other. Then I knew about B theory where all of it happens like concurrently. So like past, present, and future are all happening at the exact same moment. And in which case the psychological theory of time would interplay with that one because of the fact that we just experience it as if it's a linear progression.
Exactly. Yeah. So, it's just kind of conceptual. Yeah. I believe that. Thank you, Reverendo. Appreciate the follow. You can never prove God doesn't exist. That's true, Jesse Gonzalez. But we could take the stance you can never prove God does exist. So
Yeah.
it works both ways, my friend. So
And here I am to prove you all that God doesn't exist.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. But I have good evidence that God doesn't exist. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I've got
Catastrophe says, personally, I like B theory.
Beat theory? Yeah, beat theory is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm good
Yeah,
with beat
that's
theory.
Whenever I think of B theory, I just think of Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen.
Yeah.
Because he experiences, like, whenever you look at how he experiences time, it's in that B theory stance of everything's happening at once. Because he's like, I'm sitting here, but I'm also in front of so-and-so doing this. And it's like 30 years from now. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's a B theory.
Yeah, exactly. I bet half of you like Batman, X-Men, or something else, and have the nerve to talk about my beliefs. Yeah, but we don't believe Batman, X-Men are true. That's a difference.
Yeah, I don't think that there is a billionaire by the name of Bruce Wayne running around a town called Gotham that is like fighting crime.
Like what?
And yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's rich. That's his superpower.
And don't get me wrong, I am a huge Batman fan. I just have never once sat there and said, "Oh, by the way, Batman is also real."
Yeah. Some people believe X-Men are real. That's true. Some people do. I don't. I feel like for B theory to be real, we would have already figured out time travel. Yeah, well, we kind of did. It's like you have to pick a specific point in the past, and you have to build a time machine there, and then you can travel back and forth. You have to have like 2 time machines.
Also, there is a small experiment that they've done where in this one generalized location, it helps bring the fact that that time travel is actually possible because
It's possible, yeah.
time slows down in this one little area. But the thing is like it's a small like area. It's not something that you can do like on a grander scale.
Yeah,
so far.
exactly.
And also, it's really really weird to have to try to get back and forth through time whenever you don't have
Yeah.
the time machine. My grandfather, as a matter of fact, it's funny. He was a butcher for like his entire. Oh my god, he was a butcher for his entire life, and he had a theory that you could not go back further than when you were born because then you were not born, so therefore you could not go further back beyond that.
Yeah.
And it was really like. Whenever I was younger, it made sense, but like as I get older, I'm like, I don't know if that would even make sense. But still, it was very fascinating listening to him.
Save the people and be kind. Atheists won't understand the logic behind a God because atheists are wired in a factual evidence. Okay.
I have a question. What do I need to be saved from? What does anybody need to be saved from?
Yeah. Yeah, from God.
Yeah, right?
You need to be saved from God. Do atheists have funerals? Of course we do.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, there can even be a priest who goes over the funeral. Who, like for instance, when my mother passed, we were told there was a particular pastor who preceded it, who went over it, and we were given the option that it can be very religious, somewhat religious, or not religious at all. In which case, he even the pastors will sit there and make it more nebulous and not focused around God or the afterlife.
Time is
So,
experience, not just experience. It can't slow down. Actually, it can. We can demonstrate it slows down, Gavin. It's an
yep,
illusion. That's not true. Time dilation isn't even time. It's forces. Yeah. So all of this is not true.
yeah.
Yeah. So we have evidence to
Time,
the contrary. It's not an
yeah.
illusion.
Yeah, time can be an experience, but the thing is that it's
I mean, it can be.
in and of itself is not an experience.
Exactly. So that's just not true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I find it funny whenever people like to sit there and throw these little
Well,
tidbits out.
well, that's just funny because like GR demonstrates that time does slow down the faster you get to speed of light, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's the whole entire reason why people want to. It's one of the reasons, the focal points of any sci-fi is that faster than light travel is only possible because time slows down
yeah,
once you
exactly.
get there.
Then there's special relativity. You know, moving clocks tick slower relative to stationary ones because the constant speed of light. Yeah, so there's just a lot of things I don't agree with.
And then
there.
time works funny in places where like there is a mass amount of gravity. So like for instance, I think it's like time slows down like the closer to the center of the earth you would get, right? And so like time just slows down or speeds up. I don't remember which. But and so it's just really, really fascinating that once you get closer towards
Yeah.
the center, it does one of those two things.
Yeah,
It
and
speeds up or slows.
that's
I don't
exactly
remember
right.
which.
Yeah, and Gavin, you're mixing up psychological time with physical time, so that's the problem. You're confusing the two. So you're
Cat,
you're talking about
cat,
experience
correct.
time.
Cat cleared it up for me. It slows down the closer you get to the earth, the center of the earth.
Yeah, yeah.
And
It
so
slows down.
yeah, so it's so fascinating that these things happen, and it makes me realize that there's so much. Like we like to sit there and it's like, oh, we've some people like to be like, oh, we figured out quite a bit. Like what's left to figure out? I mean, that in and of itself, like maybe it's just me, but it's fascinating that we don't know a lot about that and that
Yeah.
we can experience that
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly.
It's really cool.
Exactly. So, yeah. And to that end, I mean, I hold that time is eternal. Which totally makes sense. And then if time is eternal, that means space is eternal. Because time and space are interwoven. Then if time and space are eternal, then matter and energy are eternal as well.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is like we already know energy, like just through the laws of thermodynamics, that energy is eternal.
Yeah. Debbie Medeiros.
Because if it can,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead and finish.
I was just gonna say because if it can't be created or destroyed, then that means that there
always
was no
existed.
moment where it was created and no moment where it will not be created.
Exactly. So, Debbie Medeiros, where's your hope in life? Got a hope in a lot of things. I don't need God for hope. And
But
do
she
you
also
think-
says, "You think this Earth is eternal?"
Yeah,
No,
no, of course not. You think this Earth is
this
eternal?
Earth had a moment where it was created, like it was
Very much.
formed.
The universe is eternal, but not the Earth. This is time. Why do we have day and night? Why does people all over the world have different time zones? Well, that's like the measurement of time. That's perception of time.
Yeah,
I've seen hospital CCTV video of angels coming for the dying. That's cap. I don't
I
believe
would.
that.
It reminds me.
I think that's a illusion. I don't think that happened.
It reminds me of those videos where people said, "Look, there's a guy who, like runs faster than the speed of light," and like it'd be somebody who's walking across the street who's about to get hit by a vehicle, and all they see this blur of light
Yeah.
come by and move the person, and it's like we like that video went around for a long time until finally someone's like, "Hey, by the way, this here is fake.
Yeah,
it's a concept
it's a
for the
hoax.
Flash."
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you're sick, hardship. Well, when I'm sick, Well, I remember I got COVID a couple years ago, and it was really, really hard for me to. That sucked, and I didn't pray to God one time. Did not pray to God
Yeah.
one single time. Hardship, yeah, I've had plenty of hardship. Never prayed to God one single time. Had a very close family member who just went to remission for cancer. Didn't pray one time. Went to remission. You can't have time and space. That is, you're denying physics. Free fire Godfather. You deny physics.
What?
Then you gotta you gotta give up your phone and your device because those were made with physics. Time and space can't coexist. That is against physics. So if you're denying physics,
Yeah.
yeah. Faith and not evidence isn't the best argument. Agreed. With all due respect, yeah, understood, Debbie. But yeah, I don't pray to God. You know, when people are sick or, you know, something bad happens. Yeah. God is eternal. You're lucky if you see 80 years. What is your evidence that God is eternal, Jesse? These are just statements. No
What
proof.
is your evidence of God?
Yeah, exactly.
And then you can tell us what your evidence for him being eternal
God
is.
being eternal, yeah. So we're just making
Debbie
claims.
says so no hope just happens. There's plenty of hope.
Plenty of hope,
I can
yeah.
hope for things. I can
Yeah,
hope
of
for things
course.
all day long.
But I'm trying to understand why we need a God to hope. Why do we need that? Please learn the story of Saint Veronica. Not happen. Not true. Oh, I know about that, Joe. It's not true. I was a former Catholic. Not
I
true.
don't know about Saint Veronica. I know about the only one that I know about is like
The
the
Creator
Fatima
exists.
story.
Yeah. There's Marian apparitions. It's all the same. The Creator
okay.
exists. Evidence, Alec. Jesse Gonzalez, I asked you first, so don't dodge. Give me evidence that God exists. And but to answer your question, Jesse, my evidence that God doesn't exist is quantum physics. Because it's human nature. It's how we were molded. Well, how do we know that? Our faith isn't based on evidence, it's based on faith. Our faith is based on faith. That's a circular
And see,
argument.
this is my breakdown
Where's
of
my
the faith, the faith, belief, and knowledge.
I've been doing this lately, Hammy.
What's that?
When people say it's faith based on
Faith?
yeah, faith based on faith. There you go. There's your argument right there.
Man,
Yeah,
and you know what? That is a good defeater right there.
yeah. So the Bible, yeah, I did this the other day. The Bible is true because of the miracles, and the miracles are true because of the Bible.
Bam, just like that.
Yep, just like that. Just like that.
So my stance on the faith, belief, and knowledge thing is that belief is something that we hold to be true, right? And so faith would then be a unjustified belief, whereas knowledge would be a justified belief. So that's just the breakdown that I use.
Yeah, and then because like I see faith as a subset of belief, and knowledge also as a subset of belief. So it's like a branch, right? It's like they're like branching out, and then like what is that? An org chart. That's kind of how I see it. An org chart. So you got belief
Yeah.
at the top, and then you've got knowledge branching this, or knowledge branching this way, faith branching this way. And I see faith as just belief without evidence, without sufficient evidence, and then I see knowledge as belief with sufficient evidence, or facts. You know, belief with facts. So that makes it knowledge. God made me rich. Yeah. Again, how do you know? How do we know that? Unless you like started a mega church, then I believe that.
Right.
The concept
Right.
of God.
But if you can show me evidence that you were like, say, a homeless pauper, if you will, and then all you did was pray, and then all of a sudden, like, you got millions and billions of dollars,
Yeah.
like right there, right then and there, then I don't see that being God doing it. I think that
Exactly.
you are cutting out the middleman of you doing the hard work.
Exactly. Let's see, Debbie. What happens when you pass? I think nothing. It's like we could just go out like flames. That's it. So this is it. Yeah. And
We have made it to 111K. Way
yeah,
to
we
go,
have
guys.
yeah 4,000 more for our next guest. We got Go DJ waiting patiently for people to tap.
Yeah, y'all keep on tapping,
Yeah.
so that way Go DJ Go can come up here
That's a
and
strange flex.
prove
Jesse.
us all wrong.
Prove us wrong. That's a strange flex, Jesse.
Yeah. If you're a millionaire, what are you doing spending time here on TikTok?
Not patient here. Well, you're still here. Are you superstitious? No, I'm not.
No.
Not at all.
The funniest thing is I'm no longer superstitious, but sometimes like I'll still catch myself like throwing salt over my shoulder,
Do you?
right?
Yeah. Everyone.
Yeah,
It's, like,
it's
that's like
weird.
old habit.
It's like an old habit dying hard, right?
Well, it's kind of the same thing as the whole no atheists and foxholes thing. Is like we still have irrational thoughts, right? Because we're human. That's just how we're built. So
Yeah.
that's so for someone to say, oh well, you're not really an atheist if you're caught praying like in a bad situation. No, that doesn't mean anything. It just because people do irrational things in the heat of the moment. So it means nothing. Yeah.
Like if somebody
Weird
wakes me
triangles.
up to sit there and tell me that somebody's breaking in with a pew pew,
Mm-hmm.
like my first instinct as I'm waking up is going to be an irrational one where I'm like, let me go after this guy, and then once my brain finally catches up, I'm like, that's dumb.
Exactly.
Call the cops.
Call the cops, exactly. Mr. Naps, how do you feel about Ouija boards? Well, you can buy them in the toy section at Target. That's all you need to know.
I love talking about Ouija boards and
Oh, I
all
do too.
the stuff like that because, like, they've done experiments on it to
Yeah.
see whether or not it's the people or a ghostly spirit
Yeah.
moving the what is that diamond looking thing called?
Oh, like the little
Yeah.
thing, the pointer. I just
Yeah.
call it the pointing thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the pointer thing. But surprise, surprise, it's the people.
Yeah. What makes you know they're, let's see, vocal atheists. Oh, PA Muskie addict. Well, no, this is your chance, PA Muskie addict. Come on up and convince us. The fact that you're trying so hard not to prove it means, okay, well, I'm just asking for evidence. I don't understand why people get so upset about that. It just means you know that God exists and Jesus saves. No, I don't know that. How do you, okay, PA Muskie addict, does that mean you are a mind reader now? That's interesting. You're a mind reader.
Wait, if the fact that we're up here saying all this stuff is proof that God does exist, does that mean the fact that that other people aren't doing it is proof that he doesn't exist?
Proof that doesn't. Eyes, ears, nose, mouth. How does any of that demonstrate a God? We can demonstrate all those things scientifically, Andy Chill. Eyes, ears, nose, mouth. We all know how those can
It's
be.
all about bit perfect.
It's all about bit perfect. I don't know what that means.
I think he was trying to say all about being perfect.
It's all about being
eyes, ears,
perfect.
mouth. Yeah.
Yeah.
What? But the eyes are not perfect. Well, at least the human eyes aren't.
Where's the evidence you can breathe with oxygen without seeing it? We can build machines, Debbie, to capture oxygen, to measure oxygen. So we can demonstrate
If
that
it's
we're
cold
wrong, Andy.
outside, I can breathe out
Yeah.
and see the carbon dioxide coming out of my
That is-
system.
That is a very mature answer. You're wrong.
Oh, pack it up, folks.
it
Somebody
up,
on the
Andy.
internet said we're wrong.
Andy chilled. Just demonstrated it. Every time you breathe, you say his name. No, that I do not. I do not.
This is going back off the Jewish thought that like the sound, the Tetranomagon or
Yeah.
whatever, however it's pronounced, is just literally the sound that one breathes in and breathes out, the noise it makes.
No.
Yeah, that's literally Yahweh's name.
Had that conversation yesterday. No. So you've never felt connected beyond the facts you stand before by whether you call God or another name. I thought I did. I was deluded. I was deluding myself. I thought I felt connected to God at one time, but no, science can only go so far. No, it can go very much further. Then science doesn't have all the answers. That's true. We don't, but we get more answers every day. But that
Wait.
doesn't. But how does that demonstrate a God, Andy? That's what I'm saying. You just keep saying you're wrong. What is your evidence that we're wrong?
And Debbie says we can't prove it to a non-believer who refuses to believe. If, like, what? Like, if I didn't refuse to believe, then that would make me a believer.
Yeah, exactly.
Which means then you're saying that you can only prove it to a believer?
But Debbie, I'm asking for evidence. How am I refusing to believe? I'm literally asking for evidence right up there. Literally. I mean, it's right up there. It just says, "What is your evidence that God exists?" And you're saying I'm refusing to believe it. I just want some evidence.
I'm pretty sure the Bible even says that you have to be able to
Show us evidence
properly
there
defend
isn't a
your
God.
faith.
Laws of physics, Muskie addict. That's evidence there's no God.
Look, I'm gonna start arguing the way some of y'all argue. The fact that, like, I stubbed my toe this morning, that proves there's no God.
Yeah, I had to get gas this morning. That proves there's no God. Quantum physics. That's my argument. So what does quantum physics say, PA Muskie addict? What does the Schrodinger equation say, PA Muskie addict? Which part of the Schrodinger equation do you disagree with? Which one? Go ahead. I'm waiting. Tell me which part of the Schrodinger equation, PA Muskie addict, is false.
And if you're gonna sit there and if you think that it's foolish to sit there and say that you don't know what it is, so you're not gonna answer it, I'll be the first to say I don't even know what the fuck that is. I don't know what the Schrodinger equation is.
Yeah. Yeah, tell us what it is. Here, I'll show it to you. Like that's gonna matter. It took me like reading a shit ton of books to figure out, just to say it like just enough to be dangerous. I can just explain it. That's about it.
Right.
That's about it. But it implies that time is eternal. That's basically it.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. So basically, the whole thing behind quantum physics is like classical physics. They calculate the exact position of a particle, right? Like within an atom. But quantum physics calculates the probability of where the particle will be, and
Okay.
they do that with something called a wave function, right? So there's also something called the Hamiltonian, which I don't quite understand what that means, but basically, if the Hamiltonian is constant, you can predict the position with the probability position in a wave function at any point in time. So any point in the eternal, infinite past or infinite future. So that implies that time is eternal, and all the math that they've done since then has demonstrated that. I mean, we use fucking quantum physics to talk on this app. So there's your evidence right there
Have you ever thought that it's because of God?
that we talk on this app, right?
God sits there and puts the magic particles in the air so that way these communication devices can communicate over
Yeah.
long distances.
All right, it's 115,000 likes. Go DJ, it's time. How you doing?
All right.
How you doing, Go
I'm
DJ?
doing pretty good. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for waiting. So, how old are you?
Can we? Yeah.
I'm over 18. I'm old enough,
Perfect.
man. I have like
Perfect.
kids.
Okay,
So,
perfect.
I'm
Perfect,
old enough
perfect.
to party.
so
And which God do you
um,
believe in?
I'm a Roman Catholic, but
Okay.
you know, I'm like out. I'm non-practicing, I would say.
Non-practicing. Hey, I was at that part. Hey, you're.
Wait a minute,
you're-
real quick. Was this a fake country accent, or are you really country as fuck like me?
Who, me?
Yeah, he's asking about
Yeah,
you.
you.
Oh no, I don't know. I don't know if I have accent or not. So I do
Oh, okay.
apologize.
Where you from?
No,
Where
no,
you
don't
from?
have to apologize.
Well, I'm here in the U.S., but originally I'm from the Philippines. So, you know, when you talk about the Philippines, we have a lot of religion.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for
Well,
sure.
no, I just assumed that because like the way you said Catholic, the Catholic, it was like it was very reminiscent of some of the country folk that I hang around.
Yeah. So, you know, it's kind of hard because I remember Trust was saying he almost went to a seminary school,
I did.
but
Almost
I
became a
did.
Catholic priest.
Yes, I did went to a seminary school, and
Mm.
part of it is studying religion.
And you did.
So,
Yes, see, you did.
so with all the research that we did before,
Mm-hmm.
you know, for me, my personal opinion, it all boils down that religion is made by a human. But
Yep.
before that, let me ask you something. Would you agree when I ask you that all man-made, not all, but if all man-made stuff can be corrupted.
Man-made stuff can be corrupted. Yeah, I
Yes.
think to a certain degree, yes.
All right. So,
Yeah, to a certain degree. Yeah.
all right. So, because for me, like, especially Roman Catholics, the religion was used to conquer people,
Oh, yeah, for
you
sure.
know? Like, they used that religion to actually, conquer lands,
Mm-hmm.
prosecute non-believers and stuff.
Sure.
Just labeling people left and right who doesn't really understand or believe their beliefs,
Sure.
you know.
Yeah.
So for me, um, it's because human nature, you know, we crave for power. We
Mm-hmm.
we crave for control, you know. Humans are greedy.
Okay.
So if we can control things that we can control, we would do what we need to do in order to have that power and control.
Yeah. Let me ask you, DJ, what's your best evidence that God exists?
I don't, like if you go ask me if it's if well, I don't believe in like gods because there's like multiple gods, but
Okay.
I believe that there is some higher power out there,
Okay.
that we probably don't know, we don't have no knowledge about.
Okay. Do you think this higher power created the universe?
I I don't.
You don't?
I'm not sure,
Okay.
like I can't really say yes, I can't really say no
Okay. Sounds like
because
you're agnostic.
see that's the thing, I don't know if I am or if I'm not.
Mm.
I'm like right in the middle
You're
where
right in
I'm,
the middle.
like I saw the bad things about
Yeah.
the religion
Yeah.
and I saw also the good things. Kind of
Yeah.
like, when you and Monty were talking about, you know, um, him finding God and
Mm-hmm.
being able to, straighten himself up, I was like, over here reacting like, dude, you're not giving credit to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
I
about,
think I think I remember seeing you type that. Yeah.
it's not about, and patience
This.
actually reacted to that,
Mm-hmm.
and she was asking, where's my empathy? I'm like, well, that's me being, showing sympathy about his situation, but also him straightening himself up, give him credit,
Mm-hmm.
claim the credit. Don't give it to someone else. You did the hard work,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Exactly. So, well, tell me, because see, here's the thing. Yeah, I was gonna enter seminary. I decided to go to the seminary when I was 17, late in my senior year of high school. Decided I wanted to go. Oh no, sorry, late in my junior year. Decided I wanted to go. Challenged to read the Bible. Read the Bible for the first time. Had questions. Ended up not going to the seminary. So what? Because you said you actually went.
Yep.
Why'd you leave?
Back then, I have an older brother who's also in the seminary, but
Mm,
I was in high school. I did a minor seminary. He did the major seminary,
mm-hmm.
and by the time we graduated, um, we kind of had a talk where he
Was this in
said,
the
"I'm just
Philippines, by the way, or was this here?
yes,
Okay, it's a little bit different there. Yeah,
yeah, it's a little bit different over there."
yeah. Okay, so you guys had a
And
talk. Uh huh.
yeah, we had a talk, and then he said that he'll pursue, and then I'll just go pursue something else.
Hmm.
But like in my years that I was there with all this reading the Bible, all praying and all that, it's like when you keep, it's like being an athlete that you keep doing the same thing over and over again until
Mm-hmm.
it becomes like a muscle memory,
Yeah. See ya, Hammy. Mm-hmm.
you know. And then you realize that like draft day you didn't get drafted and all that stuff. So it's like you thought you had a calling but you didn't, you know.
Yeah.
And then for me, I was like thinking like maybe this is circumstantial. Maybe this is what like because back then, like my faith is really solid, and then when we had that talk, maybe, this is like a sign or something that's, maybe the universe is telling me like I
Yeah.
have to pursue a different path.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
you know,
Okay. What would it take then to get you to believe, like get you to believe in a God, like just a God, I guess.
well, see, that's the thing, for me, it's like having their Messiah, because I don't just want to say Jesus or um Muhammad, or like Buddha. All of those are just messiahs, meaning they are the people who's actually people from that religion looked up to.
Yeah.
For example, Buddha, right? Like everybody thinks, or like the religion Buddhism is actually trying to be happy, reaching the state of nirvana, which is like the ultimate happiness. And then people would look up to them, you know. That gives people hope, and when you're like very down, when you're like, religious call it astray, you know. Um, it's it's like when you're losing hope, when you think about their messiahs and stuff, it gives you hope. Those are
Sure.
like good things that I would say religion has given us, you know.
Yeah, I hear that. What's more important though, having hope or believing the truth?
Oh, I think it depends on how you were raised, what culture you have, you know. Remember when I commented about it's because that's how we were molded and formed.
Yeah.
It like when you're talking about faith, it's it's very it's not a solid statement when you say you have faith, because sometimes you doubt. As a human, it's part of you to not trust or to doubt,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But when you're when you guys were talking about faith, how can you have faith?
Dean.
That was your question. And I was like saying, well, you have faith because when you were growing up, you were taught about that faith.
Yeah.
You were taught about that God. You were taught about, what whatever those preaching that they were teaching you growing up. And as a child, because you're just like a sponge. So you're just getting whatever information that you have and try to store it.
Yeah. 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 I can
You
understand
know?
that too. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. Cause I mean, I grew up Catholic. My mom, she still goes to church every day, and she's 84 years old, still goes to church every day. So, so she's still very Catholic. And I just remember, having to do all the things to do that and being raised in the church. And it was very much part of my life, very heavy part of my life. And so just kind of reading the Bible for the first time, front to back,
Mm-hmm.
because I thought, because when you go to church, you think that you know the Bible, because you hear the liturgy, you hear the word. I was a
Yeah.
liturgical minister, I would go up and read the word. I was a Eucharistic minister. I was an altar boy, heavily involved. And so then when you go through it and you're like, wow, this is completely different than what I thought it
You,
was,
when you see the other side,
it's
you
hard.
know, it's it's hard to go back.
It's hard to go back. It's hard to unsee it. Yeah. You can't
Yeah.
unring that bell. And that's kind of how and what it was like a splinter in my head that I just couldn't get out. And I just, and so the more I read to understand, because that's what a lot of people told me to do, was to read the Bible again and understand it. And the more I read, well, see, the funny thing is the more I understood, but the opposite direction, the opposite of what they
Yeah.
wanted. I started to understand, like, oh, wait a minute, I understand what this means. But then I'd find something else that I didn't quite understand, go read about that, or go talk about that, read it again, then I'd understand that. And so it just kept going to the point where I just don't believe this anymore,
Yeah.
you know?
And when if we're talking about the Bible, for me, there's like a lot of um a lot of books that wasn't included in the Bible,
Oh,
you
sure.
know.
Sure.
And Bible is considered as the smallest library because you have, stories, you have songs, you have poems, you have, pretty much a lot of stuff that's in it,
Mm-hmm.
but for me, how, like my question back in the day when we were doing the research, how did the Bible started?
Mm-hmm.
How did this recording started? Who thought about, oh, you know what, let's start jotting this down, you know and we found out that everything began with oral tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody played Simon Says?
Oh, yeah. Or the
you know
telephone game. Remember the telephone
or the
game?
telephone game?
Mm-hmm.
you know you say one thing in the front, when it comes to the back, it's all different. It's
Exactly.
because, that's when the message is passed on, and then someone thought about, all right, you know what, we know how to write, let's start,
Mm-hmm.
documenting stuff, you know and then it got translated again. So maybe the meaning is has changed. That's why there's a lot of version of the Bible,
Yeah.
you know. And since people crave power, this is one of the reasons why, the Philippines has a lot of religious sects.
Mm-hmm.
It's because, like, oh, I kind of don't believe what you're saying, so I'm gonna start my own.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
kind of don't like the tradition, so I'm gonna start my own.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
well, you guys, it says on the Bible this, you're not following it, so I'm gonna start my own.
Yeah.
Human nature.
Yeah, it's human nature.
That's how it is.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't like what we're seeing, it's manifesting now. Cancel culture. If we don't like something, we cancel it.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't support it.
Exactly.
It's basically we're starting our own.
Yeah.
We're starting our own belief.
Yeah.
You know.
So the conversation, just kind of going back to the conversation you had with your brother, was it like one thing that was said that tipped it for you, or was it just a bunch of things that, you know?
That's just a bunch of things, man. Because you know, it's like I'm gonna give an example. So like we would have like town fiestas,
Mm-hmm.
right? We would celebrate the patron saint of the city,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's a lot of people who would offer food. Money back then, mm, people would prefer to give you like chicken, vegetables, and all that, rather than giving you money, because
Mm-hmm.
for them it's like fruit of their labor.
Yeah.
So that being said, like the church would have a lot of food, and then I would see, like most of the food, especially the cooked ones, like um how do you call this, like the rice cakes and all that,
Mm-hmm.
they would just go to waste, and then in my head, why don't we just give this to the people who are hungry, like donate it to like an orphanage, or so they could feed them. It's like there's a lot of contradiction when I
Yeah.
was
Right.
like
Right.
being inside.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people too, because I remember, um what do you call that, there are people who are dying or who are dead, and people would go ask for, for like the sacrament of the dead, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like your final rites before you actually get buried,
Mm-hmm.
and the church would deny it.
It
You know.
doesn't make
So for
sense.
me, yeah, it doesn't make
That doesn't
sense.
make a lot of sense. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So for me, it created a lot of like discrimination. You know, not only in what I experienced, but there's a lot of historical evidence that there was a discrimination because they are on different religion.
You're right. Right.
You know, kind of like in the Philippines, we're having war between Christians and Muslims because just because they're Muslims and just because they're Christians.
Mm.
It doesn't make sense,
Yeah.
you know?
That's too bad.
So,
Yeah, that's
I
too
don't
bad.
know. Yeah, it's because of probably for me, this all religion thing was made up, you know, maybe a good thing because people could, you know, hope, maybe, you know, people to be good, not try to kill, steal, or do whatever, you know, to hurt other people, you know. And at the same time, there's like some bad parts of it where people are starting to learn discrimination,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
learn how to like not be open with other religion.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I don't understand when people can't really talk, you know, like without screaming.
Uh-oh. I can't hear. I can't hear you. I think your internet connection's having a problem.
Yeah.
Oh no. You went mute.
All right.
Okay. There we go.
Okay.
That sounds better.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
So what were you?
So
Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, it just it creates a lot of, you know, a lot of confusion on people.
Yeah.
That's why there's a lot of people that, oh, this is the right way, this is the right religion, we are doing this. You know, for me, as long as you're a good person, you're not scamming, you're not, you know, hurting other people. I think religion is not really important.
Yeah. Yeah. What about the belief though in a God? How important do you think that is?
Well, because for us in the Philippines growing up, we that's how we were taught,
Right.
you know. And it's kind of sad that I'm realizing that how we were taught about the God, you know, is is cruel. Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, if you don't do this, God will punish you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or if you do this, God will reward you,
Yeah.
you know.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, maybe it's important to other people. Maybe it's important um to like those people who need it during that time.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of the people, especially the, you know, like you're not 100% religious all the time. I would I would doubt that. You know, you're like 100% religious
Oh
all the
yeah.
time.
I agree with that.
You know,
Yeah.
there are like sometimes like, you know what, nobody's looking, I'm gonna do this.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
so you know, like as long as you're not hurting other people, you know, you're raising your family right and all that, I think,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you're good. But with believing God, there are like some people who just believe in God because they're in trouble.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they're on the brink of their something would happen to them, and you know that's when they start crying for God.
Mm-hmm. All right, DJ. We're at the point where we do a kick poll. So I'm gonna start a poll to see, and I'm gonna let the chat decide to give you 20 more minutes, or we move on to the next guest. Okay. So I've enjoyed the
Oh,
conversation.
yeah. Thank you for having me.
Oh,
I
you're just
have
gonna
to
go down?
go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, there it
I
is.
have to go. Thank you for having me,
Yeah,
man.
you got
You
it.
know,
You got it, DJ. Have a good night.
you
Thanks for coming
too.
up.
I appreciate being here.
You got it. Take care.
All right.
So that was pretty good. So he had another person who formerly, well, he actually went to the seminary and then dropped out. I decided to go and didn't go. Andy chilled. How about you request up? Let's talk. But yeah, so that was interesting stuff. No thanks. You're gonna hide in the chat? Okay. You can hide in the chat. All right. Let's bring up Dean the Dude. Dean the Dude. How you doing, Dean? It's been a while.
Hey,
Hey,
how you doing, bro?
I'm doing good, bro. It's been a while. Been a minute.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
It's been a while. How you been? Everyone good?
Yeah, everyone's good. Thank you. How about on your end? Everybody good?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Good, good.
Everything's pretty well.
Good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Well, you used your fast pass, so that's good.
Fast,
So,
fast.
yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember where we left off last time.
Oh, I don't remember either. But I got some new traps for you.
Oh yeah. I've been listening to you. I see what you've been saying. So what I guess sticking with the prompt, you were talking about the best evidence for the God, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the best evidence for God is the one that convinces you.
The one that convinces you. Okay. All
Yep.
right. Well, I've heard a lot of them. They haven't convinced me.
Right. So that must not be the one for you.
Must not be the one. Yeah. You know what's interesting though? There's 5 that I've heard, 5 major ones. So over
Well,
it's like
I remember
1,200 people that I've talked to, and all of them give the same 5 reasons. You know that?
what's that? What the reasons?
Yeah, the
What
reasons. Personal experience, family culture of origin. Like the last guy was up, he was raised Catholic, as I was. So that's family culture of origin, or wherever you were, what country you're in or whatever. Historical evidence, philosophical arguments, faith. That's it. 5.
Yeah. I think, but I think to answer your question is that it's whatever that convinces you and reveals to you who God is.
What convinces you? Like, what's the strongest evidence that convinces you?
What convinces me? I think the Word. I think the Bible.
The
I
Bible?
would say off the top of my head, yeah.
Okay.
Just that and experiences and things that
Yeah.
that go along with that. So
Okay.
I wouldn't say that's just solely that. It's a number of things. Some of it is that I grew up in it. Some of it is when I got older, I asked questions and I received answers. Some of it was personal experiences and things that I've experienced personally. Some of it is people's testimonies. Some of it is listening to others who I know personally that
Right.
have no reason to lie or anything.
Sure.
And have experienced some very, very, very powerful things.
Now I know we've talked about this before, like
Yeah.
that it's possible to believe something to be true and not lie about it and it not be true, right?
Yeah, that's true. And the opposite is true.
Oh, of course.
You could think one thing to not be true and it could be. You
And
just
it
don't
could
know.
be, and you just don't know. Yeah. So it goes both ways. I agree with that.
Yeah.
So if we're, because like you've got your experience, and we've talked about this, I know where we left off. I remember where we left off. Speaking of experiences, we left off with NDEs.
That's right. Yeah,
That's what we last talked about. So speaking of that, so you've got your experiences, you got the Bible, you got other people's experiences that you've heard, you've got your culture, your family of origin stuff, you grew up in it. So I think that fits basically 3 of the 5 that I have, right? And you probably could throw in like philosophical arguments and I don't know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, would you consider faith something that makes your belief true?
Yeah, faith and some of it is reasoning.
Okay.
Some people reason the other way.
Okay.
When we talk about, and I know I've listened to you talk about, quantum physics and things like that, and that shows that energy and the universe is eternal and all that stuff. Kind of heard that. And honestly, I don't see that as any refuting, honestly, of what I believe, because
Oh, I'm not trying
God-
to refute.
no, I'm just saying the eternal part is, yeah. So energy maybe has always existed, right? But that's not that's not really any different than what I believe. I
Okay.
mean, I think God is all powerful, right?
Yeah.
And if God is all powerful, that's all energy, right?
Well, here's the challenge to that. The
Maybe not
challenge.
energy as we know it.
Yeah.
Maybe not energy as we know it, but power in energy, it could be in any form, maybe a form that we don't understand yet.
Okay.
But it's power and energy, right?
Well,
Power is the ability to
yeah.
do anything, right? Move things, create things, manifest things,
Mm-hmm.
whatever that may be,
Well,
right? So we don't have all the evidence, and we don't know everything about energy and the way it works and the whole nine.
right.
That's a whole mystery. There's probably a whole study that it's lots of things that we probably don't even know about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
You know what I'm saying?
I hold that time, matter, energy, space, and gravity are all eternal. I also hold that like laws of physics are eternal. I hold that logic is eternal. And if you think about it, that means that, because how would you suppose, like, for example, how would you suppose a God, wouldn't God need logic to create, to do things? Because
Um,
God has a mind, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
But logic in the way that we know it, yes, logic in that sense, but in the way that we know it. Okay, so for instance, from what we know, what would you say is impossible physically?
Squared circle.
No. I'm saying, yeah, I understand that. I'm saying physically impossible as far as physics, as you know in physics.
Walking on water.
Okay, walking on water, right? Let's take that. Because why?
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 Violates the laws of physics because water is it's the surface of it. It has, I can't think of the term for it, but basically, when we don't float that way,
Right.
because of the weight, the way our weight's distributed across our feet, it makes us we're not buoyant. So we just go, whoo, we sink right down. Buoyancy.
Right.
Thank you, Expect Todd. Thought we don't have buoyancy when we're on our feet. And that's what you need to float on to sit atop water. You need buoyancy. We don't have that.
That's impossible, and
It's
it would
impossible
never happen.
when we're standing on our feet. Yeah, like if you're lying flat, like if your body's flat, then you're more buoyant. But even
Right.
not perfectly, but all the pressure is on our feet. My light went out. All the pressure is on our feet, or all the what's it called, is on our feet. So
Yeah.
we don't have a way to, it's not distributed. Our weight isn't distributed.
Right.
So
Gravity basically pulls you down.
pretty much, yeah.
Where you have more density than water.
Right.
Water's not as dense. And
Yeah.
then you
And
through it.
so the easy way to ask is like, if you believe that Jesus walked on water, well, which law of physics did Jesus use to walk on water?
So, good question. So, let's take for instance, because this is impossible. We're talking impossible.
Mm-hmm.
That's no different. That's no different than the government knowing that there's UAPs that rise, fall, move without any propulsion. That is supposedly physically and according to our physics impossible. It is impossible
Not really.
according to our physics. It's no different than walking on water is no different than me jumping off a building.
Well,
It's the whole same concept. Like
you mean jumping off the building and surviving?
I'm just saying
That's what
that
you
I'm
mean,
gonna
right?
fall. I'm saying
Yeah.
I'm gonna fall, just as I would sink in water.
Oh, I
I'm
see
gonna-
what you mean. You're talking about gravity. Okay. Yeah.
The sense that, yeah, we already know. So water, air, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Anything that rises above that has no propulsion, and no buoyancy, but yet moves or can float, should be impossible.
Mm-hmm.
But
should
we
be.
are seeing that it's not. So it's wrecking our physics.
What?
So the reason why I'm saying this is when we see something and we say it's impossible and we don't know yet, we think one way and then we think another. So here's where I'm going with it. I know I heard you talk to a guy. I don't know, a few days ago last week. And you were saying that you were talking to a guy who was physically amputated.
Mm-hmm.
And his legs, he prayed and they appeared or they grew,
Mm-mm.
you would
That's not
believe.
quite how it worked. Oh yeah, yeah, I would believe. Yes, that's true.
You said that you would believe.
Oh, in a hot second. Yep.
Right,
If they
right.
grew back immediately, I would believe it in a hot
You would
second.
believe. You would believe.
Mhm.
You would believe that a God exists, or you would believe in the biblical God,
I would believe a God exists. Now,
but not necessarily a biblical God.
not necessarily biblical God. Now, if you want to take it a step further, if you
Mm-hmm.
were able to replicate something in the Bible, then I would like some miracle in the Bible or something like that. Then I
Walk
would
on water.
walked on water. Yeah, exactly. A
Right.
walking on water.
Okay.
I would, yeah, it would.
You would be a believer.
Oh,
And
I'd probably, yeah, I'd be, yeah, I'd probably stop my live and change the prompts to say,
okay.
I'm a Christian. What's your evidence
Okay.
that God doesn't exist? Yeah, I'd flip it all around. Yeah, it'd be something, and it would have to be
Yeah.
something like you and I talked about this. It's something extraordinary, right?
Right.
So
So
that's what I'm talking
here's where
about.
I'm going with it. Here's how I'm going with it. If you never see another miracle, another person walk on water, another person healed, another miracle, another nothing for the rest of your life, do you think you'd still be a believer?
Do I still think I'd be a believer? There's other ways that you could do it. So it wouldn't just be miracles, Dean. It could be a math proof. It could be forensic evidence. It could be a really good philosophical argument, like a really, really good one. So it
No,
doesn't.
I'm just saying that if you never saw a miracle again,
Oh, would I
you
still believe? Yeah, I would.
you would still believe by 20 years from now.
Okay,
Do you think you'd still be
I
a
see what you
believer
mean. I see what you mean.
in the God of the Bible? Do you think you'd still be a
Oh
believer?
yeah, for sure. Like if you're saying if I saw one, right? Like if say we
Yeah, if
went
I
to the
walked
VA
on water
hospital.
tomorrow,
Yeah,
you were there, scientists were there, they saw it, I walked on water. That was it. Took 15 minutes, I walked on water.
and that's what it took to convert me. I wouldn't, and then I wouldn't
Deconvert.
yeah, I probably wouldn't deconvert. No, I doubtfully, it's doubtful that I would.
Okay.
Very doubtful because we
And
have
that's
that one experience, and that's a pretty extraordinary experience. So I think so now I would say that the confidence level in my belief is commensurate with like how extraordinary that event is. That event would be, yeah, it really
So
would be.
how does that differ from a person who is clinically died, saw heaven, comes back, and they're like, this thing is real, I'm a believer, I am convinced, and for the rest of my life, I am a believer in the true and living God.
Great question. And
I'm I'm
yep.
trying to tell you how real this is.
Mhm.
Just like you saw me walk on water, right?
Mhm.
20 years from now, you try to tell the people that you love, I saw this guy walk on water, and this thing is real. The God of the Bible is real. And they said, trust. I hear what you're saying,
How do you know?
but
Yeah,
that's not good enough for me. I need evidence.
I don't care.
Where's your evidence, Trust? You don't have evidence. Yeah, you told me this guy walked on water,
Mhm.
and I saw the video, but hey, that's not good enough. I need to see something for myself.
Yeah, but I don't
See what
care.
I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't care.
So my point is, here's my point is that I think believing in God is not just an evidence-based thing.
Mm.
I think it's more than that. I think it's a revelation and understanding of who God is. Yes, something can spark that, like a walking on water, like a miracle healing, like something happened for grandma, like a near-death experience, like a crazy dream that was the most vivid thing that you ever knew and it wasn't really a dream. You know you were out of your body. Whatever that is, you know that God exists.
Okay.
And I think that's what my answer is as far as the best evidence for God is the one that you know
Okay.
that God is real and that is a revelation
All
of
right.
God.
So let me ask you this then. So so if I saw that, right? Because you did even qualify it. You did say, well, there were scientists there, they confirmed that I walked on water.
Yeah.
And I saw this, right? And we would have to kind of preface it too. Like, for example, let's just say you prayed before you walked on water, right?
Sure.
And then it happened. Yeah, that would be convincing. Now, if you just happen to be walking on water, and you know, then it's a bit different. It has to be directly attributed to the God, if that makes sense.
I got you.
Not just, hey, Dean just walked on water, you know.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just, you know,
I got you.
yeah, you got to attribute it to the God somehow.
Mhm.
And then there's going to be, you know, I think there would be a period of time where I would like, did I really see this? Did I?
Mhm.
However, I think it would, but it would take a serious, it would increase my confidence significantly that there is a God. You know, I'm at like a 2 that a God exists. You know, it would jump it
Right.
up a lot. It would jump it
Yeah.
up a lot. So,
So
so now,
let me ask you this.
yeah,
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
no,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
Now, what if 30 years from now,
Mhm.
this is a scenario, I don't know, some being, alien, who knows, or a person or a guru or a magician or whoever, they walk on water
Mhm.
and they see, this isn't God, it's just something I can do. Would that change your faith and say, maybe that wasn't God?
Mm, no, not necessarily. Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if it's an alien, and now I think it might depend because let's just say the alien says, "Oh, it's the laws of physics. We figured this out. It's quantum physics. We figured it out." That
Mm-hmm.
might do it. It also might be that this God that we now believe in, you know, use quantum physics to help you out with that. I don't know. Um, so I think the thing is though, Dean, is that like I said, if it's when I say something extraordinary, because then that would be 2 extraordinary events. So now what you're saying is, well, if the one extraordinary event gets supplanted by the second extraordinary event, then you know where are you going to be at? And I like this. This is a good hypothetical. Where would you be at?
Mm-hmm.
It actually might give me pause. I don't think I would stop believing it though,
Mm-hmm.
because like I said, it's possible that this God, you know, use the laws of physics. It's possible. It's
Yeah.
possible. So
I
honestly,
think
I don't know.
I think a lot of believers face that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They have an experience with God that is supernatural or whatever it is,
Yeah.
right? And then other things happen and other people talk and they see other things and well, maybe it wasn't. Maybe that was something. Oh, well, you know, these psychics say so and so and they're not believers in God and so things can get diluted and convoluted and all kinds of stuff.
I,
And so I
yeah.
think when you find believers that are very strong or stay to their faith, they're in the face of things that happen are holding to what they believed in. And I think it's bigger than just what the seeing in this evidence. I think it's bigger than that. I think it's a revelation. I think it's when you put it all together and you read God's word and you read the Bible and you start to understand who God is in this and who is this God. I think it's deeper than just, oh, this is this thing I saw. It's this is a part of my life. This is who I am. This is how I
It's
feel.
part of my life. Okay. I was actually going to get into that
Right,
because
right.
I think there might be an important distinction between myself and like someone like that is that
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm doubtful that this would be like a part of my life. I'm
Mm-hmm.
doubtful that, see, I may just believe it and I may just
Mm-hmm.
stop right there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that this would cause me to go to church or start,
Mm-hmm.
you know, proselytizing or something like that. I'm not sure about that. It just,
Honesty.
yeah, it just may be, I just believe it. It's also possible that, you know, I may never get to the Christian God.
Mm-hmm.
I just may believe in a deity like I did before.
Yeah.
It's possible. You know, because part of the other thing, Dean,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of reasons why I don't believe in a God. A lot of reasons. It's not just
Mm-hmm.
that there's no physical evidence. It's not just that.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to it.
Yeah, I think you've kind of explained some things to me about
Mhm.
that.
I've
I think
explained a lot of it.
especially about the evil and the
Mm-hmm.
existence of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of those fantastical stories in the scripture and things like that, that I've heard you articulate. You've been explaining. I think there's, yeah, and I get that there's a number of things that kind of, you know, are a blocking point for you, saying, I don't know about this Christian God.
Yeah.
Maybe not this Christian God, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's
Right.
yeah,
So,
Christian God has a lot to. That's going to be a challenge. I'm not going to lie. You know, like a deity, you might might want to do baby steps, bro. Just maybe start with a deity. You know, let's work our way up to the Christian God. Still got some more work to do.
honestly, I think if you get to any deity that has a mind, you're gonna have the challenge of who that deity is.
Oh, of course, of course.
You're gonna have a challenge. It doesn't matter whether it's Christian God or whatever.
Yeah.
Any God with a mind is you're gonna be challenged as far as accepting who that God is.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me ask you a question, Dean. Let me ask you a question. Is there anything you can think of that would cause you to rethink your belief in God?
No.
No. So
other than passing away.
other than passive way. Okay. So
There ain't nothing there.
okay. Ain't nothing there.
That's about it.
Okay.
You know.
So would you say it's unfalsifiable to you?
Unfalsifiable. You mean the existence of God being unfalsifiable? When you say unfalsifiable, what do you mean?
There's nothing that could convince you otherwise, or even give you a doubt.
No, not at this point.
Okay.
No.
That sounds like it's unfalsifiable. Yeah.
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 I mean, I know there's plenty of things that people would say I'm just kind of being, but anything other than that is not convinced. You know what I'm saying? Anything other than that is not convinced. Not truly. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I wouldn't see where it would be if I say that I'm convinced that God exists.
Yeah.
And then I tell you, well, there's some ways that I can't be convinced. I'm like, well, are you really convinced? Or not?
Yeah, I hear you.
You know, or maybe I just can't. Maybe I just can't articulate it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just not my mind to articulate it. But I would say at this point, no.
Okay.
You know, just because it's one of those things that I'm convinced. I guess that's the best way I can put it.
Okay. Let me jump in real quick because I put in this new thing. I do kick polls now at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Has it been 30 minutes
It's
already?
been, well, we did it for 20 minutes today. So we're doing it for
20
20
minutes.
So we're a little bit, we're at like 22, 23 minutes. So let's do this real quick, but it's a minute so we can still talk. But I always love talking to you, but yeah, it keeps the chat engaged and stuff like that. So, okay, chat, it's kick poll time.
Yeah, man.
So, or unless you got a dip, but if you want to stay longer, yeah, I'll do the
No,
poll.
well, I think, was there one more thing I was going to ask you? I know we went through that. We went through that part.
Well, I hope that they keep you on because I got a trap for you.
Oh, you got a trap.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I got a trap for you. Yeah. Oh, I got a trap.
You got a trap.
I got a trap. You know,
That's
and
funny.
you know I love you, Dean. So
That's funny.
it's not
Yeah.
it's not an evil trap. It's a friendly trap.
I'll say this to your chat. If you want to hear his trap, then keep me on.
Oh, see, there's some more at stake. So yes.
If you think he's got a trap, and you want to hear the trap that he's got for me, then keep me on.
Yeah, I got a trap. I've been like an evil atheist in my lab, just thinking up traps. You know.
Well, yeah, I know. I know about the whole. I've been hearing you with I know you've been big with the quantum physics thing. Yeah, I've been hearing you with that. I've been hearing you with the if you go into a hospital and heal the whole wing, or the cancer of healing all the cancer of the children, and you know, wouldn't that, you know, why doesn't God do that? And that kind of thing. I've heard that.
Oh, I got some good ones. I got yeah, that's just the tip of the iceberg, Dean. I got a good one. All right, I got a special one for you. Not this isn't just for Dean. This is some good one. Okay, all right. I'm gonna start the poll. Okay, everybody, get ready to vote. We're gonna see. Okay, so if you wanna, so happy face for Dean to stay, crying face for Dean to go. So let's vote out. Let's vote, everybody. You got a whole minute to do it. So, but yes, that is the stakes. Is you get to hear the trap. Oh,
you see.
see, they want me to trap you, but you know, it's a Chinese finger trap, right? That's what it is.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think we can say that. It's a finger trap.
Okay.
Dean, run while you can.
Yeah.
No, no, Dean knows Dean's a great sport, number one, and he knows I'm not doing it out of malice. It's you know, it's a conversation starter and it's a great way to have a talk. And so he's a great sport about it. All right, well, I think they want you to stay, my brother.
Ooh, look at there.
Yeah.
I survived the kick pole.
Yeah, you made the kick pull. All right. 5 more seconds. I don't think you're going to get 7 votes to overcome that. So I think it's safe. All right. All right. You bought
Okay.
another 20 minutes. Okay. All right. So here's the trap. Okay. I got to go find it now. But go ahead, finish what you were saying. I need a minute to find it.
Uh, no, no. I mean, I was just. I know that there was a few things that you had discussed and chatted with other
Mm-hmm.
believers about. I mean, I know kind of where you stand as far as I don't know if you if the trap is about the problem of evil, or if it's quantum physics, or it's Big Bang, or if it's what God didn't do, or if it's slavery in the Bible, or if I mean probably you're discontent with what's in Scripture, and
Man,
so
you trying to guess it, aren't you? You trying to get ahead.
yeah,
You
I
trying
know
to get
there's a
ahead of
bunch
me.
of stuff, but I'm sure there's a bunch of things that you have
All right. All
in
right.
your arsenal.
In my arsenal, yeah. So okay. All right. Here's the trap. I don't know if you've heard this one. Maybe you have, but anyway, it's still good. It's still good to run it past you. All right.
Hmm.
Let's just imagine, Dean, you are, you know everything you know now, okay?
Hmm.
And you are suddenly transported back in time to the land of Canaan, all right?
Hmm.
And you
Hmm.
are a Canaanite, but you know everything you know right now. So you know what that means. If you're a Canaanite, you know what that
Hmm.
means, right? Because it
Yeah,
happened. It happened in the Old Testament. All right.
yeah. Went into Canaan and over to it. Yes.
Yes. So you are a
With
Can.
Caleb,
Yes.
and Joshua and all. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you are a Canaanite.
Well able to take the land.
Yes. And
Yep.
you know
Okay.
everything you know right now. So you know how this story plays out. So
Yeah.
now, so now you get in your bearings. You're like, oh shit, I'm a Canaanite, right? And
Hmm.
you're like, oh man. And then you turn around and you see the Israelite armies coming over the horizon. All
Okay.
right. So you know what's going to happen. All right.
Hmm.
You know how the story plays out. What do?
Repent.
You repent?
Yeah.
Okay. You repent. What? Well, now take me through like what? Repent as a Canaanite?
No, I mean, I said, well, if I know what I know now, I would say you're the Lord God of Israel. I believe that you are the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel. And I just, I'm asking, and I would join the armies of Israel
You would join them?
as a
Well,
Canaanite, and I would convert.
okay.
There's people in different countries that have converted that converted to Israel.
Okay. Okay. Now, do you
To
think
to get circumcised and
do you okay,
become a Hebrew.
all right. So you would join the armies. So does that mean you join in the G side of the other Canaanites, of your fellow Canaanites?
Oh, I'm saying I would give up and say, hey, I'll join you guys. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right.
If I know what I know now, right? I
Yeah,
know
you
that
know
these
exactly what you know
guys of
now.
Israel. I know what the command. I
Okay.
know who he is. I know that we're not going to win. I know
Okay.
that what awaits on the other side, right?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So now you know that because they were commanded by God to wipe out every last Canaanite, right?
Hmm.
So even if you give up and join the other that no, they're gonna unalive you. It's gonna happen. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, and you're okay. You're good with that.
Okay. So I mean, where are you going with it, Biscuit? What are you saying?
Where I'm going with it is, well, I'm just kind of laying out the scenario. So that's what's going to happen is,
Okay.
yeah, if you go and give up, yeah,
Hmm.
you will lose your life
Hmm.
because that's what they're there to do, right?
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is there anything else you would do, like for the Canaanite people?
I'm not sure where you're getting at. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
Well, like, I mean, what I mean is like, you know, knowing what you know now, right?
You try to convince and say, hey, hey, I know what's coming. I know
Okay.
what's going on. Make sure people are aware. Would somebody believe me? Probably not. But,
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
yeah.
try to do that maybe.
Is that like what would be the purpose of trying to like you mean like warn people? Is
Yeah.
that what you mean? Okay.
Mhm.
And what would be the purpose of that?
Yeah, for them to realize what's coming.
Okay.
You know, we're not gonna win this one.
Yeah, we're not going to win this one.
Right?
I know.
That's like some small village in the Roman army is coming.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna win this one.
That's pretty much what it was,
So
right?
what we gonna do?
Yeah.
We either gonna flee, or we gonna, hey, you got it. We submit,
Okay.
right?
And are you telling me then that let's just say that you convinced everybody in the land of Canaan to flee? Let's just say.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying then that you would remain behind?
No, I probably flee with them if everybody agrees that we gonna run.
Okay.
We gonna run.
Okay.
The whole point was to take over Canaan, right?
Right.
So
Well,
if we run,
not just
they're
that.
they're
No.
not pursuing us. The whole point was to go in and take the land.
Well, no, not in the entire point, because there was more to it than that.
Well, for those who wanted to stay and yeah, but if you're gone, if you're running, if you leave, if you flee the land and never come back, the whole point was that God was giving that land to them. So
Mhm.
they're not going to run out and pursue you. Okay, we got the land. I guess Joshua and Caleb, your report was right.
Mm-hmm.
We were well able to
They're
go in
gone.
there.
They're gone.
They're gone.
Okay. Okay. So are you saying then that the whole point of the annihilation was just to take the land? There was no other reason.
That's what he said. Show you a land that I will give you. That's why he had Abraham. That's why Abraham left Ur of the Chaldees.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's the reason why he left in the first place.
Yeah, it's the reason why.
For a land that God would give him.
Okay.
Which he would give.
But are you sure there was no other reason though?
No, I mean, I don't know if there's something specific that you're getting out of. I mean, I have to read if there's more to it.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
From what I understand, that's what the purpose was.
Yeah.
Was to go into that land. It wasn't necessarily to abolish a people. Now, if they're fighting you, and they're always going to fight you, and for the rest of their life they're going to fight you, and they're going to try to demolish you, and they're a threat to you, then if that's the case, okay, I might would understand what you're talking about. If that's the point you're making, go and destroy them. If they're going to destroy you, the whole point is if you're taking the land, but then you allow them to come back and retake you, that wouldn't make any sense,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there's probably plenty of wars that have happened throughout our history that were not God driven, right? That people went into a land and demolished them,
Mm-hmm.
right? They took a land, probably, I would say most of the colonialism that we know today, that's pretty much how that happened.
Yeah.
A lot of
Yeah.
that played out just like that.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not justifying that colonialism. Like, I'm not justifying it. All I'm just saying is it's not something like it's a new concept.
Okay.
Where someone into a land and takes over their enemies.
Okay. So that being the case, then if I heard what you're saying, it would be then that the whole point of the annihilation was to take over the land. It wasn't for any other reason. I just want to 100% verify that. So from your point of
I
view,
believe so. I mean,
Okay.
I have to. If you have a punchline scripture, go ahead and insert that now. Like,
yeah, I don't have that, to be honest with you. Because-
yeah, that's what was my understanding.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, because I mean, there's others who have argued that, like the justification. So what would you say was? So it was just purely that it was just to, because was there any other justification for, like here's a part of it, because I want to kind of understand this. Why would you suppose then that God just didn't just put the Canaanites somewhere else, like put them in America, just transport them to America? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't.
honest
I
answer.
can't-
That's honest.
I couldn't make an argument for why God did something. Like,
Okay.
I really can't make that argument. I can only say this is why, like, okay, if I follow the narrative of the Bible, and I might have mentioned this to you before, really the whole narrative of the Bible was God was trying to really bring Israel, bring a people to, so he could speak to them, give them the word, set it up for Jesus Christ to come and die on the cross. And that was really the narrative of the Bible. The narrative is he's trying to take this faithful guy, Abraham, build a nation. So through that nation, he could show that nation how he wants the temple built, how he wants laws to be, because he's giving him his word. He's very particular about things. So he's laying out all these particular things about what they should do, what they shouldn't do, how they should eat, how they should this, that, and the other. He's giving them rules, giving them laws, trying to make them into a nation so that they could write this word, they could get it down, make these prophecies, and set the tone for Christ to come.
Got it.
Had they not done what they did, had they not been where they were, had they not been a nation, it wouldn't have been set up for Christ to come right on the cross.
Gotcha.
All of that is the bedrock. All of that was the setup for Christ. That was the whole. So God was very particular about why he did things and what he did to get these people to try to get right so he could bring this thing to the world. That's one thing. Secondly, there's a scripture, and I was reading it today, and I might get it to you next time. But there's a scripture that also talks about, so sometimes we think that when God judges that nation, or when when they went in and destroyed this nation and things like that, there's a scripture that talks about when Jesus was saying that when he was going to be crucified and he was going to, unalive, he said, every man will either have the chance, and I'm paraphrasing, to receive me or reject me in hell.
Right.
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 So it was a redemption for everyone.
Okay.
For those lost in the flood, for those lost in the Canaan, for those lost in every single city where it was destroyed, for those in every place, it says every man will have the opportunity to receive me.
I got you. Okay. All right.
So that wasn't the end for them. As far as if you're talking an eternal end, that wasn't the end for them.
Okay. So I got some bad news. I found it. I found what I was looking for.
Okay.
It was in my notes after all. I got it right here. Okay. So, yes, the reason, so not only was it a land grab, all right, it was also a judgment on the Canaanites for wickedness. All right. So we have, so the evidence we have of that is, we start with Deuteronomy 9. I don't know if you got a Bible, if you want to follow along. If you want me to just read it, I don't care. But
just go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So Deuteronomy 9, verses 4 to 5. When the Lord your God thrusts them out before you, you do not say to yourself, it is because of my righteousness that the Lord has brought me in to occupy this land. It is rather because of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord is dispossessing them before you. So it says it right there. It is not because of your righteousness or the uprightness of your heart that you are going in to occupy their land, but because of the wickedness of these nations, the Lord your God is dispossessing them before you in order to fulfill the promise that the Lord God made on oath to your ancestors, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. So it says it specifically right there. Now, specifically for the Canaanites, Deuteronomy 20, verses 16 through 18. But as for the towns of these people that the Lord your God has given you as an inheritance, you must not let anything that breathes remain alive. Indeed, you shall annihilate them, the Hittites and the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, the Jebusites, just as the Lord your God has commanded, so that they may not teach you to do all the abhorrent things that they do for their gods, and you thus sin against the Lord your God. So it is because they were wicked. That's what it was. And so that was
and kind of what I was saying. I don't want to cut you off. But
the land. Yeah.
Saying the land, but also what I was saying is the narrative of God trying to build a people for this particular.
Sure.
So if they fell into this wickedness, right, and got and went into the wickedness, it would defeat the purpose of why he was trying to bring them out in the first place.
But you agree then?
There's a two-part to that.
Yeah, there is, but you agree then that there was multiple reasons why, right?
Yeah, I mean,
there was conditions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it wouldn't have been enough then for you. So let's just say you were successful in convincing the Canaanites to leave. that wouldn't have been enough. It wouldn't have been enough to just take the land. There were two parts to this. There were two commands, actually. It was take the land and annihilate everybody. So that was the mission.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That was but what was the reason behind the annihilation?
The wickedness.
Right.
Because it says it.
Why?
Yeah, it says it.
Because it would draw them, right?
So
because they would mix with them and draw them.
Yeah, so that they may not teach you to do all the abhorrent things that they do for their gods.
Exactly.
So can't you
So if
still
they
do that
left-
though? What
No,
could
I'm saying if I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would? Well, the question is, couldn't you still do? You don't need land to do abhorrent things, right? You can still do that anywhere you go,
Okay.
right?
So well, what I'm saying is there were other nations that existed at that time,
Mm-hmm.
right? It wasn't God saying, go to every single one and annihilate the whole earth,
No,
because
he
right?
didn't say that. He listed
Because if that
specific
was
ones.
So it's kind of like, so what you're saying, that would kind of be the case.
Well, I'm talking specifically about the Canaanite because he listed the specific people that he wanted gone. He listed them. It says it in 9, right? It says it. The Canaanites, or the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites.
Parasites.
The Perizzites. I said Perizzites. Is that how you say it? The Perizzites.
I don't know. I'm just funny. I was making.
Oh, the parasites. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Like you said, the parasites.
Get rid of the parasites. I think you're right. I think it's parasites. But I like parasites personally. I'm just going to keep saying it. I don't care if it's wrong. I don't want to be right on that one. But Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, right?
I thought you were adding an extra jab in there, like God said, the parasites.
Yeah, and especially the Perizzites, man. You got to get rid of them. But see, that's the whole thing. Is like he listed 6 particular races, right? And said you got to get rid of them, and it's so that they may not teach you to do all the abhorrent things that they do for their gods, and you thus sin against the Lord your God, right? So it's not enough to just say, "Oh, you're gone," we're good. No, they're gonna go find them and go get them, right? They're gonna go track them down.
I guess you can. I guess you can infer that. I mean, I would make the argument it's just the fact that they were there, they weren't going to leave, and so if they're not leaving, here's the point: is I don't want you to become, led away or led astray.
Well,
I think in the
I don't know,
in the
man.
essence of that, I would say that.
Okay.
I mean, we can kind of. I hate to really use the word agree to disagree. I just think that on the argument, we could both make that argument.
Okay.
I think it goes both ways.
Because I think
honestly.
it goes both ways, but I'm thinking that because it says because of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord your God is
go to the
dispossessing
broader
them.
Let's go to the broader point that I think you're making.
The broader point I'm making. What do you think? What do you think I'm making?
You disagree with what God said.
That's not my
You
point.
think I'm saying you think it's immoral and evil.
Nope. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought that was it. Go ahead.
That's not it. Yeah. See, that's not it. That's why I'm really trying to hone in on this point to bring it home. So, because that's why it's important to understand that there were 2 reasons. Because God didn't pick out these people just for no reason, just because they owned the land. It was number one that it was to take their land and to get rid of them, because they were going to tarnish His people. They were going to wrongly influence His people. That's why. So there was no reason, like there was no what's it called? Chance. That's what I need. There was no chance of these folks, like, say, coming back and then sneaking in and poisoning the blood of the chosen people. So that's why He had to get rid of them. So that would be my contention.
Yeah, I got
Okay.
you.
You got me?
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I think let's keep going with it.
Okay.
Do you think that there were some that did flee?
Oh yeah, because there's actually a Canaanite woman in the New Testament. So
Right,
some
there's
survived.
that you think did flee, right?
Some did survive.
So you would agree that they didn't pursue them then?
Not all of them. They just didn't get all of them. But as a pastor in my videos, pointed out, which, man, Dean, I thought this was a little disturbing. But he said, well, that's why we're having all these problems in the Middle East right now. Oh boy. Yeah, that was rough. Yeah, that was rough. I called him out on it. He never got back to me on it. He never said anything. Yeah. That's rough, man. That's rough. Yeah. And so that's
But I would just say that if we know that there was flee, right? If we know that there was some that fled, we did not read that they pursued them, those that fled, right? I don't know.
we don't, it doesn't say that in the, I don't read that anywhere in the Bible. I think they just assume they got everybody.
Right. So
Okay.
what I'm saying is I can't say that your argument stands that if someone fled, they pursued them to annihilate all.
Well, this is the thing. If they, because see, there's a difference between assuming that everybody's gone, and then if they got there and nobody was there, then they can't assume that everybody just unalived, right? They would assume because they're probably
Yeah, but I
footprint.
mean, we're in the territory of, right? We're in the speculation territory.
Yeah, we're in speculation.
If we just go with, we know that some that escaped.
Well, we're kind of in speculation too. Some escaped
Right.
and they just
Well,
because
you said there was Canaan women, there's Canaan people, right? So we know that some escaped. I mean, I think we both agree. there.
some got away. Yeah.
Right. And we didn't read where, and God said, for those that escape, go pursue them.
No,
Right.
it doesn't say that. It just says annihilate them.
Right.
That's what it
So
says.
that's what we're left with. We're
Okay.
not left with. So if I were to say, we're going to take my family and some of us, and let's get out of here, for those who believe what I'm saying, let's get out of here. I don't think they would be pursuing after me. Is
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Okay. So in that sense, then,
I think we
Okay.
can make, I can safely make that
okay.
argument.
Well, I
think
can.
safely-
Okay, I can still run with this. So would you agree then that it was God's will to not only take the land but to annihilate the Canaanites?
For those, yes.
It
I'll
was-
just say
it was
yes.
God's will?
That's what it says. That's what it says. I think the reason was because of what was given.
Okay.
It wasn't because simply I don't like them. If that's the case, he could have just annihilated them before they even got there.
Okay.
I don't think the point was just I don't like them, and there's plenty of
Oh
there was
no,
plenty
he
of
never said I
nations-
just don't like them. He just said they're wicked.
there was plenty of nations that were wicked. Right?
Okay.
There was plenty of nations that had plenty of gods.
Okay. I got you.
What made them different than any other nation other than they were in Canaan?
Yeah.
I think that if they weren't in Canaan, or if they all ran, I think it would just be, hey, you take the land, that was it. I
Okay.
think the whole point was that God was trying to build this nation and trying to build this people in this place that he had promised. And so that was the whole key, was I'm putting you in this place. And if there's someone
got
there
you.
that could deviate you from my purpose, then yeah, you have to get rid of that, because I don't want them to deviate you from what I need to do to set this up for, like I said, the narrative of Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I think that was the point.
All right. It's time for another kick poll. So
Okay.
we got to throw it up there, but we're
Hey,
like right in the middle. I hope, because hey, we're like, this would be leaving you in suspense, because then I'd have to like end the thought experiment and then we'd have to pick it up another time. So hopefully, because I'm
You're tired
not
of
gonna.
me.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
you're tired of me by now.
No,
I
I'm not
think
tired of
so.
you. I'm not tired of you. Oh no, Dean, I got plenty more traps for you. So
Plenty of more
keep
traps.
coming back. Yeah, keep coming back. All right. So we have to do another kick poll chat. So same deal. Happy face if you want Dean to stay. Crying face if you want Dean to go. So
Hey,
starts
well,
now.
Let's say, Paul, I got a trap for trust too. If you want to hear my
See?
trap, then keep me on.
Okay, so he's got a trap for me. But okay, so let's vote.
I don't think he wants to hear my trap though.
Oh, is that right? Okay. All right, we'll see.
You know, negative.
Actually, I kind of do. Oh, yeah. See. Okay, let's vote, everybody. Let's vote. So we have so it's 2 versus 1. We only got 3 votes, but we got more than that. We got like 6 people. There it goes. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
No, trust. They might like me more than you.
They might. They just might.
No, that's it.
No one in the queue, keep them on. Yeah, see, people are voting for you to keep you in there.
Hey guys, you guys are all right. I really
Yeah.
appreciate you guys. It's all right. Make me feel good. It's getting late too. I probably gotta. I ain't gonna take. I'm not gonna take another whole 20 minutes. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
Too.
All right.
So
We're at
whoever
the
does
end.
keep,
Yeah. We're at
whoever
the.
does keep me, trust me, I'm not gonna be on another 20
All right.
minutes. I'll probably be another 5-10 minutes. And
Okay.
that's it. So
We
you won't
well,
have to hear me.
this is perfect because we're at the rubber meets the road part anyway. Okay. You made it.
I
Excellent.
made it.
You made it.
Yeah,
Yes.
by
See,
1 point.
two
Wow.
2 points. You made it by two. There's a little buffer in there. You're all right. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here's the rubber meets the road. So
Okay.
we already established it was God's will for the annihilation and the land takeover.
Mhm.
All right. And how important is it to you to follow God's will?
Um. Yeah. I mean, it's of utmost important, right?
Of utmost, right?
Let's
Like,
let's just take just the simple fact that if just even a scenario, if you have an all-powerful God that wants you to do something, do you say no?
do I say no? Depends what it
Correct.
is.
Well, I'm just saying,
Depends.
let's just take the scenario of an all-powerful God that's saying, I want you to do something. Do you say no?
Well, again, depends what it is. If I'm an Israelite and this all powerful God is telling me to annihilate the Canaanites, I would say no.
Okay.
I'd be like, guess I'm going to hell because I'm not going to be
Okay.
annihilating anybody. All right. Um,
But yes, I would say utmost important. Yes.
okay. Utmost importance for you. Okay. Okay. So, was it God's will to warn the Canaanites to get them out of the land of Canaan?
Was it God's will to warn the people?
Because that was the choice you made to warn them, and I'm granting that you were successfully able to get them out of there. And so when the Canaanites when the Israelites showed up in the land of Canaan, there's nobody there. They're like, oh, I guess we got the land. So now I'm asking you,
For anything that's not written in the book, I can't answer anything that's not written.
you can't answer anything that's not written in the book.
Meaning,
Well, that was your
how can I
choice.
how can I say it was God's will for him to warn them?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. Was that part of God's will?
I'm saying you're asking me a question. If it's not written there, this is speculation. You mean if it's my opinion?
Well, is it safe to say if it's not written there, is that part of God's will?
I'm saying I can't necessarily answer that if factually. Like I can't say that. Like even if I'm gonna base my answers right, because we're talking scripture right now, right? If I'm gonna base my answers on that, and that's not written, like it doesn't say God's will was to not warn them, right?
Was it
Now, if you want to say it's implied because he didn't warn them, I still couldn't answer that question because I don't know if he did or not. Maybe there was someone there that did warn them,
okay? Well,
and it's just not written, right? I can't necessarily say that was or was not God's will. Maybe God sent someone. Maybe there was people that said, "Hey, there's something going on. We need to leave here." Maybe somebody said, "I had a dream and we're all going to be destroyed. We need to leave," and they didn't. Like I can't.
okay? Was it okay? So let me back up a step. So we established that it was God's will for the Canaanites to be annihilated.
Mhm.
Is it God's will? Is it defying God's will to do something in order for that not to happen?
You mean like if an Israelite went and warned them themselves, like they went rogue and they went in the land and they said, "Hey guys, we're going to be coming in soon."
Exactly.
So you
Is
need to
that
leave."
defying God's will? Would that be defying God's will? Because it's a what if. It's not a because
I mean,
because we don't have any
it's
proof that happened. I agree with you. We don't have any proof
right.
that
This is speculation. You're asking me my opinion at this point. Like, so we're kind of moving out of the story, right? Like,
well.
I can't say
So you can't
if
say.
it was or wasn't, or you mean like if Joshua went and warned them, or like I don't know.
Yeah, if anyone, if somebody went and warned them, like someone who knew it was God's command, because I'm actually specifically speaking about you, but because it was God's command to have them for them to be annihilated.
Well,
Is it
yeah.
defying God's will to prevent them from being annihilated?
Well, I can answer. There's a couple of things that I would answer this. Right. There's a couple ways that I would answer this. Let's just say if like because I know, right? I go back in time and I know. Just because I know. They don't, but I know,
Hmm.
right? Let's take that scenario. I go and I tell them, these people of Israel are coming to get you, and they have the God of Israel on their side. They're going to come in, and they have this very powerful God that's gonna give them strength to be able to do this,
Hmm.
right? How many do you think would believe me?
I don't know. Probably none. Probably
Right.
none.
So what I'm saying is, it could be God's will that he told every single one of them, and they don't know God. They don't believe him. They're
Could be.
not in
Yeah.
believing.
I see where you're going with the speculation.
Even if
Right.
an Israelite went down there and told them, our God is a tough one, and he's going to come in and he's going to take over. Who are you? We serve the God of whatever, Baal
Well,
and everything else. Like,
yeah.
we're going to pray, and we're going to do this thing, and you're going to get stopped because our gods are greater than yours. Like, so I don't know if it's a moot point or
Okay.
if it's like they could do it, but I don't know if it would. Like, we're just talking about speculation at this
Okay.
point.
Well,
This
let's. Okay. Well, I mean, well, you gotta be honest, Dean. The whole thing is speculation because we started with you being transported back into time as a Canaanite. Come on now. You gotta at least play the game a little bit. I mean, the trap don't work if you don't play the game.
I'm not going in that mousetrap. I'm not pushing the ball.
You
Man. I'm
you
not
are
pushing
you
the
you
ball
already in the
to the
mousetrap.
mousetrap.
You already walked in the house of mirrors, my brother. So, okay, so this is kind of where I'm getting at. Like, if you were an Israelite, okay, and let's just say you decided you thought you hear this command from God, and let's just say you had a change of conscience, and you're like, man, I don't want to see hundreds of thousands of people get wiped out. It was probably more like tens of thousands, but I don't want to see thousands of people get wiped out. So I'm gonna go sneak over there, and I'm gonna go tell them that there's an army coming, and the army's coming, so you all better run because it's a big army. All right. And would that act just alone, not and just set aside what the Canaanites decide to do, but just that act alone, the Israelite going over there warning them that the army is coming, is that defying God's will?
I can't say that it is, honestly, because here's why. Is because one is we don't have anything explicitly, right? There's nothing explicitly that says, Israel, thou shalt not go into Canaan and warn them, right?
Dean, we ain't got nothing explicit about you being there either.
Right. Well, I'm saying here, but you're asking me what would defy the will of God,
Yeah.
right? You're asking me this, what would defy the will of God? If there's no pronouncement of thou shalt not go and warn them, how can I tell you if it was defying the will of God or not?
Well, the reason
Do I
why,
think I don't understand. I don't know. I can't say if that would be. God might as well, like he did with he could tell them, go down there and warn them, and not one single one is going to believe you.
well, here's
You
the
know what
other
I'm
part of it, because he did command them to annihilate them, right?
saying?
Is it defying the will of God if you are one of the soldiers and you just lay down your sword?
I possibly. I don't know.
Possibly.
I mean, I'll give you this. I'll give you this. I will say what defied the will of God when he told them to go, and 12 came back with the report, and none of them believed him, and they said, we're not going to do it. And what happened? They said they circled for 40 years until they came back around again, and then they went in. You remember that?
Okay. All
Right.
right. That part.
So,
Okay.
in the sense that they didn't do it, that was defying
Okay.
God's will.
So if
Right?
I'm
God told them to do it, and they didn't.
all right.
And then he said, okay, now if you're not going to do it, hey, so I can tell you that was defying the will of God because we know what was written that he told
Okay.
them to go. They didn't do it,
So
right?
if I'm hearing you right, if I'm this is what I'm hearing. If I'm hearing you right, you're saying it's not you don't know you personally, just Dean. You don't know
Mm.
personally whether or not it's define the will of God if God does not explicitly command it. That's what I'm hearing. Is
I
that
would
what I'm hearing?
say, given this scenario, I would say, given this scenario, what was not, we were saying, what's defying the will of God was
Hmm.
them not going in.
Was them
We know
not
that,
going in? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
right?
But well, we're
Them not
talking about
going in,
we're talking specifically about the Canaanites. That's what I want to talk
right,
about.
right. But I'm just
But
saying,
yeah,
as
you're
far
right.
as them attacking and going,
Wait a
them
minute.
defying the will of God, we do know that was the defying the will of God, is that they didn't go in. He told them to go in.
He told
They
them to
got
go in.
scared.
Yeah,
Yeah, and they
that's
got
define the will
scared,
of God.
and they didn't do it, right?
Okay, by that logic,
So
then
based on that, yeah, based on that, I would say that yes, if someone put down their sword and said, "I'm not doing it," I guess
isn't that define
that
the
would
will
be
of God?
the final result. So then,
Okay,
yes, I would answer that question that way. I'm
okay.
sorry, but I had to think that through,
Oh no
right?
no no no, it's fine. That's
Yeah,
what we're here for. That's what we're here
yeah.
for.
But go
Okay,
ahead.
so then it would follow that if you because laying down your sword, saying I'm not going to unalive anybody, is define the
Mhm.
will of God. Isn't that the same as going to warn them?
I don't know that connection, man. I don't know.
No, really? I mean,
It's
because
not the
it's
same.
how's it not the same? Because you're still trying because you're saying I don't want anyone to unalive because why would the person warn them?
Okay. Well, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's say I say yes. It's
Mhm.
defying the will of God if you say I'm not going to do it. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Okay,
Let's move.
you want to move forward. Okay, okay, all
Let's
right.
move.
You want to see it to the
Say
end.
no.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the reason why this is important, Dean, is because I
Mhm.
think this kind of illustrates my struggle with my with my lack of belief in any God or and if you want to hone it down to Christianity, you can do that because to me it's
Mhm.
pretty much the same. This is the struggle because we have these gaps like what you and I are talking about. We do have these
Mhm.
gaps. Like, oh, I don't know if it's define the will of because if you're saying, well, define, following the will of God is very important to me. It is
Mhm.
like top of the list, right?
Mhm.
Yet if we can't figure out whether or not it's the will of God, if it's
Mhm.
defying the will of God to whether or not if I warn the Canaanites that they're going to
Mhm.
be that there's an army coming, because if you
Mhm.
think about it this way. Let's say if you do warn the army, right, or the Canaanites,
Mhm.
let's say they fortify, right? Let's say
Mhm.
they set a trap, they ambush, and they
Mhm.
route and they flank them and route them because
Mhm.
you could what's it called? You could potentially be risking the lives of your fellow Israelites, right? It could
Mhm.
happen that way. They could flee, they could just run, and nobody shows up. What I'm saying though is that if it's God's will to have the Canaanites unalived, and you do something to prevent that or thwart it, I'm
Mhm.
contending that is defying God's will. So it doesn't matter if you are an Israelite soldier and you lay down your sword and you just refuse to fight. It doesn't matter
Mhm.
if you're the scout, you just sneak out of the Israelite territory and you go to the Canaanites and tell them. And it
Mhm.
doesn't matter if you're the Canaanite, you are transported into the body of a Canaanite, knowing everything you know,
Mhm.
and you warn everybody. I'm contending that's
Mhm.
defying God's will. That's what my contention is.
Okay.
And
Okay.
okay, and so if you take that a step further, every person that I have talked to about this, that I have run this scenario by, every
Mhm.
time they pick defying God's will. So why do you suppose
Mhm.
that is?
Well, really, the bigger thing here's the real issue. This is the crux of the issue: is my morality versus God's morality.
No, no,
It is.
no, it's
You
not.
don't. Basically, you don't like what God did.
No, 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 it's not. That's not what this is about. Because it's centered around that, but it's not. And I'll explain why.
Mhm.
My contention, my test is following God's will, even to the point of absurdity.
Right.
That's my point.
Doing something that you morally disagree with.
Yes, and here's why.
Yeah.
Because I can illustrate. Because don't you think it would be easier if I had just asked you, Dean, if you were transported into the body of an Israelite soldier, excuse me, an Israelite soldier, they handed you a broadsword and a shield, and they had you walk in a phalanx towards the land of Canaan, are you going to do it? What would you say? This is God's command. Isn't that a much easier answer?
Well, I mean, if you're putting me in that time, right?
Mm-hmm.
How are we? I don't think you or I are really any different than anyone else, any other Israelite. We
Don't think
think we
so.
are.
We think we are.
We think we are. We say, I wouldn't have done that.
No,
I
no, no,
would.
no.
I wouldn't have
It's
done that.
well, it's like I said, it's knowing what you know now. That's the kicker. Like if we're in the Bronze Age and that's what's in our head, oh, all day I'm picking up a sword. All
You know what I'm
day.
saying?
And I'm going because that's what they did in the Bronze Age. But
Right.
that's the important distinction is knowing what we know now. That's the important distinction because see, Dean,
But
you and I
that's
can only make decisions based on today, right? Who we are as people today. We can't make decisions who we thought we would be back in the Bronze Age because, like you said, that's kind of speculating. So we can't really do that. But it's important to look at these situations because it's not because see, this isn't a question of morality. This is a question of following God's will. And so that's where that's where the break is that people aren't following God's will. When you present them with situations in which you have a kind of a dilemma in whether you follow God's will or not, every time people are breaking away from God's will. That's the problem.
Well, okay, I got you.
You
I
see what
got
I'm
you.
saying?
Well,
And
I would say,
it is based in
I would
it is
say,
the morality piece to it because it's your morality, your personal morality versus following God's will. And see the break happens every time. That's the struggle for me.
right.
Okay.
Well, here's um, where I think we differ is, yeah, it's easy to put ourselves in this where we are now and then say what I would have done.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have the mentality. You don't have, like you said, the Bronze Age or whatever.
Of course, yeah.
I cannot possibly. That's like me saying, and I know we've heard it a lot, but that's like you and I saying, as a black man, if I came over on that boat,
Oh
I
yeah.
would have never listened to Master like that.
Oh yeah.
I'd have been running the first day I got there.
All you do is get hit with that whip one time, or watch your friend get unalived
You
brutally.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, we want to say, ain't no way in the world I would do that.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not there.
Yeah.
I
Exactly.
can't really definitively say what I would or wouldn't have done. I
Exactly.
can't. I really can't. You can't.
Mm-mm.
So to put me in the time of Israel after we just got done 40 years going around that mountain because we ain't going the first time, and then God said go up in there, and I told you, and I'm gonna be like, nope, I ain't doing it because I'm not doing it. Like to say that I wouldn't do it at that time, having the be in that setting and at that moment, there's no way I can fairly say, oh, it's easy for me to say now, oh, I wouldn't do that. There ain't nowhere in the world I'd do that.
Yeah. This wasn't meant to be easy. It is supposed
But
to be a
but
hard
there's
decision.
yeah,
Yeah. And
there's no way
don't
I
get me
can
wrong,
make
it's
that
a hard
decision.
decision. Yeah, it's a hard decision. Don't get me wrong, it's a
Yeah.
hard
For
decision.
me to say I would go and slaughter people, oh, absolutely not. There's no way in the world I go and slaughter people.
Hmm.
Yeah, I could confidently say that I wouldn't do that right now.
Today, yes.
Right. But let's take any age. Let's take you were part of Rome in the day that they were going in
Hmm.
and taking over territories. And you going in there as a Roman soldier, you go in that territory and you take that territory for Rome. You gonna lay down your sword and say, I'm not doing it.
No, no, because that's just not what people did. And on top of that, there is the threat of being unalived yourself because then you would look like a traitor. So,
Well,
you're going to lose your life regardless. You know what I
see what I'm
mean?
saying? So
Yeah,
it's very easy for us to say what we would or wouldn't do. I mean, I like the
sure,
scenario that you're giving,
sure.
and I'm not being disingenuous by trying to answer it. I'm trying to be very, very honest.
Oh,
I'm
I
not
know
trying to
you are. I know you are. I'm giving
get
you
out of
credit
the
for
mouse
that.
trap.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know,
giving
I'm
you
not trying to
credit.
get out of the mess. But I'm just saying honestly, yes, if I'm looking back from here, I would say no. If I'm actually there, probably so. Here's the God of Israel. Here's the God that led us out. Here's the God that Moses hit the water and the water came out of the rock. Here's
Hmm.
the God that Moses went up there in the mountain and God spoke in this real thunder and lightning, and I got scared to death when he spoke to the children of Israel, and I was trembling in my feet. And we said, we don't
Yeah.
ever want to hear God speak like that again.
Yeah.
Moses, you can go ahead and speak to God. Like, if I experienced all that, and then God says, go in here and do this, and I know I saw the Red Sea part, I saw all this stuff happen, and they whatever, then
Mhm.
yeah, I would be like, well, I'm gonna listen to this guy, and we gonna go in there and do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear that.
Uh,
I hear that. All right. Well,
so
I'm gonna let you out the trap now. So it's over. Yeah.
it was a
You
good chat.
it was a good chat. You got to go to bed, but
Yeah.
this was a good chat. So next time you come
It was
back,
really good.
I'll have another trap for you.
You know what?
Oh,
I'm getting,
actually, you owe me one. Yeah, exactly. I owe
yeah.
you to be in your trap. So yes, next time you come back, I promise you can put me. You can set the trap for me, and let's just see what happens.
Well, I kind of put you in the trap earlier with the whole,
A little bit, yeah,
a little bit with the whole, what would you do? Would you believe, and would you continue to believe? And
yeah,
this guy.
yeah. That
I,
wasn't
but
bad at
I'm
all.
gonna, I can expand a little further on that.
Yeah, sure.
There were some things I kind of lost my train of thought, but there were some things I really still wanted to say about that.
Yeah,
But
you got it. All right,
I'll come back.
Dean. Have a good night. It's good talking to you as always.
All right, man.
All right, man.
Use my fast pass. I guess I won't get the fast pass next
No,
time.
not unfortunately not next
Wait.
time, but all the same, man. It's still good talking to
All
you.
right, man.
All
Hey,
right.
have a good night.
Have a good night. So, pretty good talk. I will say though that, but yeah, that's the part that struggle for me is there's always a divergence from God's will, always, every time, and it's just this importance about yes, have to follow God's will, have to follow God's will, and then it just diverges when you get to a point where there is a hard decision to make every time. The button cancer thing, this Canaanite thing, and I was going to do the button cancer thing, but he already said he had heard it. So I probably still could have run it, but, but yeah, that's my struggle with, yeah, you can go to the local library and read nonfiction esoteric material. How do we know it's true, Jose? Just because it's in nonfiction, that doesn't mean it's true. Like I got a nonfiction book about written by David Icke, and David Icke is If God asked you to change your religion, which would you disbelieving? Do you know what nonfiction means? Doesn't mean it's true. It just means they just claim it's nonfiction. So demonstrate that it's true. So how do we know it's true? Greek came first. Yeah, bro, you're lost. Yeah, so you don't have any evidence for me. That's what you're saying. Yeah, that's all right. You can feel bad for me. But, I mean, you said there was evidence there. How do you know it's true? Verify it. Let's do a podcast episode together. Sure. Yeah, hit me up. Girls Gone Godless. Woo, that'd be cool. Although I got to tell my wife ahead of time so she doesn't get all like suspicious. That's all. But you said no evidence. Why not do a ritual? You're telling me a ritual would do it? Who says I haven't done a ritual, Jose? Actually, I haven't, but I don't have evidence. I support your atheism. Thank you, Phaedra. You don't believe in demons or nothing? Nope. I can give you an experiment to try. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay. Why don't you just DM me the experiment, Jose? It all emerged from the mysteries. Yeah, give me the experiment to try. We'll do it. People send me stuff all the time. So, all right. Who we got next? Tyron Live and Zach. That's who's in the queue. All right. So Tyron Live. Let's bring him up next. Tyron, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Good. Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. How old are you?
Older than 18.
Older than 18. Good enough for me. You sound like it, so no issue there.
Yeah, I'm up there.
You're up there? All right. And which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Okay. And then what's your best evidence that God exists?
Yeah, I've always liked the. So I was a believer I was born into it. Basically, it wasn't until like late 20s, early 30s I began to like discover kind of intellectual reasons for believing that there's a God,
Okay.
and ones that kind of appeal to me are kind of the beginning fine tuning of the universe,
Okay.
and then life, abiogenesis, and even difficulties with evolution. I think those are like
You have
three.
difficulties with evolution? Okay.
Well, like there's certain challenges or like evidential issues with like the mechanism of evolution explaining the full diversity of life, sort of thing.
The full
I'm not like a. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to understand full diversity of life. Okay.
Yeah, like are there limits to evolution? There appears to be like certain type of mechanistic limits that are observable and experimentally demonstrated, and so then it's just like, well, can you get there from here, sort of thing, or here from there?
Okay. What's an example of something you're struggling with? Just so I
That
understand.
I'm struggling with.
Yeah,
When I say
as
struggle,
far
I meant
as
like
evolution.
I meant like the theory itself may have some struggles explaining what we know. Like, so for example, gene regulatory networks.
Okay.
So I guess they're like the non-protein coding regions, and they're responsible for regulation and body plans during embryonic development and stuff like that.
Okay. Why wouldn't evolution explain that? That's kind of what I'm kind of confused about that.
Yeah, so I guess there's certain regions, especially like I guess they're calling like deep kernels within gene regulatory networks that just, if they vary, it's just catastrophically bad. So it's like, if they vary, you don't live, or you don't live long, or you live but you're not reproducing. Right? It's just like really bad effects. And so I guess most of these would affect, I
Okay.
guess, animals at like the phyla level,
Okay.
like body plans and stuff like that at that level, whereas maybe lower level ones would be more plausible or something like that. But anyway,
Okay.
that's just like, that's interesting.
Okay. So
Right.
so if we had explanations from an evolutionary standpoint, are you saying that so have you looked into some of these explanations, and are you saying they don't add up, or what exactly is it
Yeah,
that
yeah. The only explanation I've seen is that, well, they're here and they're diverse, so they must have been more changeable earlier. There isn't really any evidence of that other than the fact that they're here and they're diverse. But
Okay.
but like there really isn't an answer for it. And this is like a big challenge, I think, for like the Cambrian explosion. You familiar with that?
Yeah.
The whole idea, we have like 17 new phyla over a very short time period.
Okay. Relatively
And,
short time period, yeah.
Relatively short time period, and so you have like phyla before species, which is kind of like the opposite of what you expect.
Okay.
And then, but to get these new phyla, you have to have altered these deep kernels that just don't change. And so that's really challenging.
Okay. So just because of that throws the entire theory of evolution up in the air for you?
Well, I mean, yeah, so if there's like actual like physical or logistical limits that say, hey, this natural processes can't produce certain changes that explain the diversity of life.
Yeah. Okay. What do you make of the fact that we can like trace regulatory network changes like across lineages in detail, like the Hox clusters in vertebrates? What do you make of that?
Yeah, so I think there's trying to understand what you're saying, because by the way, the
What's like it's a GRN kernel. It's an example of a GRN kernel, right?
I see what you're saying, right? Yeah,
Yeah. And so we can trace
Yeah.
it all the way across the entire lineage. So that's what I'm saying. And this is in vertebrates. Like vertebrates is a pretty broad like category of animals, right? So so we can trace the entire lineage. So yeah.
So I guess that's a difference between like what we see in life. It's kind of like, oh yeah, we can see that, you know, these changes are different. These animals fit inside these categories, stuff like that. But in reality, when we try to change these things, there's no way to get from here to there without some sort of intention. Like we can intentionally change these things, and we can intentionally make them look like this. But like when we actually try to use some sort of naturalistic process, it just doesn't happen.
Well, wait a minute. Doesn't the what I just said about the Hox clusters in vertebrates, doesn't that like contradict what you just said? Because, you know, if you have enough time, you know, natural selection can do that. And that's what the demonstration of Hox clusters in vertebrates means. Like I said, it's across the entire lineage. So, you know, and this was done over like billions of years, right? Or not billions, hundreds of millions of years, like a long, long time. So that's why I'm kind of confused, because, you know, we do have an end-to-end thing, like what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think the issue is that you can trace certain like commonalities between animals and like the real world, but when you try to come up with a mechanism for how that happened, a plausible mechanism for how those changes actually happened, you know, there isn't one.
Okay, well, that makes sense. That's like because so it sounds like because there's a gap in the knowledge, you're saying that throws all of evolution up into question.
Yeah, it was not just a gap in the knowledge. It's like we actually have knowledge that the forces that we're aware of, the types of changes that's non-intentional, that are non-intentional, they just can't do it.
They
right?
can't do it. But
Maybe not. So maybe there's other things we're not aware of. But like if we're appealing to like the best explanation, it would seem like the changes would have to be intentional.
okay, so what you're saying is that you have to have like natural selection work across every, like 100% of every situation. And if not, it just means that evolution isn't true. Is that what I'm hearing?
It's more like if the naturalistic processes that are available, the tools, gene duplication,
Okay.
mutation, blah, 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 if like none of those can produce the changes that are necessary for life to evolve, then there's no reason that any of those produce the changes that are necessary for life to evolve.
Okay, well, wait a minute. How does gene mutation not support that? That's the part I'm confused about.
So I guess it's because there's been experiments that are done, and like they're mutagenic experiments where they try to change these Hox genes and different deep kernel regulatory networks and are deep kernels, and basically they're essentially like zero beneficial mutations, like 95%, at least 95% are just you're just going to die, and maybe like, you know, very few are neutral.
Yeah.
So that's just in experimentation, like it just they're not able to get here from there to here.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
But there's 95% that are unusable, because I mean we have, like, for example, we have so much, like there's just so much stuff in our DNA that's like unusable, like that's just like not necessary, you know, vestigial organs and all that stuff. So so I'm still not quite following this, because if it's 95% that are unusable, there's a few that you did say that are just dormant or neutral. So then that leaves
Neutral.
yeah, neutral. So let's just say 4% are neutral. 99% are just completely unusable or neutral. Well, that still leaves the 1%, doesn't it? So how do you know
there's
that
like
that's not sufficient?
the percent is zero.
It's zero.
Like yeah, like as
Okay,
far as
well, you
being
didn't say
beneficial.
that. Okay, well, see, that part
Yeah,
I'm not
it's like
aware of. Yeah, that's
yeah, the percent
'cause-
is
okay.
zero. Like we don't have any evidence that you can change these and produce using the mechanism of I guess the change mechanisms to produce beneficial mutations in these deep kernels.
Okay.
Right, we just experimentally, like we try to establish experimentally you can change these and you get something, but so far there's just nothing.
Okay. Okay. And again, I'm still trying to understand them, because if we can trace lineages across the entire vertebrate species,
Yeah.
right? Isn't that demonstrating that there are ways to, you know, to kind of produce these genetic mutations? Because it's across all
Not
these vertebrates. I mean, you know, when I say
well, not
vertebrates, I'm talking
necessarily.
like reptiles, mammals, fish, you know, these are all
Not
vertebrates.
necessarily, right? I mean, there's like you know, you can see certain commonalities, stuff like that can be evidence of common design or common ancestry, right? And those are a couple
Right. But
options.
okay, yeah, I know. But what I'm saying though is that the mechanisms, it that's like a demonstration that the mechanism is there, because it's across all vertebrates. So that's why I'm confused. And you're saying, well, no, there is no mechanism to deal with mutations, but aren't those the mutations? Because you got fish, you got, you know, you got lizards or reptiles, you got amphibians, you got, you know, mammals. I mean, aren't those all mutations?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, something had to change, sure. Like something changed.
Right,
Like
and that's
something
a
had to change
mutation,
from like
right?
life form to life form. The question is, are the mechanisms of change that are proposed under like modern synthesis, are they up to the task to produce those changes?
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
And
It
experimentally,
looks like they are, because it's all,
experimentally,
yeah.
no.
No, you're not. Okay. I'm just really confused, because that seems to me that that's what the, you know, that's what the evidence shows, if they're across all vertebrates.
Yeah, so I mean, the evidence shows that change happened. The question is, how can you explain those changes?
Okay. So,
And if we have no actual mechanisms, naturalistic, random mechanisms, or natural selection, if none of these things can like explain what we see, then they're not explanations for what we see.
okay. So then how does design fit in this? So what's the evidence that design did this?
Yeah, so I mean, these are effectively like logic circuits, right? If then this sort of thing,
Sure, sure,
right?
sure.
And so we have evidence for like what is capable of producing complex logic circuits that are not vulnerable to that are not subject to change or you know, they're so specified or so specific that if you try to change them, it messes things up. Like
Okay.
we know what can produce that, and minds can produce those type of things,
Okay.
right?
I'm still not okay, but you're saying, well, minds can produce those things, but how do we know a mind specifically produced this?
Yeah. So again, it's kind of like the best explanation is that a mind did produce it, since we know that minds are capable of doing that.
Yeah.
But any other sort of naturalistic process is proven to be incapable of doing that type of thing. We have no evidence that naturalistic processes can produce those type of results. In fact, we have experimental evidence that when we actually try to use naturalistic processes to produce those changes, they all just fail.
Okay. And so are you sure that it's just because they fail that we just don't have enough information? Or you're saying, oh no, it's just because a intelligent mind has to be involved in the process? Because it sounds like to me that there's like a misunderstanding about how this works. I mean, I'm not a biologist. I don't, you
Yeah,
know, I don't even
I mean
claim
neither.
to know, you know,
Me neither.
but
Yeah.
that just there seems to be a gap in knowledge somewhere.
Well, I mean, obviously, there's a gap in knowledge between you and me, and potentially
Oh,
between the
for sure.
scientists themselves.
Oh, for sure.
Between the
I feel
scientists
like I'm
themselves
just
in
an ape
terms of
trying to,
how the
yeah, I feel like I'm an idiot trying to figure this out. So, you
yeah
know, because I have very limited knowledge on this. But like
yeah
I said, you know, my understanding is that they understand it pretty well. And I just don't see any reason to believe that that is a barrier. You know, that just throws the entire theory of evolution up in the. I mean, we have so much evidence of evolution that you're saying that this one thing throws the entire theory of evolution up in the air. That's just hard to believe.
yeah. So it's just a I don't know. I mean, I think you have like siloed disciplines within evolutionary biology,
Really?
and not everybody's looking at like gene regulatory networks. Not everyone's looking at. They're all looking at different this, that, and the other. They're doing population genetics. They're doing like they're examining at all different levels, right? And so not everyone has expertise in each of the domains equally.
Okay.
Also, too, like whenever I read a little bit on this stuff, they phrase it in the most flowery, hopeful language possible,
Okay.
right? So they're so it's just kind of like I don't know, like they'll say things like, oh, this poses a challenge because these deep kernels are evolutionarily conserved, but there must have been more vulnerable to change back in earlier periods of time and stuff like that. Like they'll just kind of couch it in a way that's just kind of like, you know what? It's challenging, but it's no problem, really.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. Well, who have you read?
so in all honesty, so I've looked at intelligent design material, but then they'll quote actual research from I think Eric Davidson. I think he's dead now.
Okay.
But like, there's Eric Davidson is an evolutionary biologist. He believes in this stuff, and he's like, yeah, that's really hard.
Okay.
It's completely it's not plausible. I independently checked.
What's his name? Eric
ChatGPT.
Davidson?
Let's look it up. I think so.
Okay.
Erickson Davidson or something like that. I independently checked ChatGPT just without referencing to any intelligent design material, and ChatGPT is they're biased towards evolution is true, the consensus science is true, but when I look into ask specific questions technically about GRNs, both Chat and Grok, they both say the same thing. Yeah, there are no beneficial mutations experimentally demonstrated through deep kernel gene regulatory networks.
Okay.
And then they ask like, what level of classification does this affect? And they're like, oh yeah, like kingdom and phyla. So like you need that to get new body plans at that level.
Okay. Okay. But you went through like intelligent design people for this.
Initially to get the information, and like when I've talked to different people who are like evolution is true, right? Like most of the stuff I bring up like is they kind of dismiss a lot of like the probabilistic math stuff, trying to like backwards calculate the probability of getting this gene or that gene. But when you deal with actual experimental results, and this is all that we have. Hold on a second. Hey, how's it going? Good. Thank you very much. You too. I had to get my.
You had to get your DoorDash.
I had to get my DoorDash.
Yeah, that's all. That's all good. That's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all good.
Yes, sir. Sorry for a little bit of background noise.
Nah, don't worry about it.
But yeah, so like actual having experimental, information that shows some of the limits of evolution, like maybe evolutionary mechanisms can't explain the full diversity of life. Then it's just kind of like, well, okay, well, maybe it can't.
Have you actually looked at some of these research papers?
I've looked up some of Davidson's stuff.
Yeah.
And I've looked up his conclusions and what he has to say about it, and it's pretty. I mean, and he kind of criticizes at some level some of the hopeful rhetoric that he's.
All
seen
scientists
from
do
other
that.
fields.
Yeah, all scientists do that.
Yeah.
That's kind of part of the thing with science is they'll be critical of each other. So that's
Yeah.
pretty. Yeah, that's pretty par for the course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just very skeptical that this one little piece, which again, like I said, is you can find it everywhere across all vertebrates. So there's so much like information about this out there that I'm just feeling like there's a piece missing here. There just seems to be. There's like a piece of information or something like that. Okay, we are at the 20-minute kick poll, so let me implement that real quick. Okay, so chat, it's time to vote again on the kick poll. Okay, so let me start it up, and we'll see if Tyron, if you want Tyron to stay, and we can talk about this more. If you want him to go, okay. So it started. So happy face for Tyron to stay, or crying face for Tyron to go. Well, you got to
Happy
use
sad, happy
you got
sad.
you got to do happy sad.
Yeah, you gotta
Happy
push
faces
the
or
button there.
yeah, push the button atop the chat. So
We had a couple cries, couple happies.
couple, it's two and two. Yeah,
2 and 2.
yeah, 2 and 2.
Couple more happies.
Oh, it's a
All
tight
right,
one.
Zach.
Yeah, see, it's a tight,
Oh,
it's a tight
man,
race.
this is rough. It's rough.
Yeah, yeah, I
Keep it
know.
close. Thanks
I
for
know.
Trish.
I know the suspense, man.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, the suspense, but it keeps
So
things kind of
what
light.
happens-
If
what
it's
happens if it's a tie?
well, I'll run it
Oh, no,
again,
so-
and
it was
if it,
4, and then it went to it went to.
I know,
5.
I don't
Okay.
understand
It
that.
went
Like,
down.
yeah, like
How is
sometimes
that
it goes
possible?
down. Like sometimes I've seen it. Like it'll start 5 and 0, and then it'll
Uh-huh.
go like it'll totally flip to 1 and 5. It's so weird. Oh, this is so it's so close.
This is so wild.
Oh, okay. So
Close-
yeah,
close-
it
close
was
but no
close.
cigar.
It was close. It was close. But hey,
All right.
this was interesting. I'm actually going to read up a little bit more on this, Tyron. If you want to come
Yeah.
back another time and we can talk about this,
Absolutely.
because I wrote it down. So that was that was interesting because there was such a this is actually pretty obscure. And the funny thing is that I just read about GRNs like extremely recently, like in the
Yeah.
last week. So your timing was actually perfect. Actually, if you had caught me like a week ago, I wouldn't know what the fuck you're talking about. So
Yeah.
I don't even know how I ran across it, but I was like, oh, this is interesting. But yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Well, hey, Tyron, appreciate you coming up and spending
No
some
problem.
time.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Have a good night.
All right, you too.
Yeah. That was interesting. Yeah, but there's got to be a gap there somewhere. I'm probably going to review the recording of our talk, and I'm going to do a little research, and not to bust Tyron, but just to kind of educate myself a little more because that's interesting. So that was really interesting. I want to believe sounds fun. How come there isn't a good point to believe in a God? Yeah. Don't even know how to vote. Oh yeah, the next time, Gavin, you see, if you look right above your, if you look at your chat box where all the text are, you'll see a happy face with red and a sad face with blue. You just pick one. Sad means they go. The crying face means they go. The happy face means they stay. So you just tap one. That's all you got to do. So lighting a match doesn't prove that there aren't nuclear bombs. Lighting a match, it means that you're not a scientist. Yeah. And I am too. Like it's. I like the kick pole. You know, because it's 20 minutes. You know, it's a good amount of time to listen to what they have to say, and so it's not a whole big like in time investment. And if the chat's not feeling it, then the chat decides. And then but if you're liking the conversation, because I mean I could have talked to him for like another 45 minutes about this because I want to kind of understand it. I would have probably gone in and like looked at things, and so we might have been here all night. and then there'd be like 10 people left in chat. Are any interesting books you're currently reading that you'd recommend? Yeah, I am reading. I'm really into Sean Carroll right now. So I just recommended this. Something Deeply Hidden. That's one I'm reading. So by Sean Carroll, Something Deeply Hidden. That's one. And then Robert Sapolsky, Determined. That's another one I'm reading. So this is The Science of Free Will. Come on. I'm trying to get to the cover on my Kindle. Where's the cover page? Cover. Determined, a Science of Life Without Free Will. So Robert Sapolsky, that's one. And then Sean Carroll, which is, what is it again? Something Deeply Hidden. So this is about quantum physics. So those are 2 books I'm reading right now. I want to believe, yeah. So Joe, when you say God loves you, how do you know that? Guests should have a good pitch to stay on. Yeah. See, I think it's easier to stay on. Like the votes are a lot closer when you don't have anybody waiting in the queue. Like when I have like 7, 8, 9 people waiting in the queue, there's like almost no chance they'll stay on because the other people want to get on. I don't get the whole angle for God is the proof that evolution doesn't exist. God could have made evolution. That's true. It's true. So just because you disprove evolution doesn't prove God. All right, let's go to Zach. How you doing, Zach?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Good, good. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I don't remember exactly what we talked about, but I do remember you. So it's good to see you
Oh,
again.
I was, yeah, you too, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was sharing with you, my experiences and why I believe in God, and um, then this uh, then this lady comes up and starts asking me questions, and
Mm-hmm.
then I have to, and then I go because I I had to go because I had to go like eat dinner,
Yeah,
and
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that now.
and then you guys were like, oh, I think uh like she was starting to tell a story, and you were like, it's too bad. I think he would have like benefited from that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
So
think
like,
so.
I just wanted to know like um I don't I didn't like come up with anything prepared.
Okay, that's all right.
But
Remind me again what your best reason that you believe in God.
um well, okay, so you remember the story about the butterfly and
Yeah.
about how a friend of mine at the time uh asked asked if asked God to give her a sign if he was real, and just
Mm-hmm.
then a butterfly came and landed on her finger,
Yeah. Okay, I
and
remember now. Yeah, I remember now.
that's yeah,
Okay.
and she believed in God from that very moment.
Okay. And then
and
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 then
I
remind me how did you guys determine that it was God that did that versus it being a coincidence?
um well, I mean, because um like she she believed, I don't know if she still believes, but she believed in the Christian God, and that's who she was praying to.
Okay. But how does that but again, how do we know that that wasn't coincidence?
um well um
Cuz isn't it possible it could have been coincidence?
you know I I guess that could be it,
Right.
but that could be it, but also like also butterflies are majestic creatures,
Of course, of course.
and like like they because of that experience, me hearing about that, um they just I just believe they represent the essence of God's beauty. You know what I mean?
Sure, they do. I'm just trying to understand though, because you said it's possible it could be a coincidence. So how could you like what's a test you could run, Zach, to determine whether or not it really was God or was it just a coincidence? Like how could you tell for sure?
Um, I don't really know how to answer that.
Mm, well, that's
I'm not really sure how
honest.
to
Yeah.
answer a question like that.
Okay.
Um, but hey, honesty is the best policy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
But
absolutely.
no, like I said, I didn't like come up with anything uh tonight.
Oh, that's okay.
I just wanted to come and like um I know you guys only have like 20 minutes to like talk. Um I was just wondering if I could hear what that story was all about.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what the story is because she's not here. So I
Oh,
don't know. You
okay.
have to come back another time when she's here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, is that all, Zach? Maybe, yeah, next time she's on here, we can. I think it was Philly Red. So you want to do that next time she's back and she can tell you the story?
Was it a book?
I don't know. I don't know what the
Oh,
story is. Yeah.
okay. Yeah, yeah. I'll come back some other
Okay.
time. We'll join this live
Yeah.
and
Yeah. If you see Philly Red on here, yeah, just come on up and we'll have you.
oh, Philly Red. That's the username,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. That's her name.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay, okay. All right.
Sound
Thank
good?
you.
All right. Take care, Zach.
All right. You too.
All right.
Trust. Bye.
Yo, what's up, Lobes?
What's up, man?
Not much.
I just parked. I just parked and I was about to get out of the car and take my stuff inside, and then I got an invite. I got an invite.
You got an invite.
I'm like, all right.
I wasted no time. Hey, you going live tonight?
Yeah. I was thinking about it. Yeah, I
Okay.
was thinking about it.
Okay. So, because I'm thinking, if you do, or when you do, if you do, when you do, we'll do a raid, and I'll send everybody
Yeah,
your
raid
way.
me.
Yeah, we'll raid you. So that's what I was thinking. Because I was up.
You're gonna
Yeah,
be.
I was here so late last night. I'm on fumes right now, but people keep coming in the
You
queue.
were. You were past my bedtime like by an hour.
Yeah.
My bedtime is obscenely late, and I'm on the East Coast.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, like how late I was up. Yeah, it was like I think I was passing. I think it was even past that. It was like a couple hours past that. So
Yeah, I got off before you did, man. I
yeah,
was like, "There's no way he's gonna keep going."
mm,
You're like, Lobes, you're a night owl. You're up so late. And I'm like, dude, you're like,
I
you're up
know, and I'm
now.
like, yeah, and a lot of it's because my wife's not here. So
Ugh.
yeah, so I'm like, okay, well, I got nothing else to do, so so I'm here.
Like,
Like yeah,
a
like
few
after
minutes,
work.
I'm gonna mute and take out the trash and stuff, and
Yeah, word.
then I'll unmute.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, do your thing. All right, we'll bring up the next. So that's my friend Lobes. Hey, anybody who doesn't know Lobes, if you don't know him, follow him because he's a lot like me, and he has like the same energy, stuff like that. He's really chill, likes like laid back, chill conversations. So, so if that's what you're into, follow Lobes. So everybody, yeah, follow him, and you won't be disappointed. And believers too, you can go and talk to him. Come at him, go at him. He likes that. So, but yeah, he's got like my same energy. Not here to fight with people or anything like that. Bad mouth them, trash them. So that's where I'm at with that. All right. So while he's doing that, I'll bring up the next one, Brian. So how you doing, Brian?
Hey, good.
Hey, how old are you?
I am 32 years old.
Excellent. Okay. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus Christ because of the fact that not even an atheist or non-believers like yourself can find evidence where he is buried.
Okay.
And he is the only one that resurrected while all the other prophets are still in their tomb.
Okay. So is that your best evidence that God exists? Because we can't find
Now,
Jesus's body?
now the evidence, even I could tell you all kinds of theologies and ideologies that I have, but I have a question for you. Do you know the difference between believing and caring?
Believing and caring.
Yes, the difference
Caring.
between those two.
The difference between those two? I'd like to think I do.
So it's written in the Bible that many have eyes, but they do not see. Many have ears, but they do not listen. Many have mouths, but they do not speak.
Hmm.
Now, I could sit here all night long and tell you what I know, but will you care?
Of course I would.
So I've seen this title, and you're here every single day, and many people have told you what they believe.
All right.
And I always see that there's not a care in the world when they answer you. Now, if I were to tell you my answer, would you really care?
Yeah. Are you here to complain, Brian, or do you want to have a conversation on what you believe in?
That's a question. That's not a complaining.
No, it's a complaint. So
That's a question.
is that what you're here to do, or what's your goal coming up?
My whole goal, what I'm trying to get to is, do you genuinely care that you are on TikTok platform and many people come to your life every single day and you want an answer, but you disregard everything that everyone tells you.
Yeah, because it's not evidence. So of course I care.
So, do you have evidence of what you believe in and where you stand?
Yes.
So, what's the evidence?
Quantum physics.
Where's the evidence?
I just told you quantum physics. Do you want
That's a word. That's not evidence.
quantum physics is a word? What do you think quantum
Yes, it
physics?
is.
What's quantum physics,
I'm
Brian?
not looking for a definition. I'm looking for evidence.
I just told you the evidence, quantum physics. Do you know what that is?
A definition.
Okay. What is quantum physics?
Let me look up the exact definition. One moment.
All right. Yeah, quantum physics is 2 words, but that's the thing. He's like, well, he asked for evidence and I gave it to him, quantum physics. But of course I care. That's why I'm asking for evidence. I think we're,
You should have just said,
yeah. All right. Oh, and Brian dropped. So there it is. Explain the observer to him. Why does light form at the moment of conception? Because of zinc. There's a splash of zinc, Vinny Ryder. Has nothing to do with God. Quantum physics doesn't really give us evidence? Yeah, sure it does, Christopher. So do you know what the Schrodinger's equation does or is? Your evidence doesn't prove. I said evidence, Debbie, not proof. What created that? You see, you're not proving God doesn't exist. I didn't say proof, Debbie. I said evidence. What's the difference between evidence and... Vinny Ryder, we have scientific evidence that it's zinc. Lots of scientific evidence. Yeah, I'm not a quantum physicist. I'll do that. I have a layman's understanding of quantum physics, but I've watched a lot of quantum physicists explain it, and I'm reading a book by a quantum physicist. So, so I'm pretty. I'm versed enough in the subject to. Yeah, I'm not an expert, far from it, but I know enough to say that it's quantum physics. Just like, none of us are experts in evolution or anything like that, but we can say evolution is a thing. Watch some hell testimony. Yeah.
Know nothing about the Bible and still say that the Bible is your evidence.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is true. I get a lot of people who say the Bible is evidence and they haven't read the Bible. Quantum physics doesn't exist. Who says quantum physics?
Prophecies, and then can you tell me which one? What? Give me a prophecy. Hang on, let me look up one of them real quick. And
yeah,
y'all do it too.
Yeah, usually I'll just say, okay, so you're saying all the prophecies were fulfilled. And if I get 100%, then I'm like, okay, so all I got to do is find one that wasn't fulfilled. And Vinny, how do we know these hell testimonies are real? What's your evidence that they're real? And if you want to come up and talk about it, Vinny, come on up. We can talk. Because actually, for the first time tonight, there are no guest requests tonight. Can you believe that shit, Lobes? Like, this is the first time my guest request has been clean since I joined, since I started. Ooh, we got one. Christopher jumped in because multiple people's testimonies line up. But we have hundreds of thousands of people, Vinny, of Hinduism, of people who have seen a guru heal. Does that make that true? How you doing, Christopher?
Hey.
Hey. How old are you, Christopher?
Me, I'm 41.
All right. Cool.
Now, of course, I have my belief in Christ, right? In the God of the Bible. All right?
Yeah.
I feel like mine is clearly a subjective belief. My evidence is all subjective to me, right?
Okay.
Because I can't really go, hey, there's objective evidence, because I doubt anybody would actually take my evidence as their evidence. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Just
I
because
hear that.
think of evidence doesn't mean that it's going to be anybody else's.
Okay.
So I just want to know, what evidence are you looking for? Like,
anything
what's
else believable? Like, it could be scientific, it could be forensic, it could be an argument. It could be a math proof. It could be anything. Just something that's verifiable, testable, repeatable, something that we can verify, that's, that's probably not anecdotal. So it could
Oh,
be,
somebody said, "Okay, then shut up, Chris." I
hey,
love it.
you're talking to me. You're not them.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
yeah. Don't worry about the chat. So let's
Got you,
yeah.
man. Listen.
Unless you want to talk to chat, then I can send you back down. You can talk to
No, no,
people
no,
in the
no,
chat.
no, definitely
All right,
not.
cool.
I just
Cool,
thought it
cool.
was funny.
Oh yeah. I hear you. It caught your
So
eye.
when we're all looking for evidence of something, right? The evidence still is subjective to us,
Yeah.
to ourselves. So
Okay.
I'm saying, no matter what I say to you to convince you of anything, it would still be me having that evidence to me that makes sense.
Wouldn't
and
you?
not making sense to you?
I hear you. Wouldn't you say then that isn't there things that we know that are objectively true?
Like an absolute truth?
I would say just objectively true. Like we know 1 + 1 is 2, right? That's
Correct.
objectively true. We know like it's I would say it's objectively true that you exist.
Right.
Okay?
I had a friend in college, right? Who we used to argue this all the time, right?
Yeah.
I would say, well, 2 + 2 = 4, and he was like, yeah, if the base is set to 10, but if you change the base to 12, 2 over 12 is not really 2 exactly, so you're not going to get a perfect 4 as you think you would. It would be 4 and some change. And
Yeah.
so I looked at that, but I was like, but 2 out of 12 plus 2 out of 12 would still give you 4 out of 12
Exactly.
objectively, right?
Objectively, yeah, exactly. So even though it's 4 out of 12, even though it's 4 and change, it's still pretty universal. Even if you change it to base 12, yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, using that example, right? We all get that from the conception of the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
The earth is here just like the Bible said it was, right? And even though scientists have come up with this Big Bang theory, which is still a theory, other theories, we still say that some of the stuff that's in the Bible are still happening today.
Okay. How do you
Like a
suppose
lot.
they came up with the Big Bang?
By seeing how atoms react, other things in our time, they're seeing things react and coming up with certain theories to explain something massive.
Well, no, not quite how they came up with it. It was a math calculation at first. It was also stuff that they looked at through telescopes. Okay, so they were observing things going on in the universe and saying, "Oh, that's weird," and then trying to figure out what that is. So it wasn't like something that they just kind of thought up. It was it was observed, and then when they went to observe it, then they had to find out, well, why are we observing this? What's the deal with this? And since then, Christopher, they've they discovered things like the cosmic microwave background radiation, the DESI data, things like that. That we have more evidence that supports the Big Bang. So when you say just a theory, what exactly do you mean by that?
Just a theory, because nobody's really gone out there and really got real evidence for this stuff.
Mhm.
It's just, we're just using math equations up to our whatever we're thinking, and we're throwing it out there as like evidence for you guys. But I feel
Right.
like it's not
Are,
evidence.
are
It's,
you
like I said,
aware?
it's subjective.
Are you aware that gravity is a theory, and so are germs?
Germ
and-
theory, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tectonics.
Okay.
They're all theories.
Yeah. Would you?
Evolution, I don't know if you believe in evolution, but all of these are theories, and it's because that we would colloquially call them fact that they're elevated to the level of theory.
Okay. We have
Yeah.
the law of gravity, right? And we
Yeah.
have the law of aerodynamics, right?
When we have germ theory, right?
Right. I'm just using those two, right?
Mhm.
The law of gravity, law of aerodynamics.
Yeah.
However, you can't be in one and the other at the same time, but they're both used together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take
In
that-
in
ju- I'm
in a
just
way,
saying,
in a law of
in a way.
aerodynamics and law of gravity.
Think about it. The law of gravity keeps
law of
you
gravity
down,
and there's
the
a theory
the
of
law of
gravity.
aerodynamics keeps you up, correct?
Right.
But in order to calculate how long you're going to stay up, you need to know what's going to pull you down,
Yeah.
right? You need them both
Well,
to act on each other.
yeah,
but
but-
you can't be in both You can't operate in both.
Well, that's actually not 100% true because gravity still is still a factor in the law of aerodynamics. And the reason being, and the easy way to demonstrate that is that special relativity or general relativity, one of those two, has determined that time and space are interwoven. That gravity is interwoven with time and space. So even with the law of aerodynamics, you still have gravity in play. So yeah, you're right. It is what gravity on one level makes you fall. Gravity, aerodynamics keeps you up, but it's not mutually exclusive.
Right, but I'm saying if you're using aerodynamics to stay up, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not adhering to gravity all the way, are you?
No, that's not true. You're still
Right,
adhering.
so you're still adhering to gravity.
Yeah, you're still adhering to gravity. It's how things behave despite gravity. So it's not, like I said, it's not mutually exclusive because you can't get away from gravity, right? It's just everywhere.
Right.
Yeah, you can't get away from it. So it's not, they're not like fighting against each other. It's not, they don't contradict
That's
or
what
conflict.
I'm saying. I'm not saying they're fighting. I'm saying
Or they don't
well,
contradict or
one is
conflict.
used
Yeah.
with each other, but they're not the same. They're not going to be used at the same time.
No, still not true. Yeah, they are used at the same time.
To help each other.
No, it's just that it's kind of like saying because like gravity is everywhere, so you can't get away from it. So it's not accurate to say that you use one or the other. It's just everywhere. Gravity's everywhere. So you have aerodynamics, and that's in spite things staying in air despite gravity. Does that make sense? I may not be explaining it very well. Okay.
No. See,
Okay.
that explanation works with me and God.
Okay.
That's how I feel about God.
Okay.
So that when you're saying evidence, right? If you think about it that way, it's like God is everywhere, yet trying to find this evidence of Him, we just be going around in circles trying to use stuff.
Well,
it's gonna just make us work ourselves into a frenzy. We'll never understand. And there's really not a way to give you pure evidence of it.
Well,
it would work that way.
I'm not so sure because here's why. I'm 98% sure there's no God, and there's 2% that I'm holding out, and here's why. Because we have evidence of gravity, right? We have evidence of consciousness.
Okay.
Those are two things that you can't see that are pretty much everywhere. And when I mean everywhere for consciousness, like everybody has a conscious. Everybody's either conscious or unconscious. That's what I mean by everywhere. But we can demonstrate those things. And so that doesn't necessarily mean that we can't demonstrate a God. Maybe we just haven't found the evidence yet. You know what I mean?
So how do we explain the supernatural or miraculous without God? It's like, that's what I'm saying. Like we can't explain the supernatural because when you explain things with the evidence of what's natural, the supernatural and the miraculous don't make sense.
That's inherent in what it means to be supernatural. Because supernatural, the definition of supernatural just means that which cannot be explained by science. So there's just no explanation for it. So yeah, you're right. We can't explain it. That's why it's supernatural. So it would stop being supernatural if we could explain it because now it's natural, right? So, but see, how do we demonstrate a God though? Because if you're saying, well, because they're supernatural things, well, how do we know that? What if these supernatural things just aren't explained yet, and there is an explanation for them?
But it's just like not being able to explain God. Like we can't explain them because we can't even explain God.
That's true. I would grant that. Like just because, like I said, I'm holding out 2%, right? Just because we don't have evidence of God does not mean there is no God. That I agree with. That I totally agree with you. But see this, but
trying to give you that evidence is going to be like, I can't do it because I have my personal experience with God.
Yeah.
I think we talked about it last time. Like, I was in the hospital, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was 12 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to
this.
take my own life. And
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I know, but hear me out. What's important about this story is I needed a liver transplant. They said I damaged my liver that bad that I needed it. It wasn't a question of it because the lab results showed I would need a transplant. That night, I literally was in the room by myself, dark room. I said, you know what? It's just better for me to die. There was the loudest voice, yet nobody there. And I heard, no, it's not time for you to come back.
Okay.
You're just going to have to stay there. I'm looking around to see who else could have possibly said that, because nobody else could have heard me because there's no one there.
Yeah. I think I
same
remember that. Yeah.
week- The same week, I was out of the hospital,
Okay.
walking, talking like nothing ever happened. That to me was miraculous, because if you saw the results, and I'm telling you, I was 12 years old. This was in Plantation, Florida. I'm in Atlanta right now. I was 12. I'm 41, dude. There are times I really should not have made it. I know this for a fact, looking at all the evidence. And I'm still here, and that voice still drives me to this day. I was in jail. Here's another experience. I was in jail. I literally told myself, I'm going to die here. I'm not eating jack. I'm not taking this medicine. I'm not doing anything until God reveals himself to me. I looked in the mirror. He said, you keep looking out there. Look in the mirror, dude. And I'm like, what does that mean? What does that mean? I look in the mirror, and he's like, sometimes if you look inside, you'll probably find it faster, right? So I go and talk. Now, mind you, I look at my cellmate and talk to him. And I told
Yeah.
him exactly how I was going to get out. And it followed word for word. But I wasn't just saying it. I was only saying what I was hearing. That's why I'm saying it's hard for me to give you that evidence, because I don't even know how the evidence got there.
Okay.
So for me, even if I explained it to you, you'd be like, that's just hocus pocus. It's just your conscience. But for my conscience to happen exactly how I heard it, for me to say it verbatim and it happened exactly the same way,
Yeah.
that's miraculous, because no one else has that phenomenon.
Okay. Well, see,
You
this
know
is
what I mean?
this is kind of the thing that we kind of get into, and I see where you're going with this. What I'm
Yeah.
saying though is that when, like, if we're using personal experience and anecdotes, people in every religion have anecdotes that line up with their beliefs. So, like, you believe in Christ, you think it was a Christian type anecdote. I have Hindus that come in here and tell me about their Hindu type anecdotes, and then Muslims, and all the way down the line. And so, yeah, you're right. That's why I don't give a
I'm
lot
not
of.
saying they're wrong either. I'm not even
Yeah,
discrediting them.
I
I'm
understand
just
that. What I'm
it's hard to say that something doesn't exist out there, but we
well,
can't even explain to you what it is, because we don't even have a grasp on it ourselves.
well,
It's just like when we were talking about gravity. We
okay.
don't have a pure grasp on that ourselves, but we know it's there.
Okay. Well, see, if you can't explain it and you don't have a grasp on what it is, then how can you possibly know it's God?
For me, it is. It's, like I said, subjectively, I credit it to
subjectively,
him.
yeah, subjectively. But
Right.
how do you know though?
I just do.
You just do.
And then that's where we cross over into faith being our evidence, because again, the Bible tells us, again, this is just the Bible. It says faith is the evidence of things hoped for. It's the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen.
Okay. So
in my own faith, that is my evidence. That's the only thing I can tell you.
Christopher, how would you feel if we said God's not real and we know for a fact, and you said, well, how do you know? And we said, we just know.
That'd be subjective. Again, it's
right.
still subjective.
Yeah, it couldn't be weaker than that, right? Isn't that the weakest possible thing that we could offer?
But that's the only thing we got. As weak as it is, that's all we got.
Well, I mean, that's honest. I guess what I'm getting at though,
Yes.
is, see, the part that baffles me about it is that if I had that week of evidence, I wouldn't believe it. Because
Nobody
it's,
would.
yeah, but that's what I mean is, why do you believe it?
Because it's just in you to do it. That's my problem. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. It's purely subjective. But for me, because I already have the belief, it just keeps strengthening itself. Because I already had that belief. And boom, it was the closest thing for me to say, oh, that's what it is. Whereas somebody else would think it's
Okay.
something else, and that's it. It would manifest itself to that. So the evidence I can give you is only what you choose to believe. It's subjective. The evidence I can give you is what you choose to believe.
Okay.
Now, if you say I don't believe it, then that's your evidence.
All right.
That's all you get.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It's just that I think from my standpoint,
Yes.
if it is subjective, I don't think that counts as evidence. Because so then you might as well just say I don't have any evidence. I just know.
And that's the hard part, because the evidence is subjective. All of it is.
Right.
Against him, the evidence against God is as subjective as the evidence for him.
Okay.
So no matter where, we're going to be at a standstill the whole time, looking for this endless loop to have a point.
I would just
We're going to be stuck in there.
well, that's the thing is that for me,
Yes.
like logically speaking, that's a contradiction because see that's the whole point of evidence is that it's data, it's fact, it's like a piece of data that's objective. So when you say it's subjective, that means it's not evidence. That's a contradiction. So it's it could be called an opinion, it could be called a feeling. That would be something that's more
all do that?
subjective.
But when all of it,
Well-
like even your disagreement, wouldn't it all be that?
There's a lot of people who disagree with. I mean, I'm not here to judge on that. That's why I'm asking for the evidence. I'm not going to I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think that's what it is, but I'm not going to automatically dismiss it as subjective and all that. A claim. Yeah. So I'm just saying, Christopher, that I'm trying to get rid of my confirmation bias. When I
Right.
say what's your best evidence, I'm trying to be as objective as I possibly can. And because I think I owe that to people if I'm going to ask for evidence. Does that sound fair?
No. You're being fair. I'm saying
Yeah.
even if we give it to you, it would never.
It just
be
wouldn't
concrete evidence
make
there.
it.
There
Yeah.
wouldn't be it. No matter how far we look down any rabbit hole, we're gonna come to the point of you're still gonna have to believe one way or the other and choose it.
Well, why
And
though?
there's nothing you can do after.
Why do you have to
Except
believe
for
it?
like if you told a child, hey, let's see, 2 + 2 = 4,
Mhm.
to a child who doesn't even know what numbers are, it's just going to be pointless until they know what the numbers are.
Yeah, and that's why you
Until
teach
they
them the
believe
numbers,
it.
right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But if they don't even believe those numbers as the concept, then we're stuck.
Right. But
'Cause they
you're
won't-
right. You're right. And that's why we got to start at numbers. But I guess I don't know if you heard my question. If you're saying, well, my evidence is subjective, but it's not really evidence. If you don't really have any evidence, I'm not sure why you would believe it. Why not just say, why isn't I don't know good enough?
That's the foolishness of faith, man. And that's what I call it. The foolishness of
Foolishness.
faith.
Oh man.
Because it seems so foolish to believe it, but when you do, it
Okay,
gives you
you just believe it. You know what?
right?
You know what? I'll give that to you because I don't believe anybody chooses their beliefs. Because I certainly didn't choose my lack of belief. I just can't believe it, you know? So for me to expect someone, it would not be fair. It would be irrational for me to criticize you for saying, "Hey, I can't help but believe this." So I understand that. Wow, that's actually pretty profound what you just said.
Bro,
You know?
that's all I had today, bro. It's like
That's fine,
I don't-
yeah.
It's foolish for me to believe, but I do, and it gives me this hope somehow.
Okay.
Just like somebody who doesn't believe, they have a hope in something.
Oh, of
And
course.
that hope is just evidence for enough. Like when you work, you hope that you're getting that paycheck.
Mhm.
Does it mean that they're gonna give you that paycheck? You know, shit can happen.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
It can happen. But it doesn't mean one way or another you're hoping, and the evidence is there because you worked. You know you worked.
Mhm.
As good or bad as you worked, you know you deserve that check. But does that mean you're going to get that check? That's faith. That's the hope. That's all you get. And if you get the check, yes, great evidence. But if you don't, what do you do?
Yeah.
But
You've said that it's foolish to believe, but you still do, and you explained you have this hope. Do you think that the benefits of having hope from the religion could be what is causing you to believe against it? What it sounds like against your better judgment, since you did call it foolish. Do you think that the
You know what?
emotional motivators and the benefits of the belief could be affecting your subconscious in a way where like you're like trying to validate it without even knowing it?
Mm, that's a touchy one because I even have like problems within, like even being Christian, I have problem with other Christians because they refuse to believe what's actually there. You know what I mean? Like I have this ongoing debate with other Christians about polygamy and how God has no problem with it, right? But then they go in the Bible and try to make excuses for this God who doesn't need an excuse if we all believe him, right? See what I'm saying? Like that's the thing is there's nothing you can do except have this subjective, foolish faith that you carry for you. And that's it.
All right.
I can't say that my religion fostered this. I have what I believe and what I've read and what I picked up on and what I think that the Holy Spirit gives me as true.
Got it.
That's on me. I can't say that for the next Christian. You're going to meet a Christian who believes something totally different than I believe.
Oh, for sure.
And you know what? I can't do anything about that, but say, hey, that's your faith. You got to deal with God however you deal with him. And when we get to the end, we'll see who's right and who's
Okay.
wrong.
All right, I got to jump in. It's time to do a kick poll, Christopher. So let me
go
set
ahead.
it up. Yeah. So okay, it's time to vote, everybody, in chat. So this is to vote to see if you want to keep Christopher on for another 20 minutes or let him go. So
I gotta go to sleep.
you got to go
I
to
just
sleep.
came in to say that little bit. Just
Okay.
that like my best evidence is just foolish faith. That's
Okay.
it.
All right.
My foolish faith is my evidence.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. Well, we'll end it here then. I appreciate you coming up, Christopher, and have a good night. Hope you get some sleep.
Hey,
Sleep
no
well.
problem.
All right. Take care.
Take care.
All right. Well, that was easy. He was like, oh, I got to go anyway. So, yeah, I'm really digging the kick poll. I stole that from Daniel Green. And yeah, it just like keeps the chat engaged. And, and also I got, not going to lie, like if I get stuck in a bad, like, guess,
Ooh, sorry, that's our time.
Yeah,
Gotta be
exactly.
fair to the-
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
I'm really loving this. Not. But
Yeah. Well, there have been there's been several times that they've actually kicked a guest I wanted to keep talking to. And I'm like, oh man, but hey, it is what it is. I was like, hey, come back in again.
Nature of the beast.
They're just not feeling it. But
Talking to people you don't want to talk to is part of it too.
yeah, but the other part of it is if there's a lot of people waiting in the guest queue, then it almost 100% chance they're going to get kicked. Because those guys are voting against the guy. Yeah, that's like automatic, like 9 votes against him. So the rest of the chat has to step up and help him out. So Wild and Free Me. Hey there,
Hey,
Wild and Free Me.
That's Amy.
Yeah, I remember. How you doing, Amy? Good to see you. But Susie Q, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Melu, thanks for the roses. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. But yeah, 134,000 likes. I haven't been begging for likes as like the last couple hours. So, but yeah, that was interesting. But yeah, at least he was honest and just say, hey, I don't really have a good reason. So, okay, doing well. Thank you, Amy. Doing well. Yeah, it's been. I don't think I've had this many people in chat, and like my guest queue is just empty. Like usually it'll be like in the 20s and 30s, but there's like so if anyone wants to be a guest, come on up because guest queue is empty. So if you want to talk, what does every Christian have the same nonsense? Well, I've narrowed it down to 5 reasons. Personal experience, family culture of origin, like being raised in a religion, historical evidence, like saying, historical evidence of the Bible, for example, philosophical arguments, and faith. So every time it's one of those 5 reasons. So our last guess, it was just faith. That's all it was. And personal experience. And a lot of times it's like a mix. It's, sometimes it's all 5. But honestly, it just comes down to, it really, at the end of the day, it comes down to faith. That doesn't explain the mental deficit. I think it's, yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that we can't, I don't think we can choose our beliefs. So,
Nope.
yeah, I don't think we can. They use offensive, manipulative, narcissistic angles and arguments to avoid real points. That's your, yeah. And so I think the thing is that if we just realize that you can't choose your beliefs, so you can't you can't reason your way out of a belief because you got there through a lot of times through emotional means. I mean, I'll be honest, that's how I got to my atheism was through an emotional means. It's like it was like this doesn't make sense, at the end of the day. And and the emotional means was basically like this, reading about the problem of evil and just like how horrific it was. I mean, that's an emotion. Like, this is horrific. I can't imagine that a creator would be this horrifying. The evidence is within you. It's interesting, Simon Peter. I looked within me and didn't find any evidence. In fact, I found evidence that there isn't a God when I looked within me. So, hey, let's do a check.
My guts.
Yeah, I haven't checked in a while. Let's do another poll. Believers versus non-believers.
Hey, you've got over 134,000 likes, and you don't even have the 3 digits, but you have pretty impressive numbers too. Considering the fact that when I saw you tonight, Justin's live, Thinker's live, Morgan Atheist was live, Mezzo was also live at the same time.
Really?
And you still had, yeah, well, he was on his backup account.
Really?
And he only had like 3 people in it, but still, like,
Really?
very, yes. Board agnostic too. Like, oh, there's so many people live at once, and I was
Wow.
like, should I go live tonight?
Wow.
But you
There's
still were sitting up there, like almost in 3. You're like 75, I think, when I checked.
yeah. It's still pretty strong. So
Still pretty strong.
yeah, it's still pretty strong. So I'm
And the
I'm thankful for
likes
that.
are way better than last night, which
Yeah.
is crazy.
Yeah, there's like, yeah, I was really pining for likes tonight, but there were some points during the conversations where the likes just kept coming. It was pretty wild. But I really like the 20-minute kick poll. Because I think that just keeps people engaged,
Yeah, it does. It lets them know that, like, if there's a bad guest, they have a set duration that I can put up with this for 20 minutes.
Mhm.
Or should I wait around?
Exactly.
When is it going to turn?
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
I got no
Yeah,
issue. Yeah.
yeah. If there's an expectation,
Mhm.
yeah, I might start doing that. If I get more people, then I could do that.
Yeah, but it's nice because like once you do that and then if you got that I guess you just don't really want to talk to, then it's just it's an easy out. Okay, I got to jump in. We got to do the 20-minute kick poll, And it's a good way to check the pulse of the chat too. Like sometimes the conversation can go sideways. It can get boring or whatever. So another 20 minutes in, you just do it every 20 minutes and then another 20 minutes in, they may not be feeling it. And then they'll be like, like there was one I had earlier. I thought for sure that they were going to kick him. And, cause we were just kind of going around in circles and they actually voted like 18-0 to keep him. And I was like, wow, okay. All right. And then the next, yeah. And then the second one, the second vote, it was tied twice. It tied twice, 9-9. It tied twice. And then the third vote, it was like he lost by like 2 votes. It was like 11-9 or something, like 9-11. He just barely lost. Yeah, wasn't, but he was like, I was ready to go anyway. So he'd been up there for like an hour. I hear the votes were rigged. Yeah, checks out. Yeah, there was there was a shitload of ballot stuffing in Michigan, no less. There were just suitcases full of happy faces for him.
Trust. I think I'm gonna start up my live now.
All right.
So
I think this is a good time for me to check out because I got nobody in the queue. And you know what? So one more time, if you're not following Lobes, be sure to click the follow on Lobes. He is the dude you want to follow. And this is a great segue to get into Lobes' live, and I'm gonna go chill in his live for a bit. I gotta eat something, and then I'm gonna go chill in his live as the tiny picture. Let him be the big picture tonight. Yeah, I'll be the tiny picture for a little while, but then I'm probably gonna go to bed after that. So hopefully I can stay for like, I don't know, half hour at least. But okay, so we're raiding Lobes' live, so that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna let Lobes start his live, and then when we get the signal that it's on, then we're all just gonna go raid his live, and we're gonna say TBV raid. That's what we're gonna do. It's not a surprise because he's fucking here, but oh well, he'll still like it.
Yeah, I put a little comment there so people can, because I'm about to leave.
Yeah.
But y'all can click on that, give me a follow.
There
and
we
then
go.
You should see it come up, or you can search my name.
Yeah.
And you can find it.
Yeah, just search Lobes. It's like he's not hard to find at all. But so that's what we got to do. Cool. So everybody go over to Lobes if you. That's where the party's going. We're gonna keep the party going. So
my place, guys.
yeah, party at Lobes' place. Go to Lobes' house. All right, we'll see you over there, Lobes. Right on, man. Peace. So yeah, I love Lobes. He's good people. So he's nice and chill. Asks a lot of questions like I am. Good, Lisa. I'm glad. I'm very happy. I'm gonna be over there too, but I still have to eat. So I'll be very quiet and probably low key. But I'm glad. So what did y'all think about tonight's live? I mean, gosh, man, so many of you stayed around. So I'm very happy that y'all stayed there. But I'm just very happy. So I must have done something right. So I really, really appreciate it. So glad you all stayed here. I'm just kind of killing time so that Lobes can get his thing going. So he can get his thing. Liam McPherson, God never existed in the first place. Yeah. But I'm really trying to do like like this kind of format where, we're sticking closer to the Socratic method. And I will say things to people like if I don't believe something or I'm skeptical. But yeah, just to keep it conversational, just keep it at more of a conversation level. And okay, Lobes is live. All right, so everybody head on over. Thank you all. I love you all. Appreciate all the support and hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed it. But yeah, head on over to Lobes. I'll see you over there. Just say TBV raid. Thank you, Hopla. Say TBV raid in the in his chat, and let's get his built up so he can use the kick pole too. All right. Okay, guys. We'll see you over at Lobes's. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.